Hello, everybody. It's December 17th, and I'm going to be talking today a little about our hangout, or specifically my hangout I had with Evangelist Ken Jones yesterday. He's G-man's cousin. He's the actually nicer, friendlier, and more intelligent version of G-man. Um, I was invited to this hangout by him. He specifically invited me and Scott from Positively Godless because he wanted a couple atheistic positions. And of course, people by now know that I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic, but I can understand him wanting a third party type of somebody come in and kind of challenge him because he wanted us to ask him questions about the Bible. Well, one of the things that had came up was specifically in Scripture about hell, because he had mentioned that there are people burning in hell right now, and from what I remember in my Scripture chasing, that wasn't what I recalled from the Bible, and that the people in hell will only be in hell after the judgment, after the great judgment, according to Revelations and according to I think it's Second Peter, something in Second Peter. But when I went to some of the sources to try to say, hey, there's definitely sources out there on the net that say, are people burning in hell right now? Are people in hell? And they say no, and one of which was BibleInfo.com. And I'm actually going to go to it right now so I can read it verbatim. Let's see if I can find it again.
I mean, so is this a discussion on the nature of, let's say, universalism versus annihilationism versus the
No,
traditional?
no, not at all. Actually, what it basically was just he was trying to evangelize because he's an evangelist, and I just noted that one of the things he said I thought was how I'm not reading into the Bible, right? So my argument was basically simple. BibleInfo.com says, are there wicked people burning in hell right now? No, God holds back until the day of judgment. It's in the Bible, 2 Peter 2:9, King James Version, that the Lord knows. Then the Lord knows how to reserve unjust punishment for the day of judgment. And I found a couple other sources like Christianity Today, a couple other sources that all say that people are not burning in hell. My argument is just really simple. What do I believe? Who do I believe? Do I believe Ken because he's telling me this, or do I believe these things, the sources that people consider to be reputable sources? BibleInfo.com I think is a pretty reputable source. And then G-man decided to come in and kind of screw up the flow, but he did make one good point. He said, well, the ultimate reference would be the Bible. Fair enough. I agree with G-man on that. I don't read into the Bible that people are burning in hell right now. Okay. Now, my argument is not that I care one way or another. If somebody can show me that people are burning in hell right now according to the Bible, I'm fine with that, right? I'll be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. I don't have a dog in that fight. My dog in the fight is that when you have all these different types of Christians saying so many different things, how am I supposed to believe them? And then when to compound it, when Ken is telling me things like evolution isn't true and all this other stuff that we know that a lot of the young Earth creationists do, I can't believe anything they have to say at that point. Their credibility is tarnished to me to the nth degree. But we had a great discussion. I mean, Ken is a nice guy. He's welcome to come in here anytime. I will be happy to go on his program to discuss theology, something that I don't do with many people. He has a tendency to preach more than listen. I get that. But he doesn't have any malice in his heart. I don't think he knows what it'd be like to have malice. I don't sense any kind of ill intent with him. I think he really does believe very strongly his beliefs. And those are the kind of people I'd rather talk to. I don't really ever want to talk to G-man about these things that much because I don't think he really has any real beliefs. I mean, he does to some degree, but his is just for show, right? I mean, he'll say whatever it takes just to get people to listen to him. I don't think that's the way it is with Ken. I think Ken actually really has some passion about what he believes. And so, anyways, I wanted to have a little hangout about it to see what you guys think and get your guys' opinion on, the hell thing. And if you guys can convince me that, the Bible does say that hell is a place right now that people are burning, I'm fine with that. And I'll say, hey, you know what, Ken? Yeah, you know what? I agree with you with this. But if that's the case, shouldn't they be contacting BibleInfo.com and Christianity News and a few other places today? I found this and inform them that they're wrong. Why are they worried about me when these are the biblical sites that people go to that's obviously putting out misinformation according to them? So, anyways, I got some people in here that I got a lot of theists actually for not even for a change because I usually have theists in here. So I've got General, Hunter, Max, Wyatt, and Wayne, all theist, and then I got multiple personality. Nobody knows what he is, but nobody cares. No, these generally, I would say you're more of a agnostic or atheist, right, MP? I think so. He may have stepped out, but anyways, so I got all these theists in here. I'm going to go by one, and I'm going to ask you just the simple question, and then you can answer yes or no, and then we'll get into the specificities of it. So I'm going to start with Wyatt. Wyatt, are people burning in hell right now, or according to Ken, is that correct, or Bible Info saying no, people won't be in hell until the final judgment after the tribulation and the what is it, Hades and the dead come up and all that other stuff. So is it now or later?
There's a lot of debate on that. There is actually a lot of debate on that. People do say that after you die, you haven't received Christ as your Savior, you're going to burn in hell.
But how do you view it?
There's a place called Hades. How I view it is, yes, I believe that hell is actually eternal. But there's another side of the debate saying there's a place called Hades, and then Hades actually becomes hell, I think.
Right, Revelations 20, correct?
According to
2011, 2015, I think it is. But the question is not if it's eternal, right? We're not talking about annihilation versus eternal punishment. We're talking, are people in hell at this moment, or is that something reserved till after the final judgment?
Well, I don't know because I don't know. There is a place of fire and brimstone that I believe people are right now. You can look at the story of I think the rich man of Lazarus.
Right.
I think that's a bad example.
Well, that's in John, right?
John.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna take the neutral position. You're not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right. Let's go to Wayne real quick. Wayne, how do you read the Bible? Is it people are burning in hell now, or not until later?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's been a while since I even thought about this stuff because I don't think about hell or anything like that. But
you're my go-to theological guy. Come on.
But I would say most likely, yeah, people are in hell right now. And I would take that from the scriptures, and yeah, Revelations 20 talks about how adulterers and murderers and these people, their place will be in a lake of fire, blah blah blah. So yeah, that's what I read into it, or at least what I can say. Because you know what, Steve, I never really actually, because I've been dealing with evolution and all that other stuff. I haven't really did a full blown Bible study on that, so I'll look into that. But from what I know, there are people in hell right now. But that's, you know what, I don't think that's my own personal.
All right, so that's a tentative position.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's something that people just pushed on me or whatever. But I honestly, that's the view I have right now. But I could change it if somebody could change my mind.
All right. I should save Max for last because that was going to take about an hour for him to go over this. But I'm going to go at Max next. What do you think, Max?
Yes, people are currently in hell and they are sentenced to their eternal destruction.
Is that the Catholic approach, or is that your view?
It's the Catholic view and something right now.
Okay, so Catholicism believed that hell exists at this moment and people are there.
So in Catholicism,
what happened to purgatory?
There's also a purgatory too, but those are only the saved go to purgatory. I could spell out the whole thing for you if you like, but
we might be able to get into that. That's going to be some specificities we'll get into. But you said the saints go to purgatory. Is that what you said?
Purgatory is for people who are being saved or who are going to be saved. So if you are in purgatory, you've made it. You're going to heaven. Purgation is the process whereby the Christian finishes their sanctification and is prepared for the eternal glory of heaven. You could imagine somebody who died and at their last breath they repented and were saved. That does happen from time to time, and because it does, that person might not be we know these kinds of people don't really change in just one instance. It takes some time and it takes some healing, and that's exactly what purgation is for. It's for people who still have the stains of venial sins and are being prepared for eternal life.
Would that be something like you, or would that be something like?
Yes, it would be someone.
So who? And I don't want to diverge too much, but who, according to the Catholic, would be automatically pretty much condemned to hell? Is that somebody who commits some mortal sins? Like if I commit a murder, if I said Wyatt, I'm just going to take your life, and that commits me a mortal sin, is that somebody would go to hell after they die? And I would never do that to Wyatt. I love you, Wyatt. You know that, right? Just you're the first person I saw.
Uh, yes, purgatory. Wayne says purgatory sounds like the lobby at a car dealership. Um, there have
Or the
been.
DMV. The purgatory is the DMV.
It's more like there. I imagine it like the last session of therapy before you're prepared for eternal life. It sorts out your soul
Okay.
and prepares you for what's about to happen. I mean, the whole world is literally going to change for you. Who wouldn't need that?
Okay, fair enough. All right, so basically we have two abstain for the most part. Well, I guess Wayne kind of saying that the same thing as you for the most part is that hell's existing. Now, what about
there,
what? Go
I
ahead.
was going to say there is a minority viewpoint in the Catholic faith. It's growing in certain theological circles, but this is called hopeful universalism. Hopeful universalists believe that it's possible we might find ourselves at a place where everyone is saved. I hope in the sense that everyone, in the sense that it might be possible that every single human being, before they died, would have gone through a process whereby they were saved right before being saved. Like, imagine God's grace coming to you at a millisecond right before you die.
You being translation, something like being translated,
Exactly.
because you don't
And
taste of death, right?
yeah, because of the
Okay.
saints praying for you in heaven, your people on earth praying for you as well. And these people, and hopefully universalists, don't say um, everyone will be saved. What they say is we can take uh, some happiness and some hope in the possibility.
Okay.
And so it's possible that no one might be burning in hell right now. We're not saying it's happening that there is no one in hell, but it's possible. And this is the hopeful universalism that's preached by certain Catholic philosophers and theologians like Hans von Balthasar. There's a book that I'm holding called um, "Dare We Hope That All Men Be Saved," and it was originally written, I believe, in German, and it got from traditionalist Catholics. It got a lot of flack. I take the traditionalist viewpoint. I think there are people burning in hell. I think that there are some visions of saints who show people burning in hell to other people. Fatima is just one example of this, and and I tend to I tend to rest my hat on that.
Okay, fair enough. Hunter, what about you?
I'm actually doing a study right now on it, so it's funny that you bring that up. Right now,
Hilarious.
yeah,
No
so go
kidding.
figure. But actually, I'm actually kind of leaning towards that people are not right now, on the count that you see that Jesus revives people from the dead, and they were like, for instance, Lazarus, or a man in a coffin, and people laughed at him because they said that he will revive, like, he will bring them back from being asleep, and the disciples ask him, "What do you mean? Like, this person is asleep?" And he said to them, the person is dead, but yet he was still able to bring that person back alive. So if they're dead, and as soon as they're dead, they go to that, then I don't see how it could relate into the sense that Jesus can bring them back if they're already going through judgment. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're under the you would say basically then that hell is something that exists right now, that people are not there right now, right?
Um, I'm leading that way right
Okay.
now only because of what I found out, but I'm still doing a lot of research. But I'm really still kind of on the fence about it,
Okay.
so I'll stay neutral for right
Fair
now.
enough. Now, last but not least, as far as the theist goes, General. Actually, I should ask Floyd in here too.
Slim Jim is also a theist, by the way.
Yeah, we don't care what some Slim Jim has to say.
Ah, you bastard.
No, just kidding. No, you know what? You know what? Good point. I'm gonna actually ask Slim first because he just popped in, rather than General, because General can elucidate a lot. So, hey, Slim, what do you think about this? You're a Christian, so
What's the exact question?
the question is, some Christians have said, like Evangelist Ken, that people are burning in hell right now, and then in other Christian sites like BibleInfo.com, saying that no, people are not burning in hell right now. Hell, they won't be in hell until after the Judgment Day.
Ooh, such an
Well, do you
easy
think you're going to get a
question.
softball question in here? Come on.
If I didn't know it was going to be this easy, I would have just, Um, I think I hover somewhere between Yes, and what Max was talking about just as I came in, the what was it? The hopeful
Universalism.
universalism. Um, I would like to think that hell is completely empty. I guess the way I see it is, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that it's empty, and I will let the big man upstairs sort the rest of it out. That's
So you
way
would go,
above my pay
but
grade.
what is the? But that's fine as a personal thing. But how do you read the Bible? I mean, if you read the Bible and Revelations and stuff like that, what do you think the Bible's saying as far as hell existing now or not?
Well, I don't deny that it's a real place. I just
But are
question
people
its
there now?
population. How's that?
But are people there now though? That's the question. Is it now or later?
Oh, well, I guess, I mean, I can see where you would make an argument for both.
Right. That's the problem.
Right. I guess I kind of default to there are people there now, although I couldn't really give you a good reason why I choose one view over the other.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And before I get to general, you know what's funny? And Hogtie had noted this. Hogtie has a panache for basically going to a video and finding the best spot instantaneously. I don't know if it's a gift. I don't know if it's dumb luck. Whatever it is. But he had actually watched a little bit of this video last night with me, Scott, and Evangelist Ken. And he found the part where this had come up. And I was reading directly from BibleInfo.com. In fact, I read it a few times. And G-man said, can you link that in the group chat or something? I'm like, yeah, I linked it. And he's like, well, can you screen share it? I'm like, well, why do I got to screen share it? Just go look. I mean, read along with me. I mean, what's the problem here? He's like, well, you don't want to screen share because you're probably just making this up kind of thing. And I'm like, fine, I'll screen share. And then he goes, can somebody read that to me? Because I'm on my phone and I can't see it.
Yeah, don't expect G-Man to ever read anything.
And I said, why'd you ask me to screen share it? Wow, you're talking about a conversation killer, right? Oh, my goodness.
By the way, to explain Hogtie Champ's supernatural abilities, he lives in the prairie provinces in Canada. Now, the prairie provinces are, imagine like Nevada without Las Vegas or any of their major cities.
So BFE?
Yeah, just all barren. If he wasn't searching through videos, he'd blow his brains out of boredom.
So basically, we're keeping Hogtie alive.
Exactly.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It's good to give him something to do. Although I know he's been really busy the last couple weeks. So
should we rename your channel then the Hogtie Life Support?
the Hogtie Salvation Show.
Now, Steve, can I sneak in for one moment?
Yeah, but I was going to get it through the theist first.
Oh, I know. I actually, this is pertaining to some of the theist views, though, if you don't mind.
Go nuts.
In terms of what I've heard in terms of this notion of hell being empty till end times, the apologetics that I've heard relating to that is that hell was made specifically for the devil and his minions, but all the people that are thrown into the sea of sulfur, those are the people that are going to be thrown into hell at the end times. That's
kind of exactly. You know what? That's kind of the way I read the Bible as well. That when Lucifer, this is how my interpretation was. And again, I don't have a dog in this fight about who's right or who's wrong of going to biblical thing. This is all just subjective opinion. But I read it as Lucifer basically rebelled against God, and then he took 1/3 of all the host of heaven with him, which would be the demons, and they reside in hell. And then after the trial and tribulations and the second coming and the judgment, that's when people who decided to follow the devil go to hell, and that people are not burning in hell now.
But the alternate to that is that the sea of sulfur is where all of the souls, etc., are destroyed permanently of those people that aren't with God. So some people interpret that way. Either or. It's an interesting little pair of apologetics on that.
Yeah, that would be the nihilistic approach, right?
Another apologetic I've heard, though, and this ties a little bit into what Max was saying a little bit ago, is kind of like when Jesus was on the cross. They say he went, according to some traditions at least, he went down to hell for 3 days for that sin to be burned off, and etc. And I've heard something akin to what Max was saying, where everyone, when they die, their sins get burned off, and then they get to go to heaven potentially.
Right. Yeah, when I read it as when Jesus goes down, he basically is going to purgatory, and then he saved 3 souls, not hell. Some people read it as hell, but I don't know. People have asked me for the link for the Evangelist Ken Jones, so I'm going to give you the link. Actually, I'm going to put it in the video here soon, so because I kind of forgot to.
But
yeah, that's how I kind of read it too.
So when God's in the Nicene Creed, it does say that Jesus descended into Hades, and he was there for 3 days, and then he came back. The whole point of that verse in the Nicene Creed is to say that those who died in the Old Testament in God's graces, because theirs was not a covenant of grace, Jesus descended there and brought them back. When we speak of Hades, there are two places. If you read the story of Lazarus, there's the place where the rich man goes, and who's fairly wicked, and he's there in agony, whereas Lazarus himself is in what's called the bosom of Abraham. The bosom of Abraham
Right.
is also in Hades as well, but there, everyone who dies in fidelity to the old covenant is going to be saved through his descent and his resurrection.
I don't agree with that. I think that's, if you read the side chat, I kind of think that's more like a myth. Because when he was telling the parable, you got to keep in mind it was a parable. I don't think like hell is an actual geographical location you can go to. You see people in the churches with the map where it says, "Oh, and this is hell, and this is where Sheol is at, and if you make a right, this is Hades." And they try.
Well, they think that Earth is hell too, right? Because the bosom of Abraham was Sheol, right? Or Greek if you're Hades, same, right? So
Right.
in the Septuagint it'd be Hades, and then in the Hebrew it'd be Sheol. But basically that's what you're referring to, right?
Right, and so like I think that's nonsense, because if you look at the text in John when Jesus dies, he says, "Today we will be in paradise." So where are people getting he's in hell? I never got that.
All right. So in terms of parables still would utilize something which is true to reality. I mean, there were Samaritans. Samaritans weren't just a made-up group of people. When Jesus was telling the parable of the Good Samaritan.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Wait a sec.
Oh, so I don't think just saying it's a parable is enough to dismiss it. The second point to bring up is it would still reflect the Jewish theological knowledge, because the Jews would have had to know what exactly Jesus was talking about. Like, what's this bosom of Abraham place, and what the heck is he talking about? Can you explain? They don't just butt in the text and ask him. When he's speaking to the rich man is considered to be when he's speaking of paradise. On this day, I tell you, on this day you will be with me in paradise. There are no commas in the original, in the Koine Greek. You don't. So how we exactly read
Or
that?
spaces, or periods.
Or capitalization. That, like, it is a mystery. Just write in all caps right now, without spaces or punctuation. That's the equivalent of it. So he could just be saying that, oh yeah, on this day you will be with me. Not like on this day, comma, you will be with me in paradise. Not necessarily, oh, this day right now I'm saving you. So it plays out a little differently there. And I don't think it's a myth. It's a staple of church tradition that has been affirmed in Nicaea, and that's been repeated not only in Catholic circles but in Eastern Orthodox circles, and even in Lutheran circles and Anglican circles too.
Okay. Real quick, I want to get Ocean here real quick. And yes, General, I haven't forgotten about you. I just haven't gotten to you yet. I'll save you for last. Don't go anywhere, General. But can somebody drop just for right now?
Actually, if you'll let me sneak in for 1 second. Those two apologetics were all I was planning on introducing, and that's pretty much it for me. The only other thing I'm going to ask is, if y'all get a chance to it, I'd like y'all later on to reference how much you think the Hellenistic traditions had to do with the transition from Sheol to hell. And that's it. I'm out.
And be warned about the squirrel apocalypse, right?
Oh, of course.
They are training.
Of course.
Oh yeah, we got our unicorn riding squirrels and everything.
Yeah, they are training. So don't think for a second they're not going to try to take over eventually.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Shadow. Yeah. So can somebody remember that question? And then let's get Ocean. Come on in. I just sent you the link. And then my Ocean's coming in. I guess I'll save Ocean for last. But General, so what is your view on this? Finally.
In a nutshell, before I give specifics, in a nutshell, I don't think anyone is in quote-unquote hell, but that's where you have to try and explain what that word means. I think it'll be a future thing. I think hell is empty. at the moment. But this is where it needs to be explained, because hell being a generic title, you seem to blend a lot of things in one go. So Max is bringing up a good point. Let's start with Jesus on the cross talking to the thief. Today you'll be with me in paradise. But then there is this interesting perspective of, in paradise, simultaneously Jesus, because he's omnipresent, there's this thing called Jesus in Limbo, and Peter actually refers to it in 1 Peter 3, that Jesus goes down and preaches to the spirits in prison, but he's not preaching as here's a second chance. He's speaking to the specific fallen angel from Genesis 6, and the angels that you were referring to, the one-third that fell down. And there's a long Second Temple Jewish tradition on the identity of those angels and who Jesus is talking to. And so here in this photo, I actually find this quite humorous, this photo, because here you can see at the bottom, one of the fallen angels is crushed by the door as Jesus walks in.
So he's like
Sorry, General, could I quickly jump in? There's been a lot of controversy around the process of limbo and what actually limbo means, especially amongst the Catholic Church. I don't know what your sort of stance is on it.
I could speak.
Yeah, limbo would be where he's not in hell just as much as these Old Testament saints are not in hell. So limbo is that, hence the Lazarus and rich man analogy of you're very close to that suffering, tormented place, but yet you're far away. So there's this like rather nice edge, so to speak. And that's the it culminated down to that, really.
Yeah.
So Jesus takes.
Hey guys, I gotta go real quick. So I'll holler at y'all later. Duty calls. So sorry.
Okay, buddy.
All right.
Thanks
I'll
for, I
holler at y'all
appreciate your
later.
feedback on it, and
Yeah,
thanks for
absolutely.
modding the GDC forums.
Yeah, of course.
I've been
I'm always
noticing
there for
people
you.
are getting approved and things are like, so I don't have to sit there and prove everybody.
I got your back.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You have a great day. God bless. Bye.
So,
No, it-
well, the reason why I ask is the first thing that was sort of brought up was that babies that died before baptism were placed not to hell but to limbo.
That is, yep, that was a patristic tradition that had a lot of sympathy in both the patristic age, which was the early years of the church up to the, I think, 9th century, and the medieval ages, which you could going up to the 14th century. That was a fairly popular viewpoint. In the modern age, Catholics have the Catholic Church has theologians now that say that the unbaptized babies do go into heaven just directly. They don't have, because they can't be culpable for any sin. The Catholic Church's official position is that it's not doctrinal, so one isn't forced to take one position over another. Now, there have been some people who are like, oh, well, apparently the Catholic Church changed their mind on purgatory, but people forget two things. One, purgatory is doctrinal. We don't change our minds on that one. And two, limbo is considered to be like the first circle of hell. You don't experience any pain or discomfort or agony. However, you don't get to have the beatific vision. It's at best a lesser. In fact, it could even be considered like a lesser pleasure, where you're just pacified for eternity. Personally, I actually go with the interpretation of limbo myself, but the interpretation of seeing or an understanding the unbaptized is going directly into heaven can also be affirmed by a Catholic as well.
I mean, isn't it? It sounds like you got to be like a biblical scholar to understand these nuances between hell and Hades and Sheol and it's
allow me
like,
to,
wow. I mean, it's mythos upon mythos upon mythos, and I don't mean that to be derogatory. The biblical is a form of mythos. I mean, we can't really deny that. That doesn't make it invalid. I'm not saying it is invalid, but it is a form of mythos.
theology is an ology, meaning it's just so yeah. So this is why we devote scholarship and effort within religious institutions studying this stuff, and it's important even if you're not a believer to at least understand this from a historical perspective as well. If we care for obtaining historical information too, General, you want to come in with something?
Yeah,
Or-
I hate being butted in because I'm trying to like give my perspective and flesh it out so
Sorry.
you guys can discuss it.
Go ahead. Let me present you real quick.
Okay, so just so I can quickly 1 second, let me go back to that photo again.
Pretty picture.
Yeah, so I've written.
You know what? Hang on. You didn't. I wanted you to finish this particular picture here. I've never seen this one. So the door's being kicked in by a badass Jesus.
Yeah,
and it's falling
actually,
on a fallen
if
angel.
you
That's
go-
pretty awesome, actually.
It's pretty funny. If you Google image Jesus in Limbo, there's all sorts of paintings like this one here. There's the demon, and there's these other demons over here, and so Jesus taking by the hand, so the door's crushing the demon. Here's another one. Here's a demon again crushed under the door. So it's a theme that's heavily rooted in first century Jewish thinking, sort of Hellenized as well, it's actually quite interestingly quite biblical as well, because this sort of thing, this crushing of the demon, is all to do with the crushing of the head of, in this case, the prophecy that he'll crush your head. And it's not just that, but the people who follow through, they will also be stamping on this ultimate demon, Satan.
But hell isn't limbo, right?
So this
Not the same
is
thing.
this
the
is
same thing?
interesting because in this location, you have, so over here, if I go back to the photo, so these demons on the far left, this would constitute Tartarus, and Tartarus in Greek thinking was the lowest point that you could go to as far as hell is concerned. Whereas the highest point would be where the Old Testament saints are, like Abraham and all those Old Testament guys. And who's keeping tabs would be these other forms of demons. We don't really know the names to them. But Jesus triumphs over them on the cross, and hence this is just to showcase he's completely sovereign. He's won the victory, and he's now going to bring everyone with him into paradise, and hence that paradise language, while these demons will remain in Tartarus. So Limbo is about, think of it like I guess the best analogy would be a pool. Like you have the shallow end of a pool and a really deep end of the pool. And where the saints are positioned are more to the shallow end versus where the demons are, they're more to the back, the deeper end. Now this nuance of hell itself, the word hell. So in my Revelation study, I've written all about how there's a huge tradition. So here's a map, according to Greek tradition back in the day, even describing hell. So here's Elysium, here's the torture fields, then you have the river, this would be the lake of fire that John talks about. And then notice you have like different compartments. And in a nutshell, if you say hell, well, you're asking what part of hell? Are you talking Elysium? Are you talking the home of Funes? Are you talking about, there's so many compartments to hell. But then John does, or the Bible does, narrow that down to, well, hell ultimately is separation from God. And then hell is, so the Jews would use specific words. So Sheol means the grave. And then they would use another word that's translated pit. And pit would be, in this case, where, say, the rich man is. But then you get this language of Abaddon and, the Tartarus and like the really deep, dark areas of hell, which Sheol and the pit will be thrown into. So the lake of fire is the hell. Actually, it's that omega point of hell. That is not yet happened, according to the Bible. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm saying, as a Christian, if you die, you're instantly with Jesus. If you're not a Christian and you die, you are in this limbo-like state, which is that photo I was talking about, where you're at a knife's edge, next to hell, so to speak. You are separate from God. But then, in that final judgment, you are in the lake of fire. Interestingly, in the sense that Jesus speaks about two types of resurrections. There's a resurrection of the righteous and the resurrection of the unrighteous, where they both will have resurrection bodies, but for specific purposes. So the righteous will be with the Trinity, whereas the unrighteous are going to actually be suffering in this peculiar lake of fire stuff, which again, there's all this overlap with Greek mythology and
well, that's the problem.
In a nutshell, that's.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. There you're done. Real quick.
No, go ahead.
Tyler had asked, how do we know which mythology is real? How do we know which one to buy into? I mean, there seems to be a lot of overlap here between Greek and Roman and Hebrew and all these other mythos. Now, hang on one second. Do you think that all these places refer to the exact same type of place, or do you think these were individual places that each mythos had that people just kind of like surmised had a relationship to each other? Because there are distinct differences between these, right? Of Abaddon and Sheol and Guyana.
If you were living in the culture, this stuff was so heavily studied that it would become second nature, that you can differentiate. Oh, you're a Greek after these, this religion, therefore, X, Y, Z will make sense to you. That sort of thing. The apostles knew this stuff, at the back of their hand, so they would debate it in a certain way, but at the same time agree with their position. So I would say there's no such thing as total contradictions, and hence which one do we choose? I think it's a very nice blend of just the culture and the way they thought, and we have 2,000 years removed from that, and that's why we're needing to study this, to know what they were thinking.
Can I also contribute to that question, Steve?
Yes, of course.
To also acknowledge, to also add to what General eloquently said, when it comes to all these other cultures, I think the fact that there are understandings of hell that differ from one another is actually kind of a point in favor for the doctrine, I think. You have all these people who are divided by geography and place of land, even theological beliefs. Many of these were polytheists and pagans. They all still had some kind of conception of hell. They disagreed whether it was eternal or temporary, if it was permanent, or a stopping place. But it existed. You have it in not only in Judea, but in, as you said, the Greek. There's a Persian conception. There's even conceptions in India. Even Hindus have a temporary hell. And when I was studying Buddhism, Buddhists also have their own hell conception. It's temporary too.
So how do you determine which one you believe and which one you don't? Again, a follow-up from Tyler. You're actually a really good question. How do you personally go about determining which of these are real places that actually exist? I mean, is it by faith alone or research?
So this would have. So hell. So you don't come to believe in hell through an independent study of hell. No one can empirically investigate hell. We don't have access to it. What we do have is different testimonies with similar approximations, and to determine who has the accurate one, you'd have to look at the other doctrines they profess and which ones speak truer than not. And by that I just mean look at what else they preach, look at their moral messages, look at what kind of record they leave throughout history, and these seem to also be good indications of which one might have the truth and which one might not have. So there are all these things, and this just goes into general religious apologetics. You can see how Muslims and Christians interact and debate one another, Jews and Christians, Jews and Muslims, like the whole shebang, and one can come to a rational judgment in their own right. So these would probably...
Yeah,
Well,
that's
here's the
that's
thing,
very
though.
good.
Well, and I don't mean to be the dissonant here, but what may be rational to one person may not be rational to another. You say that you come to a rational conclusion, but again, I'm going to use Tyler as an example in the live feed because he's asking these questions. He may not find that to be a rational conclusion.
That's sort of what I was trying to come in as well. Yeah, I put this straight out. I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist, but that doesn't mean I can't respect this sort of history and artwork and ways of thinking because of the impact of religion, and it doesn't mean it doesn't have respect. But the issue, I think, it's coming. You sort of said it's coming down to religious apologetics. We've not got access to it, so if it's something we have to take on faith, it's not necessarily something that can be taken reliably as information, accurate information.
All right, so I think everyone has kind of a proximity or fairly similar notions of what rationality is. More closer than apart, I would say. Like so I think we might have disagreements on whether or not it's okay to lie, but I think no one would agree that it's okay to commit serial acts of rape and murder. Like, I think there are going to be some positions that just strain irrationality, and there seems to be no way to defend it. And I think there are some doctrines that we can say are easier to believe than not. So I don't think it's just merely a matter of it. I don't think it's as subjective as we might like to think of it. And I think as long as someone presents a good cumulative case for their position, and they've shown serious work in researching it and defending it, even if you don't agree with their conclusions, I think we can say it's understandable how they came to their positions, and they were doing it in a way which seems rational. Like they didn't just wake up one day and start believing in it. General, you want to add something to that?
Yeah. I would basically say when any particular topic, so like in this case hell, if I were to look at the biblical texts in other areas and ultimately Jesus, the person Jesus, and then you start verifying certain things that then hence makes me a Christian, because there's certain evidences that then I then go, yep, okay, I can be a Christian. Ultimately, then, in that sense, the authority I have as what hell is, or all that authority is Jesus. So now Max was mentioning, say in Islam, they also have certain points of view of hell, and then Steve will come back and say, well, okay, again, we have another problem. 600 years later, then we have this so-called prophet figure that claims to be authoritative, Muhammad. He mentions things about hell, which, by the way, are radically different from the biblical account. In his account, you have 7 levels, each constituting a certain particular people group. So, like, there's a certain level of hell for Jews and Christians, and then there's a certain level of hell for polytheists, and then there's a certain level of hell for women.
Women
like
actually make up the majority population. Women make up the majority population in hell in Islam.
Right. So again, but when you actually, the beauty of what I'd like to call this is comparing models. So you have a model of hell as depicted in the Bible. Then you have a model of hell as depicted in the ancient Near East and that literature. Then you have a model of hell as depicted in Greco-Roman literature. And then what I would say, evolved ideas of hell that then leak into the Quran. And we have the hindsight to basically compare all the models. And I'm of the opinion that the biblical one is most consistent.
And-
The other ones are very embellished in a
I
lot
would-
of ways.
And I would also add that atheists can in fact cast aspersions and can critique hell. It's often been done. In fact, one of the more popular arguments against Christianity is called the problem of hell. There's a literature on it. So there's nothing. So I think anything which can be critiqued and shown to be false by one particular standard, like it has an immoral quality to it, I think can be given more credulity if the opposite can be shown, where there is a morality to it that's commendable. Some people there are plenty of people who argue that hell isn't a moral place. There is no shortage of patristic thinkers, scholastic thinkers, theologians who say that hell being, let's say, eternal is a requisite for morality in the universe. Like one argument is, if suppose hell lasted for any kind of period you want that was finite, people could always come to a particular judgment about how much is that punishment worth, all things considered, to go through, given my action on earth. They could reason, yeah, sure, I'll be punished for this amount of time, but I could eventually come to a point where it will be over. Whereas maybe if it was eternal and had a longer extent, had an indefinite extent, no amount of temporary gain would ever be worth it. And I don't say this to bring up a debate on the morality of hell. I bring it up to say that hell is a doctrine that's out there. It leaves certain religions vulnerable for critique and attack, and it also leaves them a place to shine in terms of displaying a potential ethic. So I think we could discuss the veracity of a religion based on hell just as much as we could discuss its falsity based on the doctrine too.
Sure, but let me ask you again. If somebody's telling me something informational-wise about the
You
Bible,
need to
again, I'm
stop
not a biblical
broadcasting
scholar.
this, dude.
What's that? What? What's that?
You need to stop broadcasting.
Oh,
This
am I
is my
broadcasting?
sexy
Who am I
photo
broadcasting?
on.
Oh shit! Somebody needs to pay attention for me on these things. Sorry about that.
I got it.
You're talking. I was broadcasting you the entire time. But my question was basically, if Evangelist Ken was promoting this idea that hell, is a place right now that does exist. It has some kind of substance, right? That people are in there burning right now, and then tells me that I'm destined to be burning forever, eternally, which is a concept I don't really read much in the Bible either. I more would ascribe to annihilationism and maybe even universal, hopeful universalism a little bit. But how do I know as an agnostic, who to believe when I have many sites out there saying BibleInfo.com for one, saying that no, people are not burning in hell. So my question is, how do I basically, as a non-biblical person, know who has the better argument in regards to this, and who should I listen to for biblical advice? The Evangelist Ken, who I respect, I like Ken, or someone like General, who has a slightly different, or actually a majorly different point of view, or like I said, these sites that I read. It's very hard to have ability to discern who's right, because I think, no offense, that you're all doing it on faith. I don't think there's any way to discern one way or another. Maybe you can do an exegesis and read the Bible and say, okay, yeah, this is what the Bible's saying, but there's so much conflicting information in the Bible that I think you could probably make an argument for something either way, and that's the problem I run into.
I'll tell you what, Steve, because I'm in the same camp. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, Steve, I'm in the same camp as you, because I think I just said I got to do a Bible study on this myself. And what I'll do is I'll look at probably what the ancient Hebrews probably believed, because whatever model they believed is probably like the closest thing to the original concept before like people started changing it and all that stuff. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'll first try and trace back like the earliest idea of hell that the Jews had, and then I'll work my way up and just trace the history back. So that's what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Again, it's not a. In fact, I would say this: that, for example, young Earth creationism is more of a serious thing to debate about than, say, hell, because hell is a future state that all we're doing is developing models. So it's not a salvation issue.
Right, and I
in
don't
my
have
opinion.
a dog in that fight.
Yeah.
You know, that's my point.
Yeah.
I don't. If somebody could tell me that hell exists now according to the Bible, or hell exists later on, I'm willing to accept either one. It makes no difference to my theological framework. Zero, really. But I mean, I do have a lot of people telling me different things. And Tyler asked another good question. Tyler's full of good questions. He said, "Can you bring up the point if hell doesn't exist? There's no reason to repent of our sins and be saved." Now, well, you know what? I'm gonna let you answer that, guys. Max, I'm gonna let you actually go first. If hell doesn't exist, is there a reason to repent?
Well, I mean, if hell does, well, if you're an annihilationist, you'd still say, well, you don't want your body to be destroyed. You want eternal life forever. But I actually kind of have a sympathy towards that question. I kind of agree. An atheist, sorry, I shouldn't say an atheist. A non-believer of any variety could say, okay, so I would rather be destroyed than worship your God forever. In fact, it would be so much better just to be destroyed, and bam, I'll have pure nothingness. I'll be as I was before I was born.
Well, that's better than eternal damnation in hell, I would think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
considerably.
Right now, I would actually think hell is the better doctrine to believe on a moral issue, though. And I'll give an example. Let's say one knows that God will just end up destroying you on the final day. And you reason, you know what, as long as I'm still alive, I could get some pervosity. I could just imagine any kind of vile thing a person could possibly accomplish. They commit suicide or some similar action. And then the final thing would be destruction, and then their life ends. Like even a temporary stay in hell and punishment, and then dying off. They could still will hard enough that doesn't bother them and get in their way. Whereas I think whereas if you have hell, which is eternal and punishment, there's a bit of I'm trying to remember the word here. There is some prevention there. There is I'm trying to remember the word. It's something that prevents you from committing the crime because of the possible punishments. It's skipping my mind. That factor is there, and I do have a sympathy towards it. Another problem is, like, if one reasons that God is eternally good, and any kind of evil in the face of God or in the face of moral knowledge, it is really no matter how temporary, it's still a transgression against infinite goodness itself. Infinite goodness just being God understood through a moral lens. And I think that requires proportional punishment, which is itself infinite in nature too. So ultimately, I find the doctrine of hell, in terms of just natural theology and reflection, to be more defensible than either annihilationism or universalism.
Morally speaking, or justifiable by the theology, by the Bible? Because I don't find it to be morally more justifiable at all. Actually, I find it to be the concept of hell to be kind of morally unjust, because I don't believe that you should be punished for an eternity for something that is finite. I mean, it's unimaginable to me that we only are on this planet for decades. Most people on the average 70 years is life expectancy, and that translates to an eternity of punishment. That is not fair or righteous in any stretch of my imagination. St.
Augustine actually has a brilliant response to this. He says, well, there are plenty of things which are only finite that take a much shorter time to break. So, for example, a bout of adultery. That's something that could take, well, in certain people's positions, 3.5 minutes. Maybe if you're very good, an hour, if you're willing to hold out. But that does something like destroys a whole friendship forever. Like, that's something you would want some kind of justice or recompense, or you could think
but people are forgiven that you said adultery, right?
Right. People.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't mean you should be punished by burning pain for committing adultery.
No, that's a different argument. Your argument is a finite crime deserves a proportional punishment in terms of what is committed. But Brock Turner was another example when.
Hold on, really quickly.
Wait. Just let me finish this point. Brock Turner, when he committed his father actually argued, look, he was in and out. It probably took like 10 minutes. Should he really get years of punishment for something that was so temporary in nature? Like, the point is, it's not about the quantity or the time that it took. It's about the quality.
Yeah, I can't buy into that at all.
It doesn't seem very.
Joe, what were you trying to say?
I guess Procter just deserves like 10 minutes in jail.
Can I offer?
Well, I think Joe was trying to say something. I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, real quick, Joe. What were you trying?
Yeah, the thing is, I don't understand why. I mean, if you're talking about quality of the, what is it? The quality of the punishment. How come? It seemed like you were willing to talk about duration in terms of a proportional punishment delved out for a crime, but when Steve brought up, fire and brimstone for that, you didn't want to consider that part. I'm interested in why that's not part of the quality of punishment versus the quality of the crime.
So what you're asking is, there should be a punishment, sure, but why is it to the extent of an eternal torture? Like brimstone and fire?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I don't believe that your body is going to literally burn. I think it's more of a psychological punishment. And
well, that's even worse. Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't know if it's worse, but it's not much better.
Well, the issue with it, yeah, I mean, I don't understand. I always was kind of perplexed by this response, because it seems to me like the Christian is still saying this is the worst punishment possible, right?
Yeah,
They're still getting the worst punishment.
Again,
so irrespective.
I just want
to. Irrespective of whether or not it's like.
Because it's I think the answer would still be the same. The end result is the worst punishment results from the worst. Because the worst punishment results because the crime is still against the greatest being, like that. That's how it results. It's a matter of
I don't see how that,
as well as duration too.
Because of his greatness, that justifies the punishment. I don't see how that can't be like.
Well, think about it this way.
I can't see why that's not analogous to might makes right.
Think about it this way: if you go and you rob somebody on the street, right? You'll probably go and say, for example, you rob some random guy on the street, Joe, and you'll probably get like a couple months, maybe a couple weeks in jail. You beat up a cop, you get a couple years. If you go and you try and beat up the president, you'll get shot and killed. So I mean, how much more of a punishment would you get if you commit a crime against somebody greater than the president, like God?
Well,
do you understand my point?
It should be a matter of might makes right. But here's the thing: when you're looking at when you're understanding things from the perspective of humans, humans get their power extrinsically. It's something they more or less earn, whereas God has his greatness intrinsically. It's a matter of him being, by his very nature and essence, the greatest being, or goodness itself. There's a difference. So that's where it is.
But you know where I would, what the response to that is, though. I mean, it sounds like the naturalistic fallacy. Because he's good,
right?
He ought to have this ability to punish us. That doesn't.
Well, no. Because it doesn't mean. So it means, in response to the whole naturalistic fallacy, I'm not stating that God is, that God is the good in terms of him. I'm not saying it's just a matter of definition. So the naturalistic fallacy is poking at it through an analytic bent, whereas I'm understanding God as being that which none greater can exist. It's more of a synthetic a priori, less of an analytic a priori. I think more is operating under the notion that the person committing the naturalistic fallacy is just saying he's holding on to some kind of analytic synthetic distinction here that's very rigid and hard, whereas the Christian would say that God's goodness is known through some form of argumentation, which is a priori, where we're coming to some sort of synthetic.
And I think all this is, people are in the live feed real quick. These are all people's opinions. These are opinion-based positions, right? I mean, these are faith-based positions. I know people are asking, can any of the theists demonstrates reality? I'm going to answer for them and probably say no. I don't think Max would even probably say he could demonstrate what he's saying to be actually true. He could at best say this is what I believe the scriptures read and show why he believes that. And that discharges his burden of proof of why he believes that.
I
Fine.
think I actually could.
Well, Steve,
Wait, hang on,
this is-
Simon. Hang on, Simon. Wait, Max. You think you can actually demonstrate that hell is a real place?
Oh, well, in response to Joe, I could provide an argument for why God is the good as a matter of a synthetic a priori. But
Well, you would have to. Yeah, but can you demonstrate? Okay, but again, could you
I
demonstrate
have a
God's
response
existence?
to that, but that's not where they want the conversation to go.
Right.
Talk about this later, though, Matt.
We'll talk about it later. All right.
Joe versus Max, the final battle.
So in terms of how, like, its nature is taken as a matter of revelation, sure. I know it's of its existence because it's revealed to me, and because of the revelation of Christianity.
Oh, come on, that sounds like a Side 10 statement.
But, however, so I'm not saying it's been revealed to me in a way I can know for certain. I'm just saying I know this by way of revelation,
Okay.
and it's something I, as a believer, am privy to because of faith.
Okay.
But when I offer moral justifications and defenses, what I'm offering is just that: it's a defense. A defense is counter to an attack or a charge. So if somebody says hell can't be real because it's unjust, what I do in respect is give a defense and say, no, in fact, it's not only just, it's expected. So that's just what's going on here. I'm defending hell. I'm not proving hell.
Well, let me get to General and then Wyatt's been waiting too. So and then I'll get to Simon. So Wyatt, it's going to go Wyatt, General, Wyatt, and Simon. I will get to everybody. Everybody wants to talk about this. But before I do, you say something about revelation, and yet you form your epistemological belief systems based upon your Catholicism to some degree. And so you're saying that revelation has told you Catholicism would be the correct faith position as far as the basis for everything. But I think General would disagree with that because he's not Catholic, and he might say that he might have revelation that says something completely opposite, right?
And that's a dispute, and that's a whole other theological dispute me and him would have to get over, and which is not going to take up.
We can put the boxing gloves on. I don't mind. That'd be awesome. Since we're not going to have Ronnie and Drag do it, you guys,
I mean, the only person I've debated over the veracity of Catholicism would be G-man, and that wasn't
Yeah, I never. You know what? There's no such thing as a real debate with G-man. It really isn't. I mean, there's people educating him, and he's just throwing nonsense out. But anyways, General, go ahead real quick. I want you to time in. And I will get to Wyatt and then Simon.
Just a quick question before I say what I wanted to say. Did G-man say that we are in hell when you were in that hangout?
No, he didn't say that Earth was hell. No. He just said that hell, people are burning in hell now. You die, you go right to hell. You're already judged.
So hell is right now operating.
Correct.
Right now.
Yes, but I know. You know what? Okay. Again, I don't know if he actually believed that, or he was just backing his cousin, right? I mean, who knows with G-man? I never know what the hell he believes.
Oh, so Ken was saying that as well.
Ken wasn't saying it initially, yes, and then I had said I'd recognized that that's not how I learned it, and that's not what I read in the Bible, and I found biblical sources, and they're like, well, who are you going to trust, the biblical sources online, or like Ken here and the Bible? And I'm like, well, you guys are reading the Bible the same as me. I don't read it that way. The biblical sources that I'm citing don't read it that way. How do I differentiate between the two? It's still all faith.
It's always,
again, the Bible has so many contradictions. You could argue one position or another. That's the problem with the Bible. You can literally pick an argument with the Bible and probably find 2 or 3 different positions to argue from. Well, that's why it's been around for thousands of years, contested. Well, General, go ahead. General, go ahead. I got to get to Wyatt because Wyatt's been patiently waiting. So, General, what do you want to add on to this, and then I'll get to Wyatt and then Simon.
So basically, just to give a little bit of a caveat, John Stott, a famous theologian here in Australia, he's passed now, but he would be considered a solid theologian. He believed in annihilationism, and now the argument about say you live 70 years and then you compare that to eternity, in punishment in hell. Or even say if you were sinning for 20 years and you happen to die in a car crash at the age of 20, and then what? You're going to suffer for eternity. I think the photo that you're seeing me use, the Salvador Dali photo, the multidimensional nature of the cross. I think that's what's missing in these discussions. So I make the point that Jesus is atoning and sacrificing not in just our time domain. This is something much beyond, and hence this hell-heaven language. Interestingly, in Ephesians, Paul mentions it as up and down. So if you imagine the universe as a 10-dimensional flat plane, the up and down language would be trans-dimensional in relation to this existence. So if you're talking about an existence, and remember I mentioned resurrection bodies for both the righteous and unrighteous, well, a resurrection body is beyond the 10-dimensional universe, like the very nature of it. Therefore, you're talking about a place that accommodates that eternal language, something that we can't actually perceive fully in this life. Mm-hmm. So my response would be, look at the photo that I'm presenting as a key to unlock, well, in this case, what technically is hell, in relative to the proximity of God, and then what is heaven relative to the proximity of God.
Could you define hell as the furthest possible place you could be, relatively speaking? I mean, I don't believe the spatial dimensions that the Bible talks about, but you probably would. Yeah. That the hell would consist of being literally the farthest you could be away from a deity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but again, think multidimensional, and that's the only thing you need to think about. Yeah.
Wyatt, finally I'll get to you, Wyatt. I'm sorry. What do you have to chime in about?
So you guys were talking about an infinite punishment for a finite crime. Could you clarify that for a bit, for a minute, so I can gauge what you're actually talking about?
So I believe when somebody says it's unfair to punish someone for an eternity or an infinite duration for something they do in a finite amount of time, what they're saying is, look, punishments have to be proportional to the crime. Someone stealing candy doesn't deserve their hand chopped off. Likewise, just because none can now think of a crime that is so bad as to warrant an eternal amount of torture. None whatsoever. So it would be unjust for God to do just that with anyone who makes who breaks any kind of moral rule. No matter how bad. You can imagine things of genocidal proportions, then that's still not enough to warrant an infinite amount of torture. Maybe a finite amount of torture, but certainly not an infinite one.
Well, I mean, but aren't there some beliefs that doesn't matter the severity of the crime, sin. If I you use the term like the Lord's name in vain, that almost is the same sin as me committing adultery or murder in some religious beliefs. I mean, there are some the really hardcore evangelists I have been told that basically sin. There's no degrees of sin, and I've even argued to them, well, why does the Bible have a sin that's unforgivable, right? The blasphemy against the Holy Ghost would be unforgivable. So there obviously is degrees, but according to them, they say no, there's no degree of sin. One sin is comparable to any other. You assailed against God and you crossed Him, and therefore it doesn't matter to what degree you do it. It all has the same punishment. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from with that.
Okay. Why do you subscribe to that kind of position?
I subscribe to a position. I'm a Calvinist, and there's a doctrine of Calvinism called total depravity, which basically we are by nature sinners. So, what does that mean? That means that, in a sense, that we've broken almost every single law that there is.
That's not what
total depravity. Even if you don't do anything, according to the Catholic, you're depraved.
That's not the doctrine of total depravity. The doctrine of total depravity states, without the grace of God, no one is able to do anything which is good in their own accord.
Right.
It's only by the nature of God you can do good.
It's only by the grace of God that one can do any good. Even a non-believer who does something good.
That's kind of what Wyatt said, though. I mean, he just said he said it in a roundabout way, but without the grace of God, all we would be doing would be evil, or because that's our nature.
All right, I didn't hear that part.
So that's kind of what you said, Wyatt. I mean, there's two different ways of stating the same thing. I think
that does deserve. So this is not a finite crime if all we do is evil, 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 without any reconciliation. to change us, right? So that does deserve an infinite punishment in my eyes.
You know what? I'll never be able to agree with that, though. I personally, I mean, look at it. When G-Man once said, you know what, he was going to be happy when he's up there in heaven looking down at people burning in hell, because he's such a narcissist, and he's also, I think, a little bit of a sadist, to say something like that, because the argument would be very simple. You know, I don't want my daughter ever burning in hell. I would never look down and say, oh my goodness, you know, the God is so just because my daughter's burning in hell, and yet Vekel and G-Man are fine with that. They're like, you know what, I wouldn't be happy about it, but it's just and it's righteous. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That is not a type of deity I would believe in. Now, I'm not saying that deity doesn't exist, but it's not a deity that I really would make sense to me to worship.
Right.
But that's just me.
Okay. In response, you believe that Brock Turner deserves like 10 minutes of punishment for just committing his 10-minute crime, or maybe even a day's worth of punishment just for committing his crime, or do you believe that? Do you believe that it should actually be as?
Well, he was only in for a couple months, right?
Ideally, I would have liked to see him there for years for the crime of rape, but
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the story, but I mean, what do you think? I mean, are you saying because it was only a 10-minute sexual assault, he should only get 10 minutes? Is that what you're arguing?
No, I'm saying
wasn't even that. I don't think, was it?
No. I'm saying that's what your reasoning would imply here, because if finite crimes only deserve finite punishments, why not just go, well, 10-minute crimes only deserve 10-minute punishments?
No, because I don't think it's proportional like that. You're trying to make a direct proportionality, saying you've done something wrong for this amount of time. I mean, it's like it takes me actually I saw a microsecond actually to pull a trigger and kill somebody, right? But does that mean that I should only get a microsecond worth of punishment?
No, you shouldn't. That's my point exactly.
But that doesn't mean it should be eternal. Now, I understand a person can make the argument, and it's a good argument, that the death penalty is a eternal punishment in some ways. I get that. There's an argument to be made there, but it really isn't an eternal punishment because a person, is no longer living, but they're not suffering anymore, right? In a secular sense.
Steve, in defense of what G-Man said when he said.
You're gonna defend G-Man? This will be good. Timestamp.
To be fair, I'm defending G-Man right now. This is really.
In all fairness to G-Man, not.
A stop clock is right twice a day. White, I think that's what you're going for.
So when he said that he would be happy seeing all these people in hell, so to speak, here's the thing. Whatever God does with an eternal soul, He is just in doing that thing to the eternal soul. Why?
That's by fiat. You're just saying that because you think God is eternally good. Therefore, whatever He does is good.
Well, here's the thing. Remember what Romans 9 says. God made some vessels unto honor and some vessels unto dishonor. Also, it also says, "Who are we to question God?"
Wyatt, I don't think appealing to Scripture is convincing for anyone who doesn't accept Scripture as authoritative.
It's a little circular.
Well, this is why I was trying to bring it more into why arguments for it being reasonable. You're saying a 10-minute crime could potentially be justified with 10 minutes of punishment. Well, potentially so, but the reason why I'm trying to see it is by putting something as an eternal punishment, is that to leave it as a thought, maybe as so that other people aren't as inclined to sin because there is a punishment at the end of the road and it's more of a deterrent? Or
that's actually the word I was looking for earlier on. Yes, the eternal nature would as one benefit have a deterrency to it.
So when you commit a crime of such a crime that's going to leave you in hell, that soul is just ended. You will never be forgiven for this crime that you have done. You will just always be punished as a source of a symbol, basically, that, well, you're going to turn out like this guy if you commit this act.
So people who are in hell are by nature unrepentant, or would be repented by nature. They're people who knowingly sin against God and knowingly continue to sin against God and persist in sinning against God. No one is there by accident, and it's kind of like Dante's Inferno, where Dante just enters into hell. It's easy for him; he just walks right through the front door.
That's a great story, by the way. If anybody hasn't read it, it's actually one of my favorite reads.
The
It's been a
Inferno.
long time since I read it, but it's a really good story.
Well,
It's every
but Max,
Even if you're not,
what
even if you're not in
you're-
theology, this is a really good story.
Max, what you're saying? Sorry, what you're saying very quickly, Max, is anyone that's in hell is someone that is inclined to sin against God. They are eternally going to be sinning against God. That's what I've got from you anyway. But under that, I can't see anyone going to hell. Like I can't think of
And
anyone
that's
at all.
That's actually why various Catholic theologians have jumped on the train to what's been called the possible universalism or hopeful universalism. Now, for what I understand, I think that there are people who hold themselves in such a high regard they would continue to just bask in that punishment. They would know what's coming. They go through it. They would much rather be in that particular state than in heaven. I think there is some. I think there are people who are that vile to a certain extent.
Well, Max,
you're actually,
'cause I think we'd be stuck on this. One second. I think we'd be stuck on this for a while. But I'm quite curious, and this is a wee bit off topic. But where would you stand on something like the death penalty? Something that is just at the end of that person's life is ended to be a deterrent, and that is it.
So there are three circumstances in which I think the death penalty is justified. One, treason to your country. You bear state. If you're in a position where you're tried for treason, where you are found treasonous, you have state secrets. You are as you live, you are a danger to your country. And I think in terms of defense of the general society, you have there's every justification for your life to be ended. Just like if someone was attempting to come and kill you and you took someone else's life for the defense of your own. Two other circumstances are serial murderers and serial rapists. These are people who, in my estimation, as they live, also have a condition where they are just hurting people and they have no regard for the lives of others, because not only have they done it once but multiple times.
So sociopaths that are serial killers that are just
serial killers or serial rapists.
I mean, I'm on the same page as
word
you for the most part. That's how I kind of accept it too. But that's a whole capital punishment. We could talk. I mean, that's good. It's a whole different argument because people really have pros and cons on it.
Well, I mean, in terms of how we understand them as mentally ill, the difference between someone who's mentally ill and somebody who just rationally does something with any disregard for any other person would be to how much control they have over that action. And I do believe that there are people who do have a certain extent of control over their actions who do commit these crimes, whether it's
Max,
rape.
I know. I'm sorry. We'll be talking for this for a long time, and I need to go very shortly. But it was more the question that I was wanting to get asked was: do you think a life should be taken as a deterrent measure? When we come to the, because you're justifying it in the sense that we're ending this person's life because they're a harm to society, they're a potential harm. They could cause potential impact on the people around them. They might cause something like this again. I want you to try and think of it as the person will never commit an act of this atrocity again.
All right. In terms of so if someone could show, if someone would show, there is a bit of debate on that whether the death penalty works as a deterrent. But if someone was to show me conclusively that it would, I would argue for the death penalty under those circumstances too. I just don't have the sociological evidence to back it up in that regard.
Yeah, I mean the arguments are out there that it doesn't really have much of a deterrence, and there's some truth to that. However, to say there's no deterrent to it, that I couldn't believe that. There is some deterrence.
Actually, Steve, if you look at the evidence for the states where the death penalty is, this is a whole different argument, but yeah, there's very.
It's imperative to the crime, though, right? I mean, people that are doing assault, right? They arm, rob a liquor store. They're less likely to kill somebody because of a deterrent factor. But if they've already killed somebody, then yes, and it doesn't have any. For example, if I have a prisoner that's already has life imprisonment, or just even worse, already death row, and they get out and escape, yeah, then at that point it's not a deterrent anymore, and they have to look at all those different factors. Because they're saying, well, it's not a deterrent to crime. Well, in a way, it is in certain cases for certain crimes. It's not a sweeping thing.
And
the argument has to be made, though, that on the other hand, people can see it as less of a deterrent than something like life imprisonment, because if you're caught for this crime and you're going to get capital punishment, you're like, oh well, if I get caught, that's I'm going to get taken out. I'm not going to have to pay for this crime, so there's no punishment if I do get caught. It's worth the risk, and that argument has been made, and this is the argument that's sort of been shown, where the people that argue that, well, capital punishment doesn't really have a impact that is such of a deterrent. And there's been no evidence to show that it has a deterrent at all in any of these states.
That's not true. There is evidence. There's some deterrence. But I think Max is arguing. Max, you're arguing more of a retributive justice, right? Where you have a proportionate amount of punishment to scale with the crime, right?
In terms of
which does lead to a deterrence of some sorts.
Right. So
because it's not just all retribution.
Oh, in terms of the death penalty.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Under the death penalty, yeah, it would be more under retributive justice, where I was defending it. Not like I said, deterrence is not something. The information to it, I'm not as familiar with. I do know, like you said, Steve, in some circumstances, it would be ridiculous to have the death penalty as a deterrent. Like, for example, you come home and you see your wife cheating, and you get so mad that you grab your gun and just shoot. Like, you're not putting any rational thought into that action. Like, that's what, second-degree murder?
No, actually, in Texas, it's legal. It actually is in Texas.
Serious?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It's called in Passion, He the Passion, that if you come home and you find your wife in bed with another man, you can shoot the son of a bitch, or congratulate him if you guys don't like it. If you like your wife, say, hey, she's all yours now. I'm done.
Apparently in
But anyways, let's get Floyd in here real quick. We migrated into territory I didn't want to get into. So let's go back to the whole hell discussion. If we made Floyd, what was your read on that from the Bible? Is hell current now, or people burning in hell now, or is that something later on?
Oh well, as far as the Bible goes, my position is the Bible doesn't offer a consistent eschatological view.
You look comfy, by the way. Sorry. You look all
in the Old Testament, you simply have the righteous and the wicked going to Sheol, and Sheol is just a murky place where dead people go. It can be described as like being at a Greyhound bus stop, waiting for a bus that will never come.
Well, isn't that what his picture showed? General's picture. I mean, he showed Jesus coming down there, and saints were down there, and so were the demons, because the door had smashed one of them.
Yeah, Sheol was a place for just for any human to go. And the Old Testament hope is perhaps the righteous will get out of there. Then you have different views of a resurrection, where in one view everyone is resurrected and then judged, where the righteous will be rewarded and the wicked will be punished. But in the Pauline epistles, you only have Christians being resurrected. Everyone else just remains dead. So there's no one view of eschatology in the Bible. That's my position. It's all over the place. As far as the doctrine of hell goes, it basically makes no sense. This God created our nature. If we're to say we're totally depraved, this God created us that way. Now, if you're going to appeal to Romans 9, yes, this God basically created us. He's a molder, and we're clay, and he simply made some people for his grace and other people for his wrath. he's
Well,
just
that would be
he's
Wyatt's
playing,
approach, right?
Yeah, he's playing toy army soldiers with humans, basically.
But that's Calvinist, isn't it?
Yeah, Calvinism.
Yeah. Romans 9 is a very Calvinistic
right. Okay.
Passage. But we read in Genesis that supposedly that this God created us in his own image, and he called that creation very good, knowing supposedly that this creation that he made in his own image, that he called very good, would be suffering in hell. This sounds absurd to me.
So he created man, he loved man, he saw that his creation was good, and then he's like, you know what? But they're still going to burn in hell because I made him to burn in hell.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
We're his puppets.
Well, notice it was very good. He didn't say perfect, right?
So we were imperfect beings that he created, and that makes we go to hell.
He created creation very good. He didn't create creation perfect.
Yeah, something he was proud of, right? So either he made a mistake, or he's very proud to send his creation, which he created their totally depraved nature. He was proud to create them that way, so he could send them to hell.
So there were a lot of things you said that I want to touch on. I think there's a bit more continuity in the Bible than that's led on in terms of Sheol being a place for the wicked and the righteous. Even Jesus's parable with Lazarus and the dead man, both Lazarus and the dead man are in Sheol. They're just in different segments, and they're separated by a wide chasm. And I believe even the fiery image is predated in the Old Testament too. In Deuteronomy 32:22, it says, "For a fire is kindled by my anger, and it burns down to the depths of Sheol, devours the earth, and its increase, and sets fire to the foundations of the mountains." So there is that in terms of Paul's eschatology. I can't really challenge you on that one. I'm not saying it's unchallengeable. I'm just saying the verses don't really come to mind, and I'd have to get into it. But in terms of how God creates humanity, we have God who creates human beings perfect. He said he creates creation as good when the Garden of Eden is created. In the garden, Adam and Eve are considered to have innocence until the fall of mankind. And at that point, that's when depravity is supposed to set in. And because God I believe the proper verse is, what man intends for evil, I will intend for good. So when evil is brought about, God allows it so that there is a greater good that can be brought out of it. So St. Augustine cites justice and mercy being two of these virtues. God has justice in damning the reprobate, or in allowing the reprobate to continue in their sins and damning them, whereas for glory, and he establishes mercy to the elect, which he elects individually. This is less Calvinistic and more Augustinian, but that would probably be the view I would push in defense of this. And in terms of how can he punish Adam and Eve for something they had no knowledge of, because of course they had no knowledge of good and evil, and they ate of the tree, and then came their punishment. If you look at the full action, the act of eating the tree was done without knowledge. But they did eat from it, and they did know that it was the wrong thing to do afterwards. However, it's not until they lied to God and blame one another, and they tried to push back the blame, where not only do they not only has the terrible action itself been committed, but what happens is we establish intent, and we establish deceit, and then the punishment is finally reconciled, where God says, okay, for this whole thing, I'm just going to kick you out, and I'm going to deal with you punishments. Women shall give terrible birth, and men shall till the soil and labor hard until their death. I think that would probably be my fairest reading. Romans 9, I would say, has more to do with why God has, if you read Romans, it's about why God has decided to work through the Gentiles and leave the Jews aside. It's more it's more of a notion of answering, hey, if Jesus is the Messiah, why haven't the Jews converted yet, as opposed to being salvific in nature. I think that would be my reading of the Book of Romans. I'm sorry if I'm just regurgitating all this to you. Ask me to retread, and I'll do my best.
I just want to ask Floyd, can you define image for me? Like what the meaning of image is in Genesis? And,
well, I think originally,
follow from that.
Well, I think originally it actually meant physical image, but Christians today will see it more as moral capacity or intellectual capacity, things like that, as opposed to physical image. But I think originally it actually meant physical image.
Okay, like some form of anthropomorphic. So
yeah,
this being is
a head, two arms, two legs. I think that's what it originally meant. But
okay.
yeah, over the years, the meaning of it changed just to be like intellect or moral capacity, things like that. More of a mental or spiritual image rather than a physical one.
Would you agree that the Genesis 1 human image, or just humans in general in that passage, that they are indeed having lives that constitute, eating, sleeping, multiplying, I would also argue death, that there's a sense of mortality, finiteness in the way of living in Genesis 1. Like if you were to isolate Genesis 2 onwards and just read Genesis 1 by itself, would you gather from the reading of the text that that's the case?
I don't think Genesis 1 really addresses whether man was created mortal or immortal. Seems like in the Genesis 2 and 3 story, the J story, man will stay immortal as long as they had access to the tree of life. Once they're restricted from the tree of life, that's when their mortality starts to take hold. Just like if you were depraved any food, right, you would last, I don't know, for maybe 2 weeks or so, and then you drop dead. Same thing here, where they're denied the tree of life, and then apparently Adam lives 900 years and then eventually dies. But it seems like the tree of life was actually keeping them alive. It was the ambrosia of the gods, so to speak. And once they ate the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Yahweh Elohim says, "Oh, they're like us now." Whoa, well, if they keep on eating from the tree of life, they're going to be, just like us, gods. Well, we can't have that. Now they have knowledge of the gods, and now they're going to be immortal because they have access to the tree of life. Well, we need to put an end to that. I think that the tree of knowledge of good and evil is really the knowledge. It's carnal knowledge, sexual knowledge. They basically learned how to reproduce. I see it as God basically created Adam just to be a caretaker of his garden, and then he created companions because basically Adam was lonely. But once he figured out, we can have sex and multiply. We're in trouble now. We're gonna have tons of these humans. We can't have that. So it's where mortality.
But what is God imagery in the ancient Near East?
What is God?
Why the depiction of God imagery? Yeah.
Well, if you look at the imagery of gods, they're basically superhuman beings, right? They're depicted as having human bodies.
There's And then so in the ancient Near East, especially if you look at contemporary ancient cosmologies, certain idyllic figures were created. So, for example, the ideal priest or the ideal king. In the Lost World Genesis 1, John Walton actually discusses Adam as a priestly figure, where Genesis 1 establishes God as creating the universe as his temple. God resting on the seventh day is God claiming domain of his temple in the way that ancient gods would claim domain of their own temples, except it's not limited to one thing or one element, like in Babylon, where there was a moon god, a sun god, etc. There was one God who was the one who ran the whole thing. So Eden, I believe, was established as that, and Adam, as the first man, is also the first priest as well. If it is to be a temple, because we have to understand that as right.
Is there a view that Eden is kind of like representative of the temple in Jerusalem?
Eden, well, yes.
Or maybe I get it backwards, that the temple represents Eden.
I think you could. It depends on how you look at it. If I was looking at it from a naturalist viewpoint, I'd say because the Jews were in exile in Babylon, this would have been kind of a rhetoric against the religion they would have been confronted with at the time. But regarding God making man in his own image, specifically Adam, I think it's a matter of function as opposed to matter or neurology. Like even Christians are like, oh, that just means they're conscious beings, but animals, like even in the Bible, that makes very little sense. So I think it's more. I think when God creates Adam in His image, I think that what that's to specify is Adam's role and function, as opposed to any kind of any more materialistic understanding of how Adam would look and feature. But I think.
Yeah, I take.
Go ahead, General.
I take the image view to be because it was heavily rooted in the Targum literature of the Memra, so that then later becomes Logos language, and so Clement of Alexandria even speaks about that image in this case is being made in the image of the Son. And then who in turn is in the image of the Father. Now, when you're speaking about the creation being that God, I'm trying to not put words in your mouth, but did you say that God creates a very good creation or a perfect creation?
He said,
but then
it was good.
He takes that and puts. No, I'm talking what Floyd said. So did Floyd say that God creates a perfect creation that then leads into hell? Is that what you said, or a very good creation?
No, I never used the word perfect. No, I'm just using the terms in Genesis 1, which was good, and at the end of all of his creation, he calls it very good. He never uses the word perfect.
And then this leads him to then throw his very good creation into hell.
Right. If he had foreknowledge of the nature of humans which he created, he would have made them destined for hell. So I'm going to design these beings to be totally depraved, right? And to be tempted by knowledge and all that. But that's what happens.
I mean, depraved language is a very Reformation way of talking. That there is no depraved connotations.
Well, I mean, you gotta look at different aspects of Christian theology and try to make sense out of it. I think in Genesis 2 and 3 and the J source creation story, I think we have a very anthropomorphic Zeus type God who says, where are you? After they eat from the fruit, I think he's literally saying, I don't know where you are. Where are you? Where Christian theology, it's just oh well, he's all knowing. So he's just saying like if your kid ate a cookie, you would say, did you eat that cookie? Knowing that he actually ate that cookie. But I think
But
in
is
the
the
original
garden?
story, he's a
Would
Zeus
you
like God
would you
who
call
actually
him?
can't recognize his creation, and because they're hiding, and and they're transformed, so to speak, when they eat that fruit.
If he was a Zeus-like figure, he'd be turning into a swan trying to have sex with them. Boyd, come on. Yeah, sorry, just a bit of mythology humor. But
I don't
I
don't think we should appeal to the Adam and Eve story at all to kind of make sense of why the world is as it is now. When Christians kind of appeal to the fall story, I kind of smirk, because I just don't think we can really reconcile it with nature, and I don't think it's reconcilable with evolution at all.
And that's the thing that you and General are going to have your debate on in the next month or so. Concordance. Is it a viable approach to, and not saying that evolution is true or not true, whatever. Nobody's arguing that. I think that because you guys both accept that, but I think it'd be really great to have the debate on, is the concordance approach a valid approach to interpreting the Bible? Would you agree?
Yeah. That's definitely one of the topics I want to cover. I think we had 3 topics. I think you listed 3
was
topics.
Was it 3 topics to choose from, or was it 3 topics to go through?
I don't know if you want to just do one out of the 3. I'm willing to address all 3 if you want. If if it's just a casual, if it's not a formal debate or a semi-formal debate, we could have it. So you wanted concordance approach to Genesis, the precise date of Jesus' birth, and I thought you had one more.
I think it was which is better, women with thick thighs or skinny thighs?
It was
that was Isaiah's debate. Never mind.
Yeah, Noah's flood was
Noah's
flood, worldwide or local. I think those were the 3 topics.
Hopefully, it's going to a good charity.
The one I'm least interested in.
No, it's going to my Patreon. If I have Floyd and General do the ultimate, smackdown with each other, because they're both, really well versed in biblical thing, and I have the utmost respect for both of them. So I know a lot of people would be willing to watch that. Yeah, that's it's my charity. Me.
Yeah, I think the precise day of Jesus' birth is least interesting out of the 3. I think.
I think it's really interesting.
I mean, I've heard
a challenge out there. If I can convince Steve to the actual hour Jesus was born and the way you can formulate that.
You corresponded to the Virgin and the position of the moon and the sun with the constellation, right? Of Libra, or what do you?
Yeah, I think it's quite far-fetched. I mean, I've read commentaries that try to prove that Jesus was actually born on December 25th, and it's just a lot of far-fetched ad hoc rationalization to get there.
You guys can address that too as part of your debate. That'd be awesome as well. Oh, hang on, I'll be right back.
I don't think the Bible is. I myself just don't believe the Bible's clear exactly what year he was born in. At least you couldn't get it. I think there was a year he was born, and I just don't think the scriptures are too clear exactly on when that happens. Like in terms of date wise, year wise. Like for what I know, it could be somewhere between 4 BC and 4 CE.
Yeah, I don't see how you can appeal to Revelation at all for any historical context on the earthly Jesus. I think it's more of a spiritual, supernatural Jesus. I don't think you can really get into any specifics of the historical Jesus in the Book of Revelation.
Steve,
it depends on how you take Revelation photos, whether done in the astral prophet or not.
I think the concordance approach, I think that's kind of like the most interesting topic out of the 3. Although I would like to address Noah's flood, because I think it's pretty clear that the Bible talks about a worldwide flood, and theologically it wouldn't make sense if it was just a local flood.
Can I ask Floyd a question, Steve? It's really off topic, but it's just going to be a simple one.
Mm-hmm.
Did you watch the Mythos debate between Ehrman and Price, and what did you make of it?
I have not watched it yet. I've read about it. I've listened to like the after show with Carrier and and few of the other ones. I mean, it kind of sounded like when I heard it was like a poorly. The format was very poor. It was like a really bad format. It seemed like I heard like Price really didn't take it that seriously. Where Ehrman in his debates, he goes in well prepared and he's really determined to win the debate and so forth. And Price was just kind of took a lackadaisical view of it. And like they only had like 10-minute openers. I heard.
That's
Yeah, I mean that sounds
Yeah,
pretty bad. I really wish Carrier debated Ehrman, but Ehrman hates Carrier, so it'll never happen.
To be fair, Carrier was a bit of a prick when he was dealing with Ehrman.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Carrier does come off as like a bratty little kid sometimes,
Price actually conducts, like in terms of writing, I have more respect for Price. He, like when you read him, he actually comes off just like any other biblical scholar. Carrier, on the other hand, I think I don't know why, but he comes across as being like the only man in the world with truth, like when you read him.
Yeah, he comes off, very like Sheldon Cooper in The Big Bang.
Yes, that's actually the best analogy.
Yeah. He comes in. Yeah, I mean, he's a very smart guy, and I take all his arguments with a grain of salt, but he knows a lot. He has a lot of good information. That's what I get from a lot of these books. I'm really not interested in their opinion. I can draw my own opinions. What I'm interested in is getting the facts, getting knowledge, getting information from them. If they have good arguments, I'll listen to them. But I'm really interested in just gathering the facts more than anything else. But I don't think it's any surprise. I do lean towards Christ mythicism. So when do I think Jesus was born? Never. I think I do lean towards a mythical Christ. If I had to pick any Christ figure, perhaps it was patterned after the teacher of righteousness of the Quran community, who died under Alexander and Jannaeus sometime around 100 BCE. That could have been perhaps maybe the original Jesus, but I think the Jesus character of the Gospels really got formed out of concepts around that time, like Philo's concepts and the view of a second Joshua, which Jesus is the name Jesus is a derivative of Joshua.
Were any of the Second Temple Jews even thinking about that? Like, did they even have such concepts?
Well, as Carrier points out, there were many different Jewish sects, and there were even disagreements like within the sects themselves. The Pharisees.
Could you name one that?
The Pharisees
were
arguing with themselves.
That actually had a Jesus figure in the 100 BC era.
Well, there was a concept of a second Joshua coming. Well, I mean, there were views in the Qumran community. That gave us the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, I actually covered this in our second debate, Max. I went over different views of the coming Messiah. The Qumran community actually had a view that there'd be two Messiahs coming. One would be a priestly Messiah, Messiah Ben Aaron. He would be a sacrificial martyr in battle as an atonement, and that would lead way to Messiah Ben David, who would be a victorious priestly king Messiah, which is kind of like the very common view of the Messiah. That, he'd be a victorious Messiah, defeating the enemy of Israel.
I found that one. That's actually
One second.
Go ahead.
Did you carefully catalog because the Qumran community is not ad hoc in their application of quote unquote the Messiah, because I mean even in the opening chapter of John, like when the high priest comes to John the Baptist, and I take the position that John the Baptist is and is seen. So they come to him and ask him, are you Elijah? Are you the prophet? Are you the Messiah? There's three different figures that, interestingly, the prophet and Messiah are actually one person. Because later in John, you see that. But in the Qumran community, you have the same differentiation leading up to the figure, and to them they called him the Melchizedek high priest of the divine council. And the
Which is
author of
found in
Hebrews
Hebrews.
takes that to applies it to Jesus.
Yeah, it's found in Hebrews as well, right?
I find it hard to believe that John the Baptist would have
Because
been
it's
Nicene.
based on Psalm 110.
I
And
find
also, interestingly, Leviticus 25 as well.
I find it hard to believe that he would have been a Nicene John the Baptist, considering he was in the Bible portrayed as the son of Zachariah, or Zacharias, who himself was a temple priest, which would mean he was most likely a Levite and also a Sadducee.
Oh, I meant in the sense of when John, either when John was growing up, he involved himself in an Essene-like sect that, because obviously the Qumran community died off much earlier, but there could have been a shadow group under the same theological framework, or his father had a long line tradition associated with the original Essenes. It's one of the two.
Yeah, here's a slide from my debate on the differing views of the Messiah. There was one view which was this Messiah ben David, which would be basically a conquering king who would defeat the enemies of Israel, and that would bring on the Messianic age. And then the Northerners had no interest in a Davidic dynasty, but a prophet like Moses, or even a second coming of Joshua, who would be the restorer. Basically the North, which was the former kingdom of Israel, they didn't like Judah. They weren't into the Davidic dynasty at all, so they weren't interested in any Davidic king. Then there was two Messiah view. There was a prophet, Messiah ben Aaron, and then Messiah ben Israel. And then rabbinic views was a Messiah ben Joseph and a Messiah ben David. Again, Joseph would be the priestly sacrifice, atoning sacrifice, which would give way to the victorious Messiah ben David. And there's a mention of the four craftsmen, which is Elijah, which would be the return of Elijah, followed by Messiah ben Joseph, who would be the sacrificial atonement Messiah, which would give way to Messiah ben David, which would bring on the Messianic age. And during that Messianic age, it would be the righteous priest who basically would take care of the newly restored temple. And then also there was a view of no Messiah at all. Basically the zealots or the Rakia, not Rakia, I forget the term. It was an offshoot of the zealots. Anyway, they weren't interested. They weren't interested in any future Messiah at all. They basically just wanted God to rule over them, and they'd bring back like the judges.
I always find it hilarious. I always find it hilarious when Reza Aslan pushes the zealot.
Sikari, there he is. Sikari.
I always find it funny when Reza Aslan pushes the Jesus zealot thesis, unwittingly that zealots didn't really push for a Messiah, whereas Jesus was considered by and large to be a messianic figure. But about the Qumran community, I find it hard to believe that this would be the inspiration for Jesus as well, considering his movement was more pharisaical, whereas the Qumran community was more of an Essene community. Granted, there might have been sharing at the time, but it seems they were a little closer to the zealots even, because one of his, I believe, one of his followers was also a zealot as well. So I find it hard to believe that Jesus would have had his association with the Qumran. At least would have espoused those viewpoints.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There's all these different views of the historical Jesus. You know, all these scholars say, oh, Jesus was a rabbinic reformer. He was an apocalyptic preacher. He was a Essene. He was a Pharisee. He was a Jewish rebel. He was a zealot. He was a zealot who basically just tried to overthrow the temple, and that's why he was crucified. There's all these different views of who the historical Jesus was, and all these views of when he was born, when he died. You had him die under 100 BCE, or even another church father said he died under Claudius in the 50 CEs. It's will the real Jesus please stand up? It's just all over the board.
Well, I mean, this just goes to what data one wants to use. Mainly, it's like it seems most Jesus scholars, from what I see, take the data they say, okay, this essence right here is the historical Jesus, and everything else that the church made up later. But in terms of understanding it through the sources we might most understand or think would have been the most accurate, it seems like they would have been Mark at all the Gospels and Paul. But Mark and Paul portray a fairly pharisaical Jesus. So I think one would be more justified going in those sources. Like the one who would most likely come across as an Essene would probably be in the Gospel of John. But if you're serious about being a critical scholar, you'd probably not look to John too much for historical information. And about people seeing all these different images of Jesus they'd like to see. Maybe he was just the Son of God. That's just a joke there. But
I actually read one book that tried to claim that Jesus was a homosexual. It was pretty lame, though. I thought it was really bad.
Oh, I actually called in G-man's channel as a gay man and tried to push Jesus as homosexual. See how G-man would defend it. It was hysterical. I mean, what Jesus
Floyd,
was in
you should check out.
I think Thaddeus is trying to jump in.
I recommend
real quick.
I recommend a resource for you by Arnold Fruchtenbaum. He's a Hasidic Jew, titled Messianic Christology, and also another one, The Rabbinic Messiah, by Tom Huckle. That the introduction is given by Tom Huckle. I'm just trying to get the author's work. Let me give you the links, because these are texts that are very good in the sense of they've gone through from Genesis all the way down to Luke, because Matthew, Mark, and Luke still constitute rabbinic literature and Second Temple literature. And the argument is that each. So, in fact, let me share my screen just to show you what it looks like. So, as you can see, just randomly, I've gone to Zechariah, and each specific passage in Zechariah, there's an entire commentary on, well, in this case, each verse. So, and then how it communicates the specific Messiah based on certain rabbinic points of view. So, for example, this one. So, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah and Rabbi Eliezer the Modite sat engaged. Like it goes into a lengthy, and this is from the Kahana. So, if you have this resource, based on what I'm seeing you on your PowerPoint slide, I think, because I know you guys, and it's fine, like I'm not, it's completely fine, the criticism is fine, but when you say that my approach is ad hoc, I think your slide is, to be honest, quite disparate. It's not, there's no consistent framework of, well, why did they view two messiahs in the Qumran community? Why did you leave out the Melchizedek context? Then there's the no Messiah concept. Like, just a quick, brief look at your slide. The criticisms you're providing would not fly in the face of, say, the material that I've been reading. And these are by non-Christians as well.
Well, there's different views. You know,
That's what
I'm
I'm
not
proposing.
arguing them. I'm just presenting the different views that different Jewish groups had. You know, I'm just a messenger here. I'm not supporting any of them. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the
You
methodology,
know, I'm just pointing out
the
there are many
methodology
different Jewish views at the time. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you know, the Jews they had this specific concept of this." No. There were many different
you're
Jewish
making,
groups with all
you're
different
giving
views.
a very false. You're providing a very false picture of how those Jews were thinking in relation to this ultimate Messiah figure. They all unanimously believe in an ultimate Messiah figure. The question was, who was this Messiah figure? And there's always been a failure on the part of, you do have imposters taking on that title. But the Jesus figure I've seen in the New Testament is the only one that actually fits every detail that's possible. That's why, for example, two powers in heaven theology fits perfectly in a Christian framework by Jews, by the way, not Gentile Christians, that then it became such a big movement theologically as well, because it was so consistent, that when the synagogues were losing membership, they considered heretical, and then it became highly reformed, and then that's where you get, hence the Talmud is so far removed from, because don't forget, Talmud is much later than Christianity. And then you have this myth-creating thing taking place, and then that's where the confusion comes in, because you can just, you can just read the Talmud and make connections, but then where's the chronology of all this data? And not only that, but the Talmud does mention things that contradict itself and argue against itself, because these are rabbis who had no firm foundation for themselves as well. So it's a big web of complex things you need to go through to
the
then
Talmud
make a systematic approach.
The Talmud is just basically commentary and debates on the Torah, right? You know, it's like the congressional record with Democrats and Republicans, debating and arguing and back and forth. The Talmud was the same way, and then even there's tradition, within Judaism of the oral Torah. So it's basically how they did government. Which is no different than any other government. A bunch of bureaucrats arguing of what things mean, how we should interpret the law. What should we make changes to the law? Can things changing under different changing circumstances and so forth. I find nothing remarkable about this, but it's they consider the Torah to be living, right? They didn't consider it like a dead relic of the past, but they considered it the living word of God. So you have people like Christians in the Qram community finding new esoteric viewpoints, from the Old Testament. Where like Matthew gets his prophecy claims from, which I think is this it's this Pesher exegesis going on there.
Can I just make a note at this point that
Matthew.
again, Joe, that before I forget, that we have a lot of different belief systems in here, and it's nice that we can all talk about it from different points of views and have a conversation. So when people saying that there's people stifling conversation out there about these things, it's not happening in here, and I need that to be noted, because when I was in Ken's room, when Antonio Fletcher and G-man came in, they were the ones that basically stagnated the conversation. So I would appreciate you guys be able to have these conversations, and I'm listening, and I don't know what the hell you're talking about, to be honest with you, but it's interesting.
It's about to going over my head too. So
yeah, I mean, it's just like some deep esoteric stuff, but it's great that we can have these conversations with people that are articulate and literate in these conversations from different theological viewpoints. when people are out there in the community being distractors, saying, "Oh well, nobody wants to, there's no real conversation going on because people are just yelling and screaming." That's not how it is in here. So I wanted to note that. So I'm enjoying this, but I have no idea what the hell you're talking
Maybe
about.
they want a conversation that's more accessible because not everybody even knows what this even is, right? Like,
I mean, Max might be the only person that really goes, "Yeah, I get this, yeah." But
I know.
Like say what you want about the whole evolution thing, but at least a lot of people can join in because they kind of have an idea of what it is. When it comes to stuff like this, it's like I don't even know what to say really.
I just go, yeah, yep, I believe that. Sure.
Now you guys know how I feel when you guys talk about science all the time.
Yeah, I can't mention Polonium Halos because somebody will be mad in the live feed because I can't mention Polonium Halos. But yeah, I know how people are like, "What the hell is Steve talking about?" I
think the consciousness made me really
consciousness, yes, because he scolded me, didn't he?
Yeah, Steve believes in halos, therefore he believes in angels, therefore he believes in the supernatural and God. So
ergo, I'm a theist now.
Yeah.
Etymology, Steve. You had to focus on the etymology.
You know what's funny is I actually, when I was in Ken's room, I actually took the position of a theist. I said, let's just say for the rest of the thing for arguendo, I'm going to take the position of a theist. And I still don't think he really was getting it, and that the arguments I was having was about him being a deceptive God, and I'm having a God that my particular God is honest, and his universe is what he makes it out to be the way to show truth. And so we have an old universe. We have a God that wants people to accept an old universe because that's reality. His God, being the young earth creation, is a deceptive God, making my God more powerful, at least in my opinion. But he wasn't understanding that argument. But anyways, continue on.
I think the only solution, Steve, is for all the atheists in this room, including Floyd, to partake in my Bible study, where we go through either my Ephesians or Revelation. Yeah. Nah, that's just a little tongue-in-cheek joke thing.
It would.
But
it would be nice maybe to have like a channel devoted particularly to Bible study, like not from any particular religious perspective, but like from a historically accessible perspective.
There's so many viewpoints on biblical things, though.
Actually, yeah.
It's like everybody has their own particular viewpoint.
But I think another good topic would be to debate whether or not evolution is compatible with biblical Christianity.
That actually is a pretty good one.
Well, that's kind of what you guys are going to be doing, isn't it? I mean, your concordance approach would be...
Yeah, I guess
general saying, like, "Hey, look, I read the Bible and I see evolution in it." Now, I don't know if I can go that far. I think, as much as I love General, I think he's reaching, but he makes make a good argument for it. All
I've been thinking.
Did thorns and thistles come about after humans fell? According to evolution theory, thorns and thistles would have existed millions of years even before humans came on the scene. Yet the Bible teaches thorns and thistles came about as a result of the fall.
Nah, just kind of said that's what would happen if you're working in the field. You had to work for harder in the soil and all that. It doesn't say that they weren't around back then. If you actually read that verse, it doesn't really say when they came into existence.
Yeah, it does say that the cursed is the ground because of you. God is not cursing the ground. It's kind of like saying, if you're just use an analogy, say you're a person that abuses, say, a car or something. So cursed is the engine because of you, because you're going to now abuse because of now the sin nature, or hence the fall. You're going to misapply, instead of divine counsel imagery in the garden, how to properly till the garden. Now you're going to be alone, and by yourself you're going to bring about insufficient means of agriculture, and hence thorns and thistles.
It's like going from one territory to another. And Eden is supposed to be an oasis of sorts. In fact, I think it is Hebrew for oasis, which would mean that everything else around them would be things like desert and barren land. And but for anyone who's curious as to what we're referencing, it's Genesis 3:17 to 3:18. Then to Adam he said, "Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and you have eaten from the tree which I commanded you, saying, you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. In toil you will eat of it in all the days of your life. Both thorns and thistles it shall grow for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your face you will eat bread, till you return to the ground, because from there you were taken, and from dust you shall return.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Haruan in the slide chat, I only just saw it. So the question is, General, I have a question about the supposed foreshadowing of Christ in the Old Testament. How do you square the fact that New Testament authors had misquoted some Old Testament verses to show how Christ is fulfilling the law? So let me first just say this. When a Christian says that the Old Testament prophesies about Jesus, and they go to specific passages like Isaiah 53 or Psalm 22, or all these passages all look Jesus in that. Well, if you were to ask, say, again, a Jew 200 years before Jesus, if you were to say, look, based on your Old Testament, what Messiah figure are you expecting? They would not say anything close to the Christian way of looking at it. So in fact, an example is in John 12, where you have people literally questioning what Jesus is saying, because Jesus is saying that the Son of Man will be lifted up. And yet the Jews were saying, well, what do you mean? Who's the Son of Man? Lifted up means to be killed. And so, or you're not only to be killed, but to be translated after death. But the Jews were looking at Isaiah 9 as the Messiah being forever alive in a government role. And hence they question him, well, what do you mean that he has to be lifted up? So how do we deal with this? Well, interestingly, Paul lays out the groundwork, and also Jesus himself. So when Jesus goes to Caesarea Philippi in Matthew 16, and that whole discussion, and in fact, Max will find this interesting because he's Catholic. The whole Peter is the rock typology that took place. Well, you see, Catholics have it wrong because they don't consider the actual thing that Jesus is getting at. When Jesus says, "Who do you say that I am?" and when Peter says, "Oh, you're the Son of the Blessed One, you're the Messiah," and then when Jesus says, "Oh, flesh and blood has not revealed this to you," that means Messiah talk and Messiah prophecy has been deliberately cryptic. It's been deliberately hidden for a certain purpose. And then Paul picks up on that in Corinthians, where he says if the divine powers, in this case Satan, if they knew the plan, in this case death on the cross, then the whole plan would just fall apart. Satan would not have gone the way he did, to basically kill Jesus. So what I'm getting at is Old Testament prophecies are in a mosaic form. So when Jesus at the end of Luke says, "Oh, it is written that the Messiah should rise from the dead after 3 days," and he says, "This is how it is written," you won't find that in the Old Testament. But when you take the Old Testament as a mosaic whole, where it was deliberately cryptically embedded in the text because of the divine things, because of the divine counsel that God himself doesn't actually trust, and believe it or not, you see that in the Old Testament, where it says that his own holy ones he keeps secrets from, so that they will not, pass on the knowledge. And Peter again mentions this in 1 Peter 1. So the misquoting of the Old Testament, I think it's not actually misquoting. There's patterns of recognition after the fact. Beforehand, there's no connections you can make because there's no example to make the connection. So it's remarkable that the connections can be made. That's a remarkable thing.
Well, it's typology of Jonah, right? I mean, it's even mentioned in the Gospels that Christ rising on the third day is a typology of the Jonah story. But again, it's this pesteresis Jesus. It's going back to the Old Testament and finding new esoteric meaning for the stories in it. So
in our debate we had over that issue, this is why I not only focused mostly on the New Testament, like it was done by design. The whole point was, look, there are all these different ways of interpreting prophecy or the data, but what matters is which one seems to have a more historically viable prediction and set after it. This is why I said, well, apparently the one you can lay most historical claim to, or the one that has the most historical veracity, would probably be the one Jesus is, in terms of fulfillment, is probably the one involving Jesus, and considering the success of the church, considering the way I proposed understanding Revelation. In fact, I believe the source I used, you kind of were a little taken by. I'm not saying you agreed with it. I'm saying I showed you the video, the Gentry one, and you seemed to say, wow, this is actually a very interesting way of looking at Revelation. I'm not sure if you came over to it.
Oh, yeah, I agreed with most of that. I agree that Revelation basically is just dealing with what's going on in the first century. The 666 is code for Neron Kaiser, which is Nero Caesar and so forth. I believe the Book of Revelation is just simply about what was going on during the late first century, and it's just a apocalyptic writing that deals with the suffering of the Christians at the time when they're being persecuted. Some people think,
by the way,
it actually refers to Domitian, who was seen as kind of like a second coming of Nero, because Nero became like the archetype of Antichrist, which probably previous archetype was Antiochus Epiphanes, described in the Book of Daniel.
There's also one could also make a.
I just wanted to say that. In a very just a example of what I'm getting at, but just before I get to this, I think Floyd, you'll find it fascinating. John could have been talking about a magic square in regards to 666, and there's archaeological evidence of 666 associated with Zeus, which then becomes associated with Baal, and then that whole Baal language. And hence 666 could mean, basically in a New Testament way, association with Baal. Not specifically, but then the interesting thing is Neron Kaiser or Nero, depending on whether it's 616 or 666. Even that does have a match, quite interestingly. And hence the suicide, I think it was it 62 AD? Or I don't know, some in the 60s, he commits suicide, and they thought that he escaped to the east, and hence the kings of the east language, that he returned back and be that antichrist figure.
Well, some people thought Domitian was the second coming of Nero.
There's by the way, just to address that verse, what did he say we got wrong being Catholics?
Everything. Sorry.
Yeah. So in terms of that, I believe the whole point of it is just that Peter is the one with the authority to both bind and loose, or as the Jews would have understood it, permit and forbid.
Is it true that the Revelations isn't the last? It was the last book placed in the Bible, but wasn't the last book written of all the
Revelation.
chapters?
I take
Revelation. It's singular, not plural.
Revelation. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, isn't the song Revelations by Iron Maiden?
The number of the beast is a human number. So
the number is 666.
So it's addressing. So it's saying it's a human number. So it addresses a human being.
Yeah.
Again, I agree with I think most mainstream scholars believe it is referring to Nero.
Floyd, do you think that's one of the greatest songs ever written, by the way? Or is that just me? Revelations by Iron Maiden off Peace of Mind.
Iron Maiden, yeah, Iron Maiden.
Yeah. Really? You're not an Iron Maiden fan? You know what? You've just lost so much stature in my eyes. Like, seriously.
The interesting thing about
Max likes Iron Maiden. Don't disappoint me, Max.
Interesting thing about the human number is that it's a classic Greek way of speaking human mathematics. So magic square would fit that description because magic square is based on, magic square math.
See, but how does this differ from numerology, man?
Yeah.
This is like one step away from numerology. I don't see. I don't go down this path. I don't know.
Yeah. When you go down here,
it wasn't getting all weird in that before.
I'm agreeing with Floyd on this one. It's in new territory for me, and me and Floyd don't usually agree on stuff. So I'll let you make that what you will.
Well, all I ask is if you guys can, I can show you.
Oh yeah, you can put forth the argument. Sure, absolutely. I mean, listen. Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you start getting into hyperbolic, sacred geometry of Richard C. Hoagland and hyperdimensional physics, I'm going to boot you. But no, just saying. Have you ever looked at some of his stuff? By the way?
But that would be fun.
Oh my goodness. Oh, have you guys looked at that? Do you guys know who Richard C. Hoagland is? He was the one that promoting the face on Mars and Sardinia for like the 70s and 80s, saying that look, there's aliens on Mars. And he had this thing called hyperdimensional physics that he used to try to explain it.
Yeah, hyperdimensional physics.
Trying to tell me that none of
only reason for
female or male energy. Seriously,
the only reason for the hyperdimensional physics was a spinning ball, and it's periodical, positionings as it travels in the air. I mean, are you kidding me? Like,
which what we do, but he was trying to make it into appear like it's some kind of mystical thing that these relationships for angels have some kind of huge spiritual relationship. It's like, no, that's just how it works.
Yeah,
it's based on the ecliptic.
I mean, it's yeah. But just quickly to finish up with Haruan, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Go ahead.
I'm just making sure in the side chat if you can say yes. Okay, good. Okay. So this is part of my Ephesians study. So I write here, if the plan of God for the Messiah's mission had been clear, the powers of darkness would never have killed Jesus. They would have known that his death, resurrection would be the key for redemption through his blood. So the Old Testament profile of the Messiah was deliberately veiled. And you get the gist of it. It's, when Jesus announced he was going to die in Jerusalem, Peter didn't say, "I know, I read that in my Bible." He couldn't read it in his Bible because there was no single verse with the idea. So here in this table on the right, this is what I call a Messianic profile, where you have this figure Adam, known as the Son of God, ruler king. He's a servant, he suffers, he's exiled and has death, and then lives on with God, but through a resurrection. It's contingent on a person that's promised. Then Israel, the nation, has the same exact pattern. It's Israel, Son of God, highest among the nations, all that. Moses fits that pattern as well. And then finally, there's that Omega point, there's that Omega Messiah that will culminate the human versions of that Messiah, the finite versions, and hence that Omega Messiah is God himself in human form. So he then comes down, and the promise of that ultimate resurrection that each were hoping for culminates in this particular person, in this case Jesus. So that's the pattern. So when you read the Old Testament, you start to see these parallel typologies, but you cannot then just ignore the context. So, for example, Isaiah 7 is not speaking about Jesus; it's speaking about Isaiah's son. you have to be careful, and you can't just, because then what will happen is someone like Floyd can just come across and say, yep, you're totally misapplying the text, and then I will have to agree with Floyd. I would have to say, yeah, Floyd's correct on that criticism.
Yeah, but Matthew's making the claim that it's a messianic prophecy. So I don't see how you can say what you're saying right now. I mean, Matthew is declaring that a messianic prophecy. I mean,
yeah, he is.
Yeah, so
because
how can you reject that if the Matthew gospel declares it a messianic prophecy? I don't see how you can just ignore that. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think Isaiah 7 is not a messianic prophecy at all. I think Matthew is simply totally is taking it out of context, and it doesn't apply to any Messiah. In fact, I think there's very little messianic prophecy at all found in the Bible.
Yeah, but then that's where I would then harken you back to Arnold Fruchtenbahn and how the rabbis, even before Jesus, how they were thinking about the passage. So it's prophecy is not like Greek way of thinking. You say a statement and then bang, it has to happen. To a Jew, prophecy is literally here's an event that's taken place, and it's kind of like the old saying, history repeats itself. That sort of way of thinking. So it's going to repeat itself in a totally, it's going to culminate in this person. That's how they were applying prophecy.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's Pesher exegesis. I recommend watching my presentation I had on Deeper in Dogma. It was, I think, episode 8. It's called, Did Jesus? I forget what it was called. Did Jesus fulfill Messianic prophecy? I go over all the topology, esoteric, Pesher exegesis, all that stuff.
I think Floyd's point, I think Floyd's point is getting at, look, these prophecies seem to be doing kind of a shuffle. At first, you can make a strong claim that Jesus is fulfilling a prophecy said to take place in the Old Testament, and when that's shown to be fairly dubious, people start into a shuffle where they treat it as more of an esoteric thing, which is unfalsifiable, and anything unfalsifiable isn't really worth trust. I think that's kind of the argument he's giving Floyd. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's just finding new meaning. Watch my presentation. The Crom community did the same thing with their teacher of righteousness. They basically thought, well, the Old Testament's not a dead relic. It's a living, breathing Word of God. So they crack it open and they start reading it, and they're saying, well, this stuff must apply to us. So and of course they're going to apply it to their leader, and Christians are applying it to their leader. It was again, it was a practice that was taking place during the time of Jesus.
I think a really good example of a legitimate, way of in prophecy, while not ignoring original context, is what Leslie McFall wrote back in 2009. The title of the paper is, "Do the 69 weeks of Daniel date the Messianic mission of Nehemiah or Jesus?" And a lot of Christians make the point that Daniel 9 is talking about Jesus, and they try and give a calculated date. The interesting thing is that he makes a very powerful argument that Daniel is actually talking about Nehemiah. And so you have this short-term and then long-term prophetic profile where Nehemiah fulfills Daniel 9, and then the pattern of that same fulfillment takes place in Jesus. And so I think this is an excellent article, Floyd, if you want to have a read.
Can I pose a question to Floyd and Max? You guys don't mind?
When did Nehemiah live?
He makes the point. In fact, let me reshare the screen again. So Nehemiah is after Daniel. Like, in fact, he's dating Daniel to the 6th century, so that's why he's. He makes a pretty powerful case for. In fact, he says that if you were to not have Nehemiah as part of this point of view, like because a lot of commentaries don't even recognize Nehemiah Daniel 9, that's why there's this criticism of Daniel being dated to the 2nd century.
Yeah, that's why I hold too. In fact,
Right.
yeah, if you want to know what my view of Daniel is, I give a presentation on Deeper in Dogma where I it's a 2-hour presentation just on Daniel 9.
I recommend this paper. I think you'll find this paper quite fascinating if you wanna have a read.
Yeah, I mean, I read tons of commentaries on Daniel 9.
Paper. It's not a.
Floyd's a real Bible geek.
This is proper Bible scholarship.
Not
your average commentary.
Yeah, if you can post a link to that, I'd like to read it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, Max, in general, can you point to me where in the Old Testament did Jesus interacted with human beings, or at what point was the first time did he interact with human beings?
I think so. I put forward the figure of the angel of the Lord. I think that was Jesus Christ pre-incarnate as interacting with people. In fact, in the Old Testament, you kind of see 3 figures in parallel to the Trinity: the Lord, the angel of the Lord, and the Spirit of the Lord. New Testament, Holy Spirit, Son, Father. And I think the angel of the Lord is that corollary. He's a figure who also receives worship from other people and figures within the Bible. Hagar even worships him. And to understand, either that is I could understand that there are non-Jews like Hagar worshiping beings, but when it's God's, when it's one of God's own creations, I think that creation would have probably said no, but that's not what we see. So I think the figure of the angel of the Lord would be an instance of that.
Yeah, Bart Ehrman actually brings that up in his book. I think it's called "How Jesus Became God." I believe he
Hey, I'm
talks
sorry.
about
I
the
just
angel
want
of
to
the
say
Lord.
something real quick. Sorry for interrupting your hangout, Steve. And this is to anybody in the live chat. Also, you guys know Chris from Hangouts. He's on a Skype call with a bunch of us, like 8 of us, whacking off with a butt plug up his ass. And so if anybody's interested in seeing that, add me on Skype, Godless9383, and I'll add you. Oh yeah, they were saying they wanted you to be in there, Wolf.
I don't know who he is.
I'll add you to the Skype call, Godless9383.
Okay, thank you for the public service announcement.
Sorry, Steve.
Why do they want me in there?
They want you to
that
see
was random.
They want you
Well,
to
hey,
see
at least it broke the boringness.
Oh, I heard.
Well, like I said, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, so I'm
Yeah,
out of this
Steve,
conversation.
only words
Is there something?
What's red?
was butt plug.
Is there
Who's
something?
Chris? Who's Chris?
That we should be knowing about why you should need that information? Are you not telling us something?
Yeah, you know what? Was that directed to me? Because I don't know. Did I need that information? I don't know.
Yeah,
was that to Max? Because I can understand
exactly.
that. But
So, is there anyone who now doubts the depravity of mankind after hearing that?
I don't know if that's depravity. To each his own, man. I don't judge.
I guess I'm needed.
That's individualism. Everybody's different, man.
Hey,
That
Wolf.
was not expected, but that's
Wolf,
okay.
let me just say something to Wolf here. Wolf, your mission, if you god damn it.
Wow.
I was gonna do your mission if you choose to accept it. Looks like he's already on it.
What are you doing? Going to check it out?
Apparently.
Either that or he just declined. Like, nope. Bye.
Yeah, he's like, nope, not gonna happen.
Okay, I'll go back to listening now.
It goes back to
what were we listening to? I'm not lying. I've so far lost the thread in this conversation that I don't even know where the hell we're at.
Floyd was talking about Ken's new book and the angel of the Lord figure, how man became God.
And then we went to butt plugs.
Then we went to butt plugs.
Okay.
Floyd, please, get back.
Sounds legit.
General, answer my question.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Oh, by the way, my Bible studies are at university, so during lunch hour we get to go for an hour.
Somebody wants to know, Max, why you have a poster of Jimmy Stevens. You got a picture of Jimmy Stevens there?
That's Dexter.
What's the difference?
Oh, reset my.
Oh, it is Dexter.
Because Sunday hangouts are flickering a lot, so I'll just be back in a sec.
Okay. By the way, Dexter was a great show. But I don't even spoilers, but the final episode was the dumbest thing I've ever watched in my life.
It was terrible. Yes,
it was horrible. The producers, I wanted to smack them. I do. I was like, you guys have taken a brilliant series and screwed it all to hell.
Dexter ended after season 5.
Yeah, well, the last season wasn't the best, and it usually, like, you could tell when a show's about to jump the shark or is about to get canceled because the last season usually sucks. Like, for example, I'm watching NCIS, and you know, it's this last season, it's just going downhill. It's just, you know, I think it's away from most shows. By the way, I got a trivia question. Let's get away from the Bible for a little while. I think we've got to beat this shit to death. Do you guys know why they call it jumping the shark? Does anybody know? I do, but I'm just saying. What is it, Floyd?
Yeah, when Fonzie.
Yes. Go ahead, Floyd. What happened with Fonzie? Yes.
Well, yeah. It marks when a series goes downhill, and in Happy Days, that's when Fonzie jumped. There was he was in water skis, and he went over a ramp. It was that was right over a isolated area where sharks were.
Exactly. I just wondered if that was a trivia most people would know.
Yeah, well, if you're a Howard Stern fan, you would know that because John Hine, who created the term "jump the shark," works on the Howard Stern show.
It's like when Brady Bunch brought in cousin Oliver, who, by the way, I didn't know. He actually lived not far from me. We actually went to the same school in Winnetka, and he lived in like Sherman Oaks, and then he was in Northridge, and he actually was at my grade school. But
has anyone else been finding Howard Stern to be getting a little more conservative lately?
I don't even follow him, to be honest.
Oh yeah. He's more PC and he's more celebrity friendly than before. Yeah, if you could say he jumped a shark, I would say he jumped a shark because like he had Arnold Schwarzenegger on recently. You know, and this is after Arnold Schwarzenegger, the scandal of him getting his maid pregnant and stuff like that, and Arnold actually brought it up, and Howard just glossed over it. Where in the past, like Howard would want to know the details of the first time he had sex with his maid and stuff like that. He and Arnold wouldn't even go on the show because he would know.
That's like real life jumping the shark, It's like
I would have
art imitating life.
I would have expected Stern to be all like, "Tell me, did you ever discuss shoving tacos up your ass with her? Come on, let's get into the details."
Yeah. I mean, he would ask questions like that in the past, but he doesn't anymore. Well, because of that, he's able to get more celebrities on his show, like him.
Yeah, he went from shock to more mainstream, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't listened to him before, so.
He also, I also get a feeling that he's been more supportive of Donald Trump. Like some of his, like he's really had it in for the social justice warrior scene as well.
Well, he was a big Hillary supporter, but yeah, he didn't criticize Trump at all. Where in the past, because his whole philosophy was, he just speaks whatever's in his mind. He's uninhibited. Whatever he's thinking, he just blurts it out. But in the past, he would be bad-mouthing Trump left and right because he's a strong Hillary supporter. But yeah, during this election, he didn't bad-mouth Trump at all. I think they're friendly with each other, and Trump's been on his show multiple times. In fact, he hit Trump on in the past, where he kind of bragged about what a misogynist Trump was. I remember on this Channel 9 show, on the WOR show, he had Trump on, and Howard had a board of all the women that Trump slept with, and he had Trump number them of who was the best lay, to the worst, and Trump had to arrange, the name of who was,
Which year
best.
was this in?
And how high did Ivanka place?
I'm not even sure who's on there, but I think Stephanie Seymour was up there and stuff like that. This was Howard Stern's
Ivanka's pretty hot,
morning show.
actually.
He used to compete with Saturday Night Live. He used to beat Saturday Night Live in the ratings, actually, at the time.
You guys think Ivanka's hot?
I do, yes.
Okay, good. She's hot. She's rich, and she's she's extremely successful. I mean, that chick's got it going on, man. Can you imagine being her boyfriend? I mean, I think she's engaged, but maybe she's even married now. But I mean, can you imagine being her? I mean,
oh boy,
yeah, the scrutiny you'd be under.
Who's
well,
this?
yeah, she's out of your league, Red. So you wouldn't even have to worry about that. That's just a hypothetical
a lot of people are out of, or I'm out of, yeah. No.
Yeah.
If she isn't willing to deal with a guy who wears a paper bag over his head, she's out of your league.
Girl's got to have a standard.
No,
yeah, she's married now. Yeah, she married some producer or something, didn't she?
In all fairness, motherfuckers, I've upgraded from the paper bag.
It's plastic. Because you really want to have a plastic bag over your head. That makes sense. Safety first. Like
no. It's not plastic. Now it's like one of those suit of armor helmets, but instead of me actually having the option of opening it, it's welded by.
Just make sure you use the same one, because if not, they charge you 10 cents now.
Well, my helmet is welded by law.
Okay.
My face became illegal in 15 U.S. states, now including Florida.
It's like the man who wore the iron mask.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it worked out well for Armored Skeptic. Could work out for you too.
Oh no, Armored Skeptic has a much sexier voice than mine.
He does.
He's
got
true.
a really awesome voice. What is this thing with people and their awesome voices? General has an awesome voice. Like I was saying before, I get to sit there and drink some hot cocoa by a fire and listen to him read A Tale of Two Cities and be like very happy. He's not quite Morgan Freeman, but it is.
That's it.
And I'm only and Steve, can you imagine? I'm only 28. 28.
Keep pointing that out. It's like what did you say? I'm too young for you, Steve.
I'm just looking forward to the day where I can speak as if I wasn't a junior high student.
You're high. Well, Max, you have a little more high pitched voice than General does. Right?
Very high pitched voice.
Your timbre is quite a bit higher.
I sound like
I didn't speak like a junior high student.
By the time I turn 50, I think I'll really be low decibel range.
Red, you're getting stepped on. What were you saying? Reds?
Oh, me? I have a voice as if I'm 17. The fuck you all are complaining about?
No, I don't know about that. I think your voice sounds a little bit older than that.
You honestly sound like you're in your early 20s.
You have a much more soothing voice than your face would have. Just by looking at you, I wouldn't expect such a nice
honestly,
voice.
nails on a chalkboard would be more soothing than looking at my face. Okay, that's not really much of a compliment, Steve.
That's true. Well, I don't give you much of compliments.
No.
How would I give you a compliment? Shit.
No, you don't. You don't give very many compliments, but you do give really good hand jobs.
Yeah, well, all have our talents, right?
There you go. Oh yeah, but
enough practice, you can come good at it too.
Oh yeah, by the way, Steve, I need one of you or your California buddies to work with me here, because we've hit an issue on the trip with me going to California.
What's that? By the way, this is the part of the broadcast that everything goes downhill. Deal with it. So go ahead.
Okay.
We have an intellectual conversation, and it just goes to shit. So that's good. Kind of balance.
We've hit an issue with me going to California.
What's the matter?
Okay,
you don't know where it's at? Did you get lost?
No. I know where it's at. Fuck you.
Compasses. If not, we can get Antonio Superrats to explain to you compass.
Unlike Antonio Superrats, I actually know how to read a compass.
Oh, okay.
And I know how GPS works.
So, West, sorry.
And I also know when it becomes daytime and nighttime. So here's the thing. After driving from here to New York to back again, I realized that California is really fucking far.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to drive there. Instead, I'm just going to do the pussy route and fly.
Okay.
So I need one of you fuckheads to pick me up at the airport. So I need one of you to be brave enough to be the first to gaze upon my hideously ugly mug.
See, I'm not that far from Ontario. The problem is I don't have. I'm not going to lie. My tags are expired, and I have no insurance. Financial reasons. So I haven't been driving. Matter of fact, I've been getting rides. It's actually been pretty crappy, but if by then I can weasel my way to getting some money from my mom because I needed to help her move, my mom might be able to give me, buy my tags for me so I can help her move because she's a lot of the situation with my mom, so I don't want to get into that. But by then, hopefully I will. And yeah, I'd be happy to pick you up from Ontario Airport.
Uber, bitch.
Well, I could Uber it, but then I'm going to be stuck with a creepy guy that I don't know.
But are you going to rent a car, or you just want me to drive you around? Because I don't mind if I have tags by then.
Well, that depends on the price of flights. See, they don't actually give me the prices of flights if it's so far in advance. So that means that I'm going to have to play it by ear.
Because it's not that much more to get a car rental with a flight. When I used to travel, I found the car rental was pretty good.
Yeah, so I might just end up renting a car, but if I can avoid it, I will. Not because I don't have the money, which I do. It's because I'm a cheap fuck, and you all know this.
Well, what time frame are you looking at?
Maybe sometime, because I am going to head back to New York in the summer, but I will be heading to California first. So I want to be able to meet up with you, Jackie, Sam, Jade, as well as meet up with Captain Osimo, and basically travel around. And so I'm thinking sometime like in April, May.
Okay, that's plenty of time. I mean, I have to get my license renewed this year too, so that's another thing. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Sweet. And after that, have a good time, kick some ass, and then fly my sorry ass back. Maybe stay there for like 2 weeks. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, because I think that you probably could stay up there with Kevin and.
Yeah, they've already offered. Jackie was more than welcoming and saying, "You can stay with us. Stay with us. We can be like brothers and share the same bathroom."
Yeah, and that's not too far from Bash, right? He's up there right now, isn't he? So I mean, if you're going to do this experiment at that reservoir and near Big Bear, then that would be optimal.
Exactly. Yeah. And oh no, it's not Bash I'm meeting. Bash is in Australia.
I'm sorry, not Matt. Geist View. Yeah,
Geist View. Yes.
Yeah, what's the difference? Geist View, Bash, same thing.
Yeah, both of them are cunts. So with meeting up with Geist, he's also supposed to give me a tour and possibly get my foot in the door with NASA because that would be nice.
Everybody's like, "Oh, this thing got killed." Yeah, I talk about Bible so much. Gotta leave something for another day, right? I guess.
Especially when you go on that route, there's only so much of it I can take.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to them, but it's just I'm kind of getting lost.
Yeah,
so, whatever. I mean, if you guys want to continue on in general, I'm cool with it. I mean, do what you want. I was kind of hoping that Apologia would join us. He was in live feed for a few minutes, but I was hoping he'd drop in. So he's listening. Apologia, drop in. I just tweeted him. If you guys haven't known Apologia yet, he's actually making some really good videos, high-end content.
Does he call himself Apologia or Apologia?
I thought it was Apologia. I haven't heard him. I don't know.
Apologia is a different... Yeah, because Apologia, they're an apologist group I know of that creates presuppositionalist apologetics from a Reformed perspective. They defend things like younger creationism and a more literal understanding of the Bible itself.
Yeah, I'm going to ask him. I'm going to have him in the hangout eventually, so I'll ask him how he pronounces it. But he does a lot of good work about disproving Hovind, which, of course, we all know by now isn't that much of a challenge these days because of the internet.
Remember the Sci-Strike hangout?
That was awesome.
I mean,
I enjoyed that. I really did.
I don't usually get into evolution, but when you have people that don't understand, I mean, I am not into evolution. Although I at least understand the basics. Those fuckheads didn't understand the basics, and neither does Hovind.
Yeah, for those of you that didn't watch, there's a channel out there by Sci-Strike. If you guys don't know, if not subscribed to him, great channel. And Sci-Strike does occasionally what's called Debunking Theater 3000 or something, and he'll pick a video, and he happened to ask me.
I know that channel.
Yeah, it's the movie night.
He happened to ask me if there's a video that I would recommend to him, and I just happen to know this particular video because when this guy made it, he had posted it on a Facebook feed in a group that I was in, and I literally debunked 3 things in a matter of minutes and just annihilated the guy. And all he did in response was block me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started commenting on the video.
Creationist
Oh yeah, he didn't want to deal with it. He was just he got his ass handed to him. Well, as soon as I asked him, well, how does this citation from 1975 refer to Beta Edema that wasn't even discovered until 1977? How does that happen? Explain this to me. He had no explanation. So
yeah, exactly.
So on this channel, we basically debunked this video for like 2 hours with Reds and a few other people, and it was fun.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. I just took a look in the side chat. I have a feeling Reds is good looking and a pussy magnet, and he is downplaying it. You fucking liar.
Who would accuse you of that?
Who would accuse me of actually looking good? If you only understood the immensity of the sin that is. Okay,
I'm just saying, man.
You, sir, cannot possibly fathom the immensity of my ugliness.
Yeah, I mean, even Hana turned him down.
There.
You think only Hana turned me down? Oh no.
One of many.
That is the tip of a very big iceberg.
Do you want to see something funny that a young creationist posted on my YouTube video?
Oh god,
in regards to the Grand Canyon. This person says,
what is this fascination that young Earth creationists have with the Grand Canyon? All they do is parrot shit they got off Eric Hovitz's creationist video. That's all they do. They don't even know what the fuck the Grand Canyon is. They don't know what uplift is. They don't know what sedimentary rock is. They don't know what igneous rock is. They don't know what a paraconformity is. And yet they're like, oh, look, the Grand Canyon proves young Earth creationism. What?
If you keep going after low-hanging fruit, that's what's going to happen. You keep hearing
again, they don't know how carbon dating works.
All I know is there was a lot of water thousands of years ago, and now we got a big hole in the ground. Explain that one to me, Steve.
Well, I don't know. There's somebody was saying that we have Grand Canyons on every continent. And I'm like,
I put it in the side chat. The person wrote, my theory is assisted digging. Angels dug the Grand Canyon. This was because God lost its contact lens, so used angel to find it. Joke is, it was in his turnips.
I don't even know how to parse that. What?
Okay, hang on.
I like the idea of angels digging for his contact lens, but I don't get.
There's a question I need to ask about that. If God is defined as a maximally perfect being, why the fuck does he need contacts?
That's the joke.
Question is, I don't even think you're supposed to even take that seriously. That just sounds like a joke.
It better be a joke.
It's an actually young creationist.
But
it's hard to tell with
that
young
doesn't mean they don't have a sense
stops
of
and actual
joke around about things. It really sounds like a joke.
But how do you know with young creationists? Their claims are so absurd to begin with that you don't know half the time if they're being serious or not.
Sense of humor, like shoot, technically my parents, well at least my mom, she'd probably be considered at least a creationist, and she can still joke.
I joke around all the time. I'm a religious person. General does.
I do not have a sense of humor.
Jim also, that's a lie, Jim, and you know it.
No, he was actually, when he was born, they told him he had a genetic disposition where he could not laugh. So Slim was completely emotionally barred from laughing and
anyone who has a Macho Man Randy Savage avatar and says they can't laugh about stuff is just.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I wasn't referring to Slim. I meant to say that's Ronnie. Sorry.
Okay. Hang on.
Have you guys ever seen Ronnie laugh? How often does that happen? And if it does, it's like so contrived.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to.
You have to mention Ronnie at least once a hangout. You know this, right? It's by law.
All right, Slim. Hang on. I'm going to try and make you laugh with one word, or two words actually. This is just a test if you actually do have a sense of humor. All right.
Okay.
All right. Here it goes. G-man. There we go. You lying fuck. I caught you.
You
can't help but laugh at G-man. Come on. People are
yeah. No, I just tell everybody I don't have a sense of humor because it helps me a lot in the army.
There
you go. You get new privates in, and there's Staff Sergeant Slim Jim. Like, yeah, I don't have a sense of humor. Go away. It works.
It works.
In the army, you get paid more money if you don't have a sense of humor, so that's understandable.
That's true. You actually get a bonus based on the number of jokes you didn't laugh at.
Oh, Tyler, don't leave. Tyler's like, you're not talking about theology anymore. Tyler, we gotta move on a little bit, man.
Talk about something more interesting.
And by the way, What's that,
And then
General?
in the Navy, they pay you depending on how more flamboyant you are in your uniform.
By the way, Tyler, don't forget, we're having Dr. Ross and Rana again on the 21st, Wednesday at 3 o'clock. And I'm trying desperately to get the one and only Dr. Mary Schweitzer to join us.
Yeah, I know. That would be
It's
awesome.
slow going. She's in
What's her
Montana right
name?
now.
Mitt.
But I am in like negotiations with her, and she's happy to donate time, but it's just she's busy right now. But yeah,
Hey.
she's really interested in the Great Debate community and wants me to call her in the next couple of days. So
Trying to tell
hopefully
me
that'll
after
happen, 'cause
hearing
that would
Ross,
be
you're
amazing.
still not a theist?
What's that?
Steve.
Trying to tell me after hearing Ross, you're still not a theist?
No, I don't agree with Ross on a lot of things when it comes to theism. Yeah, I mean, he's a brilliant
don't get
astronomer,
me-
and I love Dr. Ross. I think he's a really nice guy, and I
Yeah.
loved the takedown he had of Hovind, but I don't know if I could read into the type of concordance that he's reading into.
Oh.
Steve, what if
Yes.
I could get Andrew Rappaport and or Matt Slick into the Mary Schweitzer show?
No, actually, no. I mean,
That'd be
okay,
so
first
good.
of all, well, hang on. First of all, I do have somebody that I'm in contact with that actually is trying to arrange something with Rappaport and maybe Slick to come on here. I'm negotiating through them because I don't talk to either one of them, right? But if I had Mary Schweitzer on, I don't want it to be adversarial with the young Earth creationists. I want her to come in to answer, so we can really hear it from her mouth, and then we can say, hey, look, C. Brown and all these other idiots like Tommy Hall, and I mean that respectively. I like Tommy, but he's an idiot on this. Let's be realistic. What her paper actually said. I read her papers. It's hard read. I don't understand them, but I have. In fact, I was just looking over one today about the methodology, 6 different types of methodological approaches she's used to determine the preservation methods. And I want her to come in and say, hey, look what we found was this, or heme compounds. We didn't find intact organic blood cells, which we've all been telling people that she hasn't found intact organic cells. She found fragments of cells that had been, fossilized, but they weren't like what you think of like red blood cells, right? I mean, they weren't organic still. They've been permineralized. And I want her to come in and basically explain what she found from her own mouth, because people are saying, oh, well, look in this 2005 interview, she said this, and it's like, well, yeah, but that's, you misunderstand what she's saying. We have to go by what she said in the paper, and the paper says, that these are remnants of things, right? So, anyways.
I just think it would be fun to get them in there and tell her that she's not a Christian.
No, I don't. See, I don't want it to be adversarial like that. I told her that we have atheist and theist, and it's not going to be that kind of a format. Now, if they want to come in another time and they want to argue for something, that's fine. But I have no dog in that fight because I don't really like saying, okay, who's a Christian and who's not. I rather have Rapport come in and try to justify his assertion that polonium halos indicate a young Earth, or Slick, one of them, whoever it was. That's what I would like. I'd be like, okay, come on in, come on, let's do this. Did we scare General off? What happened?
You stopped talking about
hey,
theology.
it's not theology.
He's a science guy too, so he sticks around. But
Maybe he's got something else to do. Heck, if I couldn't multitask, I wouldn't be here.
you got nothing. Basically, you're only here because you got nothing else to do.
And
Well-
I'm blessed with 3 monitors, so all good here.
I only got I got 2 laptops right now, but I'm always happy to be in here because I spent the last week writing a 10-page paper on Rene Descartes, and I finally finished the last essay of the school year.
That's nice.
Of the semester, so I'm happy.
But Slim, if you want to, did you talk to either of them? Because I don't talk to them, and I don't know if they even know my channel. But yeah, if any of them wanted to come in, they would have a fair platform. But see, I don't want to go to their show because they have an insulated bubble. And I'm not interested in that. I don't have any desire to go into their program on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show and explain to them polonium halos. I'd rather have them come in here. We can talk about any science they want. They made a lot of claims.
Well, I just find the way they manage it's like there's a queue and you have to kind of wait for your turn to talk. And then
Yeah,
it's like,
see, I don't want to do that.
by the time they get to you, or even if they do, it might be already time for the show to be over, so it's off air, so you can even hear it.
Well, I was actually one of the lucky ones to get in on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show. By lucky, I mean misfortune, and also because I lost a bet. So
You had to call in because you lost a bet?
yeah. So
That's
long
weird.
story, I'll explain later. But anyway, so basically, I went in there trying to see exactly where they stand on things, although they were the ones kind of leading the conversation to what they wanted to talk about. which is, laws of logic and why I'm an atheist and shit like that. And when they realized that, oh shit, this kid actually knows his stuff, they started avoiding my questions like the plague. And you see, in their hangout, they're allowed to do that. And that's why they stay in their insulated bubble, just like what you said, Steve.
Absolutely.
And when we invite them, if they were to come in here, then I'll be more than happy to talk to them again. But if they're going to stay in their little insulated bubble where they're allowed to simply ignore you, then they can get fucked. I'm not going to talk to them about anything.
That's my position. And in fact, there's a lot of people that have gone in there that know a lot about these topics. I mean, I think Cliff Jumper did exceptionally well. I think that Skylar has been in there and did exceptionally well, and obviously Alex Malpass exceptionally well. They don't want to listen to any of that. They basically pass all that off and they don't even address. For example, they didn't really address what Alex said. And then they come out later saying, well, Alex didn't really say that our arguments were flawed. Yes, he did, numerous times.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Oh, you want to talk about the flaws that were being spouted? I mean, you should see the clusterfuck that when Slick realized exactly what I was trying to get around to, especially with his particular argument. I'll try to find the hangout, but essentially he was trying to make a claim about before the Big Bang. Now, I stopped him there and I said, hang on, does your argument take place before the Big Bang? Are you placing the crux of your argument before the Big Bang? And he refused to answer that question like the fucking plague. And guess what? Bible Thumping Wingnut and whoever the other jackass is, they both allowed him to do it. And when I said, fuck this, I'm out, they decided to make themselves feel better by calling me the coward. I'm like, you're the one that refused to answer the question.
Yeah, because they're going to be called out on the fact that it really makes no sense to even say what's before the Big Bang. Temporally, it makes no sense.
That's kind of the problem with any channel that discusses like subjects kind of like that, though. I mean, everybody kind of acts as their own echo chamber in a way.
If I was them, I would have said that.
No. See, not in the community, in their side of the community. It's like
because this is like not an echo chamber by any means. Anybody can come in here besides G-man.
Steve has been one of these people that has went out of his way to invite people that disagree with him. And not only that, this isn't like some Q bullshit like what you have with the Bible Thumping Wingnut, so that they can make sure that it's 3 against 1. It's in Steve's channel, it's always been first come, first serve. And that is why Steve's hangouts are not an echo chamber. Calling it an echo chamber would quite frankly have shown you to not have been watching Steve's channel at all, which, by the way, shame on you.
I couldn't get much more diversity in here. I've got a Jew, I've got an atheist, I've got a Catholic, I've got a Christian, I've got another atheist, I got another Christian, I've got I don't know what the hell Thaddeus would be considered himself, theistic evolutionist, and I got a Satanist. I mean, we got the gamut in here, right?
I classify as 2. By the way, you forgot to classify me as that one ugly fuck.
That's a whole different religion to itself.
And I specifically said theistic misotheist. So
yeah, I mean, so you misotheist is somebody who hates God. So you hate God.
Yeah.
So you believe if you're a misotheist, you believe God exists because that falls under theism.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly. There's a difference between the classic misotheist, where it's like it's just an atheist that really hates religion.
Which I don't buy.
Believe
I don't accept that
wholeheartedly that God exists. However, I also believe that He is an asshole.
Basically.
Yeah, because I mean, this is how I structure it, and you correct me if you guys disagree. But to be a misotheist, you have to be a theist. If you hate God, you're accepting the fact of existing, not His concept, right? You're not saying that I hate the concept of God. You can be an atheist and hate the concept of God, but to hate God, the object, you are a theist. Now, an atheist could be an anti-theist, right? Somebody who hates the concept of God and actually could probably bring in religion as well. But to hate God, that would actually fall under theism. So
here's what I'm not understanding.
You can't be an atheist misotheist. What's that?
But wait, so I grasp the concept, but how did you come to the conclusion that God exists? I'm curious.
You asking Thaddeus?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I don't know.
I've met people who come to the conclusion of God's existence and were like, yeah, He exists. He probably just doesn't intervene or anything, but no ill will there.
So you're asking him how does he come to how do you Thaddeus, how do you come to the conclusion God exists?
Because there's so many different unanswered questions that
that's a God of the gaps, though.
Hang on.
That seems like an argument from ignorance.
I was about to say there's so many different unanswered questions that I don't know the answer for sure. But from looking at it and what I've been told and what I've been taught, it seems like if there is a God out there, it's the Christian God. I mean, all the other ones don't really seem to make too much sense compared to what we observe in everyday reality and what people also say when it comes to their supernatural claims.
I think the God of philosophers kind of makes sense. You know, Spinoza's God, if you want to be in a pantheism. It makes sense. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's consistent. Ooh, I got a vacuum going.
And just from other people's, personal experiences and that too, because even though I understand that there's something to be said about, antidotes and all that, I do believe that some people that, you can explain when they actually have this experience, the look on their face and everything, and that you know it's genuine. They're not just making stuff up. And I have a hard time believing that every single person that says something is.
No, I would never accuse of the Christian community of making stuff up. I mean, Max is sincere as hell, right? I don't think Max is or General or something going, you know what, we're just making this shit up to make these guys believe that we actually believe stuff. No, I would never accuse him of that.
If I was to make shit up, I'd make it far more accessible. Or, like, no one likes believing in the doctrine of hell. I would be like a universalist. And I'd say, like, Jesus loves gay people and trans people and every terrible person, no matter what they do. And he loves Donald Trump even because, actually, no, then people would say
Stop right there, okay?
Yeah. I think that would go. The point is, you can make. If people were to make up a religion, it would be so much easier, considering what people like. Like, when we all die, God will give us beer and prostitutes for eternity. Like that's the God of Bender for Futurama. Like, that seems...
Where do I join?
I could get behind that.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, I'm actually able to look at, what Christianity is and all the different stuff that they teach and all that. And where an atheist can look at it and go, all this stuff seems, so cruel and like, it's got to be all nonsensical. Therefore, I don't believe. I look at it and go, oh, wow, there's a lot of bad stuff in here. Well, there's nothing that says it's not true. I still believe it. I just don't agree with it.
You remind me of the movie Pitch Black, where Vin Diesel sitting down with the Muslim guy, and he's like, "You got it all wrong, holy man. I absolutely believe in God, and I absolutely hate the MFer."
That would be a Mesotheist.
Well, I guess that, you know what? I have absolutely no issue with that. You believe in God, great. You think he's an asshole, even better.
Well, I mean, again, it depends on a lot of people can read the Bible and say, okay, I'm not reading that God is some kind of genocidal, homicidal maniac kind of thing. And I could see it kind of both ways. Yes, there's a lot of horrific stuff in the Bible, but I don't know how much of that was attributed to actually God and how much man just put in there, right?
Yeah, that's going to be another thing as well. I mean, I haven't looked into it myself, so I can't say, but for the people that actually do take the time to look at where these things come from, I do respect them for that.
God could have basically looking down going, you know what? I never said any of that. What are you guys talking about? Stop it. Stop it. You're misquoting me kind of thing. So
Thaddeus, what about Jesus Christ, the character Jesus Christ? What do you think about him in terms of what he's done based on what you know? Is he someone that you hate as well?
Well, I just think it's mostly the whole concept just of God in general. If we're just talking about Jesus Christ, there isn't really too much I disagree with. Because, I mean, the whole New Testament thing that a lot of Christians seem to stick by, it sounds nice and all that, but the problem is when you have to try to take everything as a whole, and you have to think about what things mean when you're looking at the big picture, that's where things kind of get iffy for me, So
you would fall under a theist, but not necessarily a Christian theist.
It's hard because, I mean, technically Christianity is what I believe, but I think there's a difference between, and I hate saying it like this, but I hate there's a difference between believer and Christian. You know what I mean? Like, you can still believe all this stuff is true, but Christian kind of implies that you're trying to follow it to the best of your ability, and that you respect
Sure,
God.
I agree with that. Yeah, Christian is a follower. You could be a believer and believe Christ was who he was, but doesn't make you Christian. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so you're one of these people that would answer no to the question, were you touched by Jesus?
That's so funny.
Born in Nephilim free.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Did I say something funny?
No, that hasn't happened.
That has not happened.
Not that I'm aware of. Okay, like maybe something could have happened while I was sleeping or something, but no.
I think we need to get in contact with Dr. Phil. Awaken those repressed memories of yours.
Seriously though, Reds, the way how you asked that, man, I can tell you asked that shit with a straight face too as well.
Yeah, man. Oh, dude, that ain't nothing. You should see me at funerals.
Well, based on what you've been saying about your physical appearance, I would probably die.
Yeah. You.
It's a Raiders of the Lost Ark thing, you know. Gaze upon it, you just melt.
Listen, Mr. What was that? Oh, Osborne. Sweet. Okay, so Mr. Osborne, let me just say this. Yeah, my physical appearance is kind of like. Okay, I'm actually going to be honest with you. I compare it to an asshole that has been plagued with hemorrhoids for like years, and now they have kind of propped up everywhere, almost like popcorn. And every time a shit is taken, blood starts gushing out of every single scratched hemorrhoid, kind of like Niagara Falls, but red.
So essentially, you're Deadpool.
How has this hangout only been 3 hours? It hasn't been 3 hours yet. It seems like a lot
Essentially,
longer
no.
talking about Red's face.
Deadpool is a lot sexier than I am, let's be honest here.
Red's face, the conversation killer.
Yes.
Oh, so that's why you only use your logo, basically?
Oh, yeah, definitely. See, the thing is that I already know that nobody wants to see that. And so I do not force it upon people. And when people say, hey, I want to know what you look like, I simply reply with, no, you don't.
Oh, so the symbol's not just artistic choice. Okay.
Oh, the symbol. Oh no, there's the symbol is just my 2 R's.
Do you know? I need to point this out that your symbol's a few pixels off.
Fuck you, by the way. I had it centered in Photoshop, so you can kiss my ass.
Let's take a test on this. Let's measure it and make sure it's correct.
And also the color scheme. There's also a symbolism behind the color scheme. It's to represent the Polish flag.
You're
so
Polish?
2 R's, red's rhetoric, and then red and white because Poland.
You're Polish, or do you just really like the country?
Yeah, no shit, I'm Polish. Yep, I'm a Polish boy.
You know,
Good night, Floyd. Floyd's got to take off, so everybody
See ya,
say
Floyd.
good night, Floyd.
Good night, Floyd.
you know,
Good night.
whenever a Polish girl gets married on her wedding day, she gets something that's long and hard, a new last name.
Yeah, yeah, I knew that in grade school. Come on, you're not even trying anymore, Max.
Oh, I'll tell you one of the names we came from. That won't dox me. Look, try to. Don't ask me to spell it, by the way. Pruzhinovsky.
Pruzhinovsky.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're a member of the Pruzhinovsky family?
No, not anymore. Now I have an American last name. I'll say it's closer to something like Smith.
Red Smith.
Yeah, it's it's very American. So it's like Smith or Douglas or some shit like that. I don't
Jackass.
know. Yeah, Jackass. That could actually work.
That'd be a great name. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Jackass.
Yeah, I had growing up, I had a Polish friend whose last name was, and the great part about Polish names is you can't spell them, so it's not going to trace back. His last name is Karczek. Yeah.
You remember that commercial where he's like, Mr. Dumbass? He's like, that's Dumas. I love that commercial.
At least my last name isn't Wiener.
Oh, that would suck too, especially the name his first name was like Dick or something, you know?
Yep, Dick Wiener.
Dick Wiener. Nice to meet
It was
you.
like, so what is What's your name? My name is Ballsack Teabag Hard.
Well, it's bad enough being like named Anthony Weiner sending dick pics to people. I mean,
Well, I actually
we can't even ask for anything more funnier than that.
Well, believe it or not, at my job, I was, which by the way, I have to go back to tomorrow. Fuck. I was dealing with a customer, and I asked them their name, and they were really close to refusing to telling it to me. So I then found out why once they gave me their name. Their name was Suck Deep Gag Pal.
What?
I shit you not, and if you think I am lying, I have a picture of my computer screen that proves it.
Was this like a Hindu name or something?
I have no idea. All I knew is that they spoke very broken English, and the name was Suck Deep Gag Pal.
Well, that would have to be a hell. That's so funny. If like the name Red's Rhetoric, let's assume that was your real name, was actually like translated to like Spanish, like big fucking dickhead, and you're like, hey, yeah, I'm Red's Rhetoric. Yeah, you fucking big fucking dickhead. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Senor Dickhead.
Suck Deep Gag Pal was the name, and yeah, if like I said, if any of you guys think I'm lying, I'm not, and I have the picture of my computer screen to prove it.
It had to be. Was it Indian or some kind?
Something along those lines. Let's see.
Arabic? I don't know.
Okay.
Suck deep. I don't know. What's the etymology of that word?
Oh, I have no idea, but it's literally spelled SUCKDEEP with no spaces, and the other one is it's a JAGPAL. And he pronounced it Gag Pal. So
Gag Pal.
Yeah. So
that's
first
just awesome.
name is Suck Deep. Last name is JAGPAL. So Suck Deep Gag Pal.
Well, okay. Well, I just did a search for it. There are some names: Suck Deep Singh, Suck Deep Raj, Russell Peter Suck Deep. That's his name, Russell Peter Suck Deep.
I'm like,
it's Indian, is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they spoke very broken English. I just don't remember their accent because this was back in 2014. So let's see the date of okay, the date that I took the call, because it says here on my computer, it is December 21st, 2014 at 8:57 p.m. So that's when I spoke to this customer, and yeah, as soon as they told me their name, they were saying hello. Hello, are you still there?
How do you keep from laughing? Because you got to be professional.
That's the thing. Because the reason why they were saying hello was because my phone was on mute and I was laughing my fucking ass off.
Because you can't even tell if they're lying. You got to assume they're telling the truth no matter what name. Because that's I know
they're really telling the name because I could see their account.
But I mean, I know what line of business you're in. So I mean, you've said it before. But you have to be polite to the customer, right?
I have to. Oh, do I? The thing is that I work at one of these big companies, and they record every single phone call. And every random bit, although I haven't gotten one in a year, they can pull a call at random and monitor it to see if you've fucked up at all. Right. And I've seen people get their shit pressed in because of that. And so, but we do have a bit of a. I bought my own headset for my phone because my phone has commercially sold headsets. So I bought a headset that has a mute button on it. And so I had to mute my microphone so that it wouldn't be recorded on the line and also wouldn't be heard by the customer of me just laughing my ass off.
I think you should start a icon, like a brand name under the name Suck Deep Gag Pal.
I should
be an awesome screen name.
And then they would. Yeah, then they would sue me for copyright. So after that, here's how I got through the entire call, because the call lasted like only 15 minutes or so. But every time they would say something, I would unmute I would get myself calm. I would calm myself down, think about dead kittens or some shit like that, unmute myself, say what I had to say, remute myself, and then start laughing again.
You should have just looked yourself in the mirror. That would have brought you down.
It would have. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed mirrors in my office because of all the shattered glass.
Yeah, shard danger.
Yeah, exactly.
With such a last name, I don't know why you just didn't change it or go under nicknames or aliases.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And by the way, yeah, somebody was in the live feed. Yeah, once Goddess Gabe Curl came in and talked about butt plugs, there's just no recovery after that. So that's just why we don't care. There's just no recovery.
I mean, there are certain places where you definitely couldn't call in with that last name. Moe's Tavern. Who can I get? Who am I speaking? Hi, this is Ballsack Sucky. Why, you listen here, you little puke. I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to kick in and piss all over your face if you call in here again.
Yeah, exactly. Just by you giving their name, they think that you're a troll.
Exactly.
And originally I thought that was my thought exactly, because originally I thought he was a troll. It's like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, not this shit. And I looked up his name again on my computer, and holy shit, is right.
Wow.
It was bad. It was really, really bad. Needless to say, I got through that.
We call that work stress, by the way.
Yeah, I got through that call while walking on Legos, because that's the only way I was able to keep myself from just laughing.
Did you have to call Mr. Gagpal?
No, I went back to just a normal sir. I just called him sir throughout the entire call.
Now people are like, why'd you let
sir.
Godless in there? I like Godless. Yeah, she's a self-proclaimed troll.
Just
and we already had a whole hangout on her sniping, so it's a done deal. So that's already resolved. Godless can come in here anytime. I got nothing against her. She's never sniped my hangout.
She is a well-known sniper, but I think she apologized for it over and over again. I don't know.
That's been long since resolved.
Yeah, but I don't know why, but it seems like Godless is one of these people that kind of goes over the top sometimes on Christians.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, we've all kind of said that before too, but whatever.
I mean, last time she was saying that one Christian or Calvinist or whatever the fuck was committing child abuse, and I just happened to not agree with her, and then she just flew off the handle on me. And I was like, no, because you're saying by him informing the child of, I mean, let's get one thing straight. The father of this child said over and over again that what she believed is ultimately going to be his daughter's choice. And so that's the first point of contention. The second point of contention is that, or that's the first point, not contention. So the second point is that after the child grows up and starts knowing a little bit, that the father is going to tell the child what he believes personally, but still leave the decision up to him. And apparently by him telling the child and being honest with the child about his own beliefs, apparently that is equivalent to child abuse. And I'm not seeing how, because if it's not from the father and from somebody else, is he still guilty of child abuse? Because the child is raised in the world where there's plenty of religions that believe in some really dark shit.
See, I look at it this way. I believe, okay, it's not prosecutorial, but I believe like things like teaching your children flat earth is a form of child abuse, but it's not something we can act upon to be prosecuted. But it is, in the colloquial, broad sense of the term, child abuse. So is younger creationism, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. Well, this is like actively teaching that I am going to teach my child this. No, basically, he framed it in a way that it was more informing of what I believe personally, and if you want to follow that, that's completely up to you.
What was his beliefs?
Again, I don't know. Mainly just Christianity. Let's just go with a baseline and just say the Bible. Let's just say the Bible and just go from there. And in fact, we can water it down to like, if you're good, you go to heaven. If you're bad, you go to hell. That kind of shit. Or the way Godless was framing it, if you don't believe the way I do, you're going to burn in hell for eternity. And she framed it like the guy was holding a blowtorch to the child and say, believe or I'm going to burn you. That's not how he phrased it, first of all. Secondly, that particular case would be child abuse, but again, that's not how he phrased it. How he phrased is that I am going to teach my child what I believe. I will raise her with Christian values, but ultimately the final decision is going to be up to her and what she finds out. Simply teaching the existence of my own belief system is not child abuse. And the fact she would go that far kind of points her to be jumping the gun just a little.
I would agree with that.
I mean, if you say, yes, my child, I am a flat earther. I'll tell you why I think the Earth is flat, but the final decision is ultimately up to you. I would say, while that is really sad on your part, it's not child abuse.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
If you're doing what Jism is doing and taking this shit and ramming it down a kid's throat, then yeah, that is fucking child abuse.
Well, he's just being purposely dishonest.
And I hope you get nut cancer.
Yeah, I mean, Jism's in it for the money. That's it. I mean, I have no doubt that if there was nothing lucrative about this, he wouldn't be on YouTube.
The fact is that if Jism is in it for the money, whatever the fuck, I have to err on the side of caution there and say that while that is the most likely case, there is still a possibility that he is still teaching his kid this shit.
Sure.
And if that is the case, then we have a big fucking problem. And I do not want to take the chance on that in, taking Jism lightly just because he is only in it for the money. If I'm going to be talking to Jism, I want to make sure I take his bullshit and ram it up his ass. And another thing that stops me from completely going with he doesn't actually believe this shit thing.
No, he does believe it. I didn't say he didn't believe it.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't be promoting it so much.
Yeah, I know. He wouldn't be promoting it so much. But when people say he doesn't actually believe this shit, I have to somewhat disagree because we've had a lot of private conversations on Skype. And he says the same deplorable bullshit as he does on here. And
yeah, no, I think he believes it.
And he wouldn't be talking to me for 2 hours straight on a Skype call if he didn't have some sort of passion behind it.
Sure.
So that leads me to believe that he really does believe this shit. He really is teaching his kid this shit. And in that case, it really is child abuse. But if he's going to phrase it in a way that I will tell you why I believe what I believe, but you're still going to go to school and shit like that, then I have personally no problem with that.
Well, we just have to hope that his children get educated and learn that he's full of shit. I mean, it's happened before. But like Mac, Max Smeeze, his dad is a Way Comfort fanatic, and yet he's 18 or 19 or 20, whatever the hell he is now. He looks at him and he's like, "Yeah, Dad, you're just I love you, pops, but you're just a fucking idiot." So hopefully kids can look past this shit because we hate to have stupidity go from generation to generation, right?
What exactly is considered child abuse? Apparently. Just
indoctrination of something that's so incredibly demonstrably bullshitty wrong to stifle their education.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand it's kind of unfortunate they're being taught that thing, but I still think they have the right to do it.
We're not saying that. I said it's non-prosecutorial, but it's still, in the generic sense, a form of child abuse.
Yeah, we're not saying it legally. It's not child abuse, and I'm not going to make a legal argument there. I'm making a subjective moral argument here. I'm saying, in my personal opinion, you setting your kids on the wrong path is pretty fucked up, because the success of a child can really be those first steps. Those first steps that a kid takes can literally change that kid's life forever.
Well, it depends what's being taught here. It's such a big deal.
Well, Thaddeus, at the very least, okay, minimum, it's child neglect, because you're not you're required as a parent to make sure your child gets a proper education. That's a responsibility you have to be a parent.
I'd say if they have
right? Would you agree with that? So if you're teaching your kid flat Earth, you are not giving that student a proper education. That is neglect.
If there's good reasons behind it, then
there is no. It doesn't work that way. You don't have there's good reasons behind it. You're neglecting your child by not allowing them a good education, and that's something that every parent is obligated to do.
Yeah, but what if he feels that the good education's not?
No. Hang on. There is no such thing as a good reason to be teaching your kids flat Earth. And on top of that, if you think there is a good reason, I'll be more than happy to tell you why you're wrong. When you have somebody who starts their kids off heading in the wrong path, not only do they have to break that mold or break the chains that have been placed on them, but they have to, at that point, backtrack to a point where they can actually progress and be a functioning member of society, and then go on to excel in that society, where if they just started them off in the right track in the first place, You know, in the other scenario, by the time they would have realized that, wow, this flat earth thing is all bullshit, if they started off correctly, at that point in their life, they could have already been in Harvard, getting their fucking law degree, or running a fucking lab, or whatever the case may be, or becoming a mathematician.
So,
well, believe it or not, it might not be that important depending on what their living situation is. Like, how important really is like the whole flat earth thing? In my opinion, people can believe stupid things if they want to. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will need it, especially if you're just going to be like a plumber or, you know, like.
That's the thing. If you are a flat earther, that's the only thing you have to look for, or to look forward to. But if you were started off on the right track, that child would have the potential to go and do something better than be a plumber or a septic tank cleaner.
Hey, plumbers make good money, man.
Hang on.
I did a lot of plumbing work in the Navy. It's a lot harder than it appears, man.
The problem is the opportunity and the choice should be theirs, not yours.
Yeah, you're stifling their potential, right? I mean, seriously, I don't think somebody could be a flat earther and actually get a PhD in physics. I don't know how that would work. Matter of fact, I'm conceptually clueless how a young earther gets a PhD in physics or astronomy.
They don't even know high school math.
It's the same way I was able to pass elementary school science, even biology stuff, yet at the time when I was younger, because of how I was raised, technically being a creationist. I was still able to pass it. You can still memorize a bunch of things you don't necessarily believe in.
Right, but there are some things that are conceptually more difficult. If you get to college, and again, there are some people that can look past and compartmentalize, and they can do the work. But the reality is there are going to be young earthers out there that are going to be stifled in their concepts, and they're not going to do very well. Some of them will, but you are stifling them for the most part. I think most of them would probably do far less better had they not learned the proper way to do things, conceptually speaking.
As a current college student, passing something in elementary or middle or whatever is a lot different than high school, especially when you have to actually write a paper and a thesis. You have to have a very good understanding of the topic, not just memorization. For example, my forte right now is mathematics. There are a lot of rules and tools in mathematics that you can't simply just memorize, oh, this automatically means this. It is a puzzle where you have to know multiple combinations in order to get the right answer. If you have a flat earth fuckhead that doesn't believe in mathematics, they won't even know how to apply it, because to apply it in their mind would be sending it down the wrong direction because conspirator.
See, the problem is that they don't just disagree with all sorts of mathematics, like maybe stuff that revolves around the earth, sure. But if it's something that doesn't have to do specifically the flat earth, I mean, they should be fine.
Listen, all mathematics.
Can I?
I'm sorry, Max. Go ahead.
All right, just want to add a couple things. The first thing to add is your values and your desires are shaped in part by how you were raised and what you are taught. If somebody wants to be a plumber, chances are they have that desire or inclination because they no longer value maybe a more harder scientific bent for them. Maybe they view the whole thing as corrupt and they just much rather do trade work. Not to say that you have to be an idiot to do trade work. Trade work is important. Heck, I would have taken up a trade knowing how much debt I'd incur with the university. The second thing to consider of just in the topic of child abuse is every kind of crime requires two things to be established: actus rea and mens rea. The act itself and the intent behind the action. One could say that teaching somebody hell was abusive. Like the actions were abusive in some way or another. However, when it comes to people having or bearing guilt in the legal sense, mens rea, that requires establishing that the parents intended to abuse their kids in some capacity, or one other kind of excuse me, or
just out your throat.
Yeah, just a little, or establish another form of mode. For example, one could say recklessness is a mode of negligence, and then there's just having a certain knowledge of the result of abuse. In any case, most people who teach their kids about hell are not intending to abuse their kids. Their intent is merely to avoid a terrible outcome, and that's something every parent should want for their kid. if you believe in hell, you would want to teach your kids that. Now, granted, we have empirical evidence that shows us teaching, like being, like, I think you can find empirical evidence that shows people who have hell jammed and crammed down their throat is going to be abusive. But there are people who are taught hell and they live perfectly normal lives. I was taught hell growing up as a kid. It wasn't singed into my brain. It's something I grasped, and I don't think that's impossible. And when a young Earth,
yeah, and if
but hang on, teaching somebody hell is not the same as teaching somebody horrible math and physics.
Hang
I
on,
mean,
but
if you
they
accept
don't
hell,
have those
that doesn't mean
really
that you
big
accept
effects.
bad math. And when you look at a flat earther, they suck at this shit. Have you? I mean, Reds, and all your hang on, Reds, and all your time doing Reds. Hang on, Reds, and all Reds, and all your time that and you've been doing this. I mean, how many? And one, how many flat earthers have you ever found actually had a decent understanding of basic mathematics?
One.
There you go.
Only one.
But all right, but that's more. I think that would be more negligence.
And by the way, the one is a question mark because I don't think that he is. I do think he is a flat earther, and I do know he understands the math on paper. However, there is a problem with applied mathematics. He doesn't understand applied mathematics. So, for example, let me tell you, I'll phrase it like this because not everyone is mathematically astute. Okay, so he was formulating an equation to solve for a jet ski. And he was pissed and called conspiracy because it turned out to equal a tanker truck. When in reality, if you actually knew how to apply the mathematics, you would have realized you were making a fucking tanker truck to begin with, you fucking idiot. And so this is some of the things that hinder children when they're taught this shit, because they're saying that not only is math wrong when it applies to the shape of the earth, but the math that applies to the shape of the earth is basic mathematics. And if you don't have the basics, which applies to more than just the shape of the earth, then you are fucked. We're talking about people that do not believe and do not use pi. How the fuck are you going to pass middle school, much less, high school or college, if you refuse to use pi?
Yeah, I agree. This would be the equivalent of teaching a kid that the floor is made of lava, and they have to spend their whole life jumping on furniture. Yeah, I mean, I think
it was a good game when I was 5.
It's a good game when you're 5, but you can't live your whole life like that, and it'll be detrimental if you try.
You can't tell me how to live my life.
No, fuck off, Max. I'm gonna jump on the. Alright. Okay, so yeah, you can make a much better claim for flat earthers, and most of the people who, and we have much more empirical evidence that shows it's harder to be a functional adult as a flat earther than it is believing in hellfire.
Yeah, just ask Antonio.
Yeah, I agree. I think so.
Yeah.
I would say you can still, like I said in the side chat, you can still have functional members of society believing the flat earth, just like you still have people walking around every
But you're less functional. That's the point. You sure you can be functional, but you're far less functional. In fact, I watch these people send memes and like that on Twitter, and every time they said a flat earth meme or something like that, I'm like, fuck, this person's stupid. I mean, just brutally fucking stupid. It's not even a matter of, okay, they're just uneducated. It's just pure, unadulterated, concentrated stupidity.
We're not saying that they can't be functioning members of society. After all, I need someone to hear me and serve me when I say, yeah, I would like a number 1 large Coke, no ice on that. I'll also take a kid's meal, no pickle on the double cheeseburger, and I would also like apple slices. What do you want to drink? And a Sprite.
What do you mean by pickle?
Exactly.
What do you mean by Sprite? Are you sure the uniform of nature course? Can you justify the uniform of nature for your pickle?
And so basically, but if you were to start the kid off in a better light, on a better road, on a better path, then instead of ending up at a McDonald's, they could end up as a professor of law, or as a mathematician, or as a physicist, or a neurosurgeon, something along those lines. And so it's the level of it's their level of their membership in society that is in question here. Not that they're going to be a member at all.
Right.
I'm just saying that I still think that people have the right to teach what they want to their kids, even if it is against what I would believe or whatever. Like I wouldn't do it, but.
Well, you can believe that, but I also believe that what they're doing is child abuse, pure fucking child abuse. And if anyone, if it was in my power, then I would put a stop to it. But unfortunately, I'm not in power. Otherwise, this country's name would have been changed to Sparta a long time ago, and everyone would get a Slurpee machine.
By the way, as soon as you tell the flat earther that you asked for a large and they brought you a small, they'll probably blame it on the law of perception.
Exactly. Fucking assholes.
You asshole.
About the whole jobs thing. How does a flat earther plumber describe the way the toilet swirls?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
That is a good point.
Well, I mean, the reality, it's funny when I hear people like, "Oh, that's the Coriolis effect," and it's like, no, it's not. The only reason it swirls the way it is because of the direction of the pipe. It's just imperfections of the pipe. It has nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
But you'll still have. Matter of fact, I had a story. A friend of mine from high school.
Was funny. Stop ruining.
Yeah. No. It's funnier than that. I had a friend. Listen, I had a friend in high school. I had 3 cups of coffee. Leave me alone. So buzzed.
I had 3 cups of coffee, a Red Bull, and a 5-hour energy.
Good shit too. This coffee is awesome. It's like a Keurig coffee. But anyways, she said something like she was visiting the equator, and they have this thing down there where you go like 10 feet one way, and they have a drainage, and 10 feet the other way, and they have a drainage in the middle. It goes straight down, and she was trying to explain, hey, look, I'm on the equator here, and they have this, and I tried to explain to her that's a tourist trap. Oh no, Steve, you're wrong. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, look, you know how much time I invest in this stuff. And I'm like, let me show you why this is wrong. And she just was getting pissed. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. Then later on, she's like, oh, I think you were right, Steve. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I ruined her vacation. I felt bad. She was all excited on her vacation. They got to see the swirling from different directions. I feel like I killed her vacation.
I actually got a comment from Jism about that. And he goes, well, and this is fake. You guys believe it. And I'm like, no, I don't. That's a tourist trap. And I go, well, how the fuck do you know? Because unlike you, I do real science, and I actually know what it would take to make the flow go in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
and you can clearly see there's nothing wrong with the funnel container that they're using. But notice when they pour the water that they change the direction in which they pour it to start the flow swirling in the direction they want it to flow.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's initial conditions, you dipshits.
Right, exactly.
Oh, man. Oh, the lulls. Oh, the fail.
No. Well, who was it you were trying to explain the difference between centrifugal and centripetal force? I thought that was... was that Super Rats?
I think it was Super Rats that I was trying to explain.
Because he was so off on that, and I just was like reaching through my monitor and go, let me, no! He doesn't know what a pseudo-force is. He doesn't understand inertial forces. It was just, oh my God, it was killing me.
It is the difference between centripetal and centrifugal, for those of you who don't know, is just merely frame of reference. If you look at the equation for both, they're exactly the same.
Yeah,
but he seems to think that because the equations are the same, that therefore there's no difference. Where I said, you dipshit, it's all about perspective.
The vector's different. It's a 180-degree different vector.
Yeah, if you're looking at it from this vector at this 90-degree angle, it's one. If you're looking at it from this vector at this 90-degree angle, it's a different one. For fuck's sake, get your shit together.
Yeah, I don't know what his argument was on that.
You think a group of people who would make such a big deal about perception and the illusion of sight would be on that kind of thing, but no, I think it's just a show.
Centrifugal is a tendency of an object to follow a curved path to fly away from something. A centripetal is a force kind of like gravity that keeps you moving along a circular path.
Yeah, the centrifugal is just basically 180 degree from the centrifugal. The centrifugal is going to want it to, as you said, to fly away in the direction of the string. Let's say you're swinging a bucket over your head. The centrifugal is going to be the opposite. As it's going in the direction, the whole path is going to be 90 degree orthogonal to that plane. And so the centrifugal force is just the reaction of the centrifugal force. That's all it is.
And you guys can look this up yourself. If you go to Google, type in F equals mv2 over r, and you'll see exactly what I mean. You'll see both definitions underneath that equation.
Hey, real quick, I want to introduce you guys to Paul, and I want to pronounce his name right. I haven't got to actually talk to him yet. Do you call yourself Apologia or Apologia?
Apologia, as in
Apologia. That's what I thought.
To rhyme with apologia.
That makes sense to me. That's what I thought.
We're all good at pronouncing ancient Greek, aren't we?
Sure. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. No.
I'll just call you dude.
Sure, that works too.
But for those who haven't seen Apologia yet, he has a couple new videos out debunking some of the Hovind stuff, which, again, not that difficult to do anymore with the internet, But his videos are high-end and I'm actually enjoying them. I think they're really high production.
Aiming after low-hanging fruit again. We really should start to go after some of the other people.
Kent is really a low-hanging fruit if you think about it. I mean, his arguments are, let's be realistic. But
I'm clicking onto his channel right now. Let me...
Yeah, can you put it in the live feed so I can put it in the group chat so I can put it in the live feed?
Depends on. Unfortunately, I'm logged into this chat as my normal human self and not as my cartoon self.
We're not going to give your this. Yeah, it's not going to show this name here.
That's good.
Yeah, so don't. Yeah, we shows in the group chat, but we're not going to call you that. We're just going to call you Apologia. But let me see if I can find your channel, and I put it on my live feed so people can go sub to you. Look, if you haven't seen it yet, it's really good stuff. I'm actually surprised. Somebody just out of the blue. I mean, how long have you been in the community? I mean,
it depends on the community. I've been outed as an atheist for about a year and a half or so, but I've been an atheist probably over 4 years.
But when you started, you haven't made videos for very long.
I have not, but I've been participating on another channel not related to religion in any way. We talk about comic book movies and stuff, and I actually have a history in the entertainment industry, so I kind of have been building up to this a little bit, I guess, even though it's a hobby for now.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, let me put your let me put the link in there for.
While you're putting the link in, can I ask a question? And also, please broadcast Wolf. Wolf, how was the butt plug?
Is that what Red's went to go check out?
I wasn't in the room.
Oh, Wolf went to go check out?
You were in the room to see that?
I don't like watching dudes jack off.
There you go.
Anyways, but Apologia, I'm expecting Apologia to be pretty huge. I think he's going to have a lot of subscribers and a big following. So, and I've already posted it in the Great Debate community, and go sub to him.
All right.
Logic even had a shout out to him. By the way, Red, does Logic get back to you about you and I having a debate with him moderating?
I'll check my Twitter right now. Honestly, I don't check Twitter as much as I should. And Paul, when you are rich, famous, and awesome and stuff like that, there is this Tesla I've been looking at. So you'll remember me as your best friend ever, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah, you make so much money off YouTube, right? No.
That's right.
Yeah, unless you're PewDiePie, yeah, we're never going to get rich off this. I just subsist off of it.
PewDiePie.
Well, if you have confidence, then.
Wait, what's that, Paul? You know PewDiePie?
No, I don't know him. But
I don't know him either.
He's quitting soon, apparently. If we're all.
Well, he makes $20 million a year. He can retire.
Yeah. So.
Well, actually, the quitting thing was actually kind of a joke. It already passed. He basically said he was going to quit at this many subscribers. Then it was just a joke, and then people got mad that they got had basically. So.
Yeah, they say my channel's not worth a shit. PewDiePie, he doesn't do anything. He plays games. At least my channel's interesting. But anyways.
Actually. Okay, I'm not going to get into that, but sometimes playthrough is going to be a little more interesting than
watching Hangout. I like Leafy, though. Leafy's cool.
If you're in the Hangout, then maybe, but watching them, I can only do it for so long, depending on who it is.
Well, yeah, there's actually a lot of people that just, they go for, all they do is sit on YouTube and watch Hangouts.
There's only one person that I've been able to sit through a playthrough, and that is Scott Manley. But that's because he's actually intelligent. and explains things using actual math and physics.
Oh. But for people like me who don't need to see something super smart all the time, I just stick with Jacksepticeye.
But Paula G, I'll have to like arrange for you after the 23rd or something as a guest to come in and maybe talk more about your I'll say deconversion because I found that many young Earth creationists, some of them can deconvert and get into theistic evolution or something like that lines, but for the most part, when a young Earth creationist is confronted with reality and they go to college and they realize that everything they've learned up to that point has been a complete and utter lie, they tend to become atheist. And I can think of at least about a dozen in our community that has happened to. And
yeah, partially
that
because yeah, it absolutely was, and partially because we're trained that it's all in or nothing, right? It's like if one word is ever proven false, like that's where you're just brought up to believe that you can't slip on one iota, right? You can't slip on a single letter of it. So as soon as one letter of it is wrong, it's pretty shattering when you are raised that way. So.
Would you say it's more of a domino effect too? Even though the first one, maybe you might be able to compartmentalize and say, yeah, okay, this may not be a big deal, but after that domino falls and another one falls and another one falls, what are you left with?
That's very true. Oh, and actually, I didn't let go as soon as Ken Ham converted me, which was the title of my first video there. I still didn't let go of all of it until that prompted me to then. What it let me do is actually research. It's like, well, how did they even put this Bible together, right? And then you start seeing, oh, this is all just previous. This is just fan fiction of Canaanite religion. It does fall apart quickly. And if there's no Adam, then there's no need for the rest of it.
Well, I feel like either if you really look into it, you either stop believing in a whole bunch of stuff entirely, or you go and you look at it and you basically resent a whole bunch of it. So,
right. If you're brought up liberal, I mean, it's easy to. If you're picking and choosing, then it's pretty easy to just call certain things.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, personally, it's like I feel like I can't do that because it's like, if I'm doing that, it's like, well, then if I'm just picking and choosing, that's not really even following the religion. Therefore, why am I even calling myself a Christian, right?
Right. Well, I think you come to realize that everyone makes their own God in their own image.
So it's like, yeah, what's the point?
Everyone's God has the same bias and the same, beliefs that the individual has, which is very convenient.
I personally think that gay people are okay, and the God I believe in also thinks that gay people are okay. I personally think that gay people are fucking horrible, and the God I believe in also thinks that gay people are fucking horrible. It's the same shit, different story.
Yeah, that's the only thing is that I try to be honest about it to the point where actually I do believe that God's ideals are not aligned with mine, so therefore that's why I'm a myth. So, because I do look at, I have to realize that it's like, this is what God says, but this is what I say, and the two of us don't see eye to eye on things.
Are you a hard mythicist?
What do you mean by that?
Well, as in you are, you would defend it. You would go ahead. Like as an atheist, I've learned not to take on extra burdens of proof.
Okay.
Especially in every human I knew up until 2 years ago was a Christian. So
okay.
But I've learned not. I want to call myself a soft mythicist. I'm like, well, I don't think Jesus existed, but I don't feel the need to add that burden of proof to my discussions. So I'm always fascinated when people are feeling aggressive enough to take that on.
Well, the historicity of Jesus, though, is not going to change your theological position. Right? I mean, even if he existed, that really doesn't imply that he's divine, right? I'm not a mythicist at all. I mean, I accept Jesus existed, historicity, in history, but the divineness is a different question altogether.
I accept he existed. The whole thing when it comes to existence, that doesn't really change my stance on things. It's whether I agree with it or not.
Hang on, I have a question. Why are you following one version of story that says that God said this and not another version of a story that said God said something totally different?
Because from my experience, this is the way things are if there is a God, and I just don't like it. It doesn't, and just me being honest with myself with the information I have right now.
I wouldn't ask you to be dishonest, which is why when I ask this question, I know I'm going to get a legit answer from you.
Yeah.
And so with that in mind though, what things have you experienced that point to the Christian God being the actual one and not any of the other thousands that we have had in the past?
Well, it's not so much exactly from what I've experienced, but it's also from what other people around me have. People that I know wouldn't just make stuff up because they're not that kind of people.
Well, I'm not saying they make stuff up, but I mean, they're just regurgitating what they've been indoctrinated to believe.
Oh, no, hang on. But they've also had like actual like supernatural experiences. And the thing
But so has every single other religion out there.
Yeah, I mean, I've had experiences that might be supernatural. I don't know if they were or not, but I've had weird shit happen. But that doesn't mean that I believe that they're actually supernatural. Maybe.
I had weird shit happen. I mean, like back when I was a practicing Catholic, I had this one shock that at the time made me feel like I was not necessarily alone. There was like a bottomless pit feeling in my stomach, and I was attributing that to a god. It just turned out to be diarrhea after I ate Taco Bell, but that's another story.
Or a girl breaking up with you get the same feeling.
Oh no, the girl never got.
Oh, you never, I'm forgot. You never had a date. I totally forgot.
Yeah, the girl never got in contact.
You'll meet you'll meet some girl at least that's blind that doesn't know how to use Braille either.
And Steve, that's when I also met you, and you were very gentle that night. Thank you very much.
I told you I got soft hands.
And so.
But anyways, let me get back to the apology.
I didn't finish my fucking story. Didn't finish my fucking story.
Yeah.
And so, if you look at multiple people, you have to ask yourself this question: why should I believe this person and their experience, but at the same time ignore another person, their experience? Keeping also in mind that the two experiences are completely contradictory of one another.
The thing is that I'm not ignoring their experience. What I'm doing is I'm comparing it to what the other experiences I've been told about are, and then seeing where that fits in. So something that does seem contradictory, I do actually look at what actually is similar, and I'm able to say, okay, so what does this mean according to what I've been taught and according to what I do know about how the universe works right now? Because you know what? Some things I can go, yeah, sure, maybe it was a hallucination. Other things,
it's not whether they're contradictory in their own right, because when they describe their personal experience, there may be no contradiction at all. It's when you compare the two that the contradiction arise. It doesn't contradict in its own right, but when compared to another. And so what I see here is that we're placing more of a value on one than the other, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Because I felt like more of the supernatural stuff has been attributed to Christianity. That's why.
No.
Well, I mean, go to the Muslim world, and most of it will be attributed to.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Or Hindu or anything else. I mean,
yeah.
We've talked about lucid dreams. I have them as well. You probably take them more to be, out of body experiences or astral projection. I know they're not. Matter of fact, I asked this question to PZ Myers just the other day. Matter of fact, I had asked him, what is your thoughts on lucid dreaming? Do you know he actually has them? He actually said he has lucid dreams, but he doesn't take them to be any kind of supernaturalism or out of body experiences. Is part of the biological process that our brains have.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was a great answer, that he doesn't accept them to be anything more than what they are. He doesn't read into them.
Yeah, you see, you're looking at this from a Christian Bible-believing perspective, and therefore what I feel, this is just my own personal synopsis on it, is that you're looking at this from a biased perspective where we're putting more weight on the Christian testimony than any other testimony. And that is something that may have to be addressed eventually. Now, I could be totally wrong in that synopsis, but that's what I'm getting. That's the vibe. That's the thing going down my spine right now. That's in my gut, or that just.
And how is that from any different from like Nephilim Free saying when he's in these altered states that aliens have come down to visit him, or he's seen angels, right? That's what he claims, right?
Nephilim Free is also a certified drunk, so.
Well, sure, but I mean, I've had similar situations where I've seen entities, which I don't believe are supernatural. But I mean, he doesn't have the ability to differentiate between what is this, maybe some kind of subconscious manifestation because your brain is slightly awake in REM, than saying that there actually is something physically there, right? I've never had a situation where I've related my lucid dreaming to a physical causation or entity that exists somewhere, right? There's no concretism there.
Well, I can't answer for every single person's supernatural experience. I mean, I don't know what the factors were that went into them, because who knows, maybe they did have drugs, whatever. However, when it comes to, I try to pay attention to the ones where the people were not in some sort of altered state of mind, where they weren't just sleeping and they just all of a sudden woke up, or they weren't taking some sort of drugs or whatever. Those are the ones that get me, that I try to pay more attention to. Where it's like there really isn't anything that could have triggered what happened next, except, if it was supernatural or if you're just really that messed up in the head. But
well, let me ask. I want to get back to apologetics for a second. Apology. Do you accept like ontological naturalism now as well? Because if you're an atheist, and by the way, we will have to have a discussion on the positive and weak atheist position, because I'm one of those people. I support that if somebody's going to be an atheist, I think positive atheism is a better way to go. But I get a lot of flack for that, except for like people like Ozzy, and he subscribes to that. But
well, yeah, it depends on the community you live in, of course. I mean, at this point, I need to find a common ground with Christian people, and one of the themes you'll find with me is that I have 3 kids, all of whom are not Christians, which is a very difficult thing for me. So finding Christians? No, I raised them that way. I indoctrinated them. If you can, imagine that pain. I indoctrinated them. They still hold on to it, and I have to, find a way in this relationship to get them to reason.
Now, are they young Earth creationist Christians, or?
My youngest 2 are young Earth. I am working on.
Because if you can't convince them that's wrong, I would be hard pressed for anybody to do so as a parent, right?
Well, partially the videos that I'm making are for them to watch.
Good.
And I make the videos to speak to the person that I was when I was, a Mennonite kid who, believed all this stuff. It's like no one. It would have been very hard for someone to talk me out of it. So I'm trying to use the language. It's still fresh enough that I remember believing it all. Mm-hmm. So for me, no, I'm a philosophical naturalist at this point. Certainly I would promote methodological naturalism in my messages that I'm going to be putting out in the videos. In fact, my videos, frankly, if I can help people to move from young Earth creationism to old Earth creationalism, even that is a step, like science denial. Or theistical, I mean, that's even better. That's a step better.
I do think so as well.
But, my daughter wants to go into vet med, which is like, well, eventually she's going to get there because you can't go into vet med.
No, I like the fact that you're approaching it more that, you want to adopt the methodological naturalistic approach and not so much harp on a philosophical or metaphysical or ontological naturalism, because that's a different burden, right? That's a different framework altogether. And so if you can avoid that, you don't need to go that route, right? You don't have to assert there is no supernaturalism, because then you're in a different conversation you may not want to get into yet, right?
Absolutely. Even though I personally hold to it, I don't think there is anything. But I used to sit in church and look down the pew, and I'm like, back and forth. I'm like, I'm the person in this congregation who's thought about this the most. It was so frustrating, and I believe it the least. So yeah.
What's your next topic going to be on, if I can ask?
I'm working on soft tissue, dinosaur soft tissue.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember that.
Creation today. So, those who don't know, I just Ken Ham isn't the target that I wanted to go after. I'm going after the Creation Today show. Anyway, they burst in last week with a soft tissue webinar special, and so I decided to preempt my schedule to attack that one as quickly as I can. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have. You had asked me if Dr. Rand had touched on it, and I don't think so. I've talked to Mary Schweitzer, right, and I'm trying to get her to be a guest, but I don't want her to be on the same time as Dr. Rand and Dr. Ross. As a matter of fact, she said, she followed Dr. Ross, and she said that she, thinks he's a lot more eloquent in talking about this stuff than she is. I think she's a little bit media shy in a way. I think she's.
Although she comes across great.
I think so too. I think so as well.
But I think what I really wanted was I wanted both of them on camera, basically acknowledging that they were Christians. That's actually the clips I'm having a hard time finding.
Whom?
Because Mary in particular.
Okay. Because people say she might be like. Well, somebody accused her the other day of being atheist. It was Andrew Rappaport, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that's why I would love, because she's done several interviews with Christian magazines, so it's in print, but that's not quite the same as her on camera, saying it.
Well, hopefully, if I can get in here, we can ask her, specific questions.
But then,
I'm trying.
And then Baz, of course, he did his book on soft tissue, debunking younger soft tissue. But as these freaking creationists, I'm with you guys. I can swear as much as I want, I guess. But
sure. Yeah, I have a rule. After 8 o'clock, my daughter doesn't watch. You can say the fuck.
They are, but they're selling. They do all that work to sell their books. Like, these are just infomercials, and that's actually in my newest video. I'm going to point out all the places in the video where they cut saying, "Well, we would tell you all the evidence now, but you have to go buy our DVD."
Yeah, they put the DVDs ahead of the Bible too, which is funny.
Yeah, but that's kind of what a lot of people do when they have a product.
Have you talked to Eric, by the way, Paul?
I have not personally talked to Eric. No, I hope to one day.
We can arrange that maybe. Yeah. He still owes me an explanation for the questions I've asked him. He's just evasive. He wants to talk about precept, right? He doesn't care about the science. All he wants to do is talk about the precept and saying, "Oh, well, your foundations and your assumptions and your presuppositions and all this stuff are wrong." Okay, fine. Why? But then he throws out all this shit about science, and it's like, okay, back your shit up. And he doesn't know enough about it. He doesn't learn from his father, and by the way, they don't get along very well, as you know.
No, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. But he didn't learn from his father. You know what? You only need to say enough bullshit and then stop. That's, you know what? He's gone way past the line of bullshit, I think.
Yeah, but he's the more successful salesman.
You know why? Because he's younger and he's just a little more personable than Ken. Ken, But anyways, who was somebody? I referenced somebody. I didn't mean to.
I was just gonna add, just to add something really quick. There's a video everyone should see. It's called "Things My Daddy Should Have Told Me." So what they did was they juxtaposed Kent Hovind saying something, and how Eric Hovind did it. Apparently, when his father did it, he said it was just going through some basic math. And he just, right before anyone can respond, he just cut and said, "That's right, it should have came before." And then when Eric was doing it, he was like, "So what should happen now?" And he was leaving it up to his audience, and some said after. And
he was talking about coinage, right? He's like, we found these treasure of coins, and he's like, should have these coins been, the dates been before or after? And people shouted it out. And the thing was, you never let a younger creationist answer a question. From your audience, right? You got to tell them the way it is, because they're going to screw it up. Kent was smart about that, right? He realized that they don't fucking know. It was hilarious.
Plus, you're appealing to a bunch of people that really don't even know about science that much anyhow. Like, the average everyday person doesn't really think about things to the extent that a lot of people here in the community do. Like, I'm not trying to speak for all the average everyday person, but I feel like since I'm one of the people that I used to be different, but now that I've actually, have work and stuff, and there's other career goals I'm trying to pursue, I feel like one of the people that is in this community, one of them that's in this community the least. So therefore, I see what it's like to kind of be just a normal, average, everyday person. And all you got to do is really just sound smart, because the average, everyday person is not even going to look up this stuff to see if it's even true or whatnot. They're just going to assume that, that's
not true. We get fact checked all the time, man. You know that.
Yeah, but
especially me. I have so many distractors that if I said something wrong, I have people that are looking for mistakes, and then most of the time it's pointed out if I make something that I just think wrong is actually from the people that agree with me. They just said, "Hey, Steve, you made a minor error," and what do? I'm like, "Okay, you know what?
I think your main audience isn't normal, average, everyday people, though. That's the thing.
My audience isn't normal.
Well, am I not normal?
That might be true.
Well, I can tell you what it was like to sit in those pews. All you wanted to hear was someone who you felt was smart telling that they looked into it and that things are fine. That's all we wanted to hear in the pew. It's like, because you don't have time, you're working and you're raising kids, whatever. It's like, but you hear a challenge somewhere, and I hear that science is going to say this, and you just want your pastor or someone smart to tell you, no, we're good. And
like when they say like carbon, like when they say
Yeah.
radiometric dating is flawed, right? I mean, a lot of people may not look into it and go, well, why is radiometric dating flawed? But they assure you that, oh, you know what? Yeah, they don't know what they're doing with carbon dating, and you know what? These dating methods don't show the age of the Earth to be about 4.5 billion years.
And actually, what Paul
That
said
drives
is
me
actually a
nuts.
very good point, because that's actually what I was actually saying as well. Is that when you're so busy doing all these other things that people, they're just not, unless they're really interested in this stuff, the normal average everyday person's not going to go and look up this stuff. They just want to hear it from one person,
Right.
from that one time, from that one event. Then they can go home and they're all satisfied and they think they've learned something, even if it turns out to be false. That's just how it is.
Yeah, but in addition to that, and Paul G pointed this out in one of his videos, that with the advent of the internet, we can actually stop, pause, and look. And yes, I watched your videos, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah. Then we can actually stop and we can actually validate these claims. And you watched the video I had with Hovind, and then I pointed out the same thing people have pointed out to before, but I documented it, that he made mistakes with some of his radiometric claims because his sourcing was wrong. And he had actually said that it already went to print, he can't go back and change it. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you still use these slides. I know you still use these slides in presentations, but we can look those things up. Who 20 years ago could look up, the stratigraphic nomenclature in unglaciated Central America, paper 863? I mean, who could look that up? You wouldn't even know where to begin. Now it's on the internet.
Yeah, but just because it's there doesn't mean people will. That's the thing.
Sure, I agree with that, but we have the potential to now. I actually found the paper. I actually found the original source, like many people have, and we said, look, this shit isn't in there. How do you have Baby Dima with a citation of 1975 when Baby Dima wasn't even found until 1977 and wasn't even in Alaska or Siberia? That kind of bullshit he gets called out on now. People can fact check.
Like, for instance, I even have this friend. Okay, this is a very good example because I can speak kind of for the younger generations since I'm only 20. I have a friend around my age. He started basically feels like he's starting to get like a lot into like, I guess, spiritual kind of stuff. So I've talked to him before on Facebook and that. I've been trying to get him to come over, hang out, whatever. But one time, you know what? He actually ended up sharing a video, and you'll never believe what video he ended up sharing. You guys
Deep
probably know
Throat?
about this. Nope.
Oh.
It is the Spirit Science History of the World video. Not even kidding.
Yeah, we all get that. People send me links to go, oh, Steve, you need to watch this. It'll change your life. I had somebody just the other day, like, Steve, this is sonic geometry. You've got to watch this movie about sonic geometry. It's going to change your life. And I'm like, oh, Jesus.
And not only that, what they know about geometry has nothing to do with math. They just like pretty shapes. And also,
fractals are cool, man.
I am
Mandelbrot set, good shit.
I'm not your 85th subscriber.
No, I think F14 or F417H was his 85th subscriber.
No, I am. It said 84, and then I clicked it and went to 85.
Somebody's got to update. But anyways, yeah, I put the link in the live feed, and everybody in here, go sub to him. We're gonna get him some subscribers. We're at least get him up to 500 by the end of the month. That should be that's a fair goal, right?
So
well, hang on, Paul G, is that cool?
That 500 by the end of the month works for me.
Yeah, well, that's too. Yeah, that's. I'm gonna be a little more practical because I know how people are lethargic.
Well, you know what, Steve, why not 500,000? The fuck is wrong with you?
Well, no, he'll get that. No, I'm telling you right now, he's going to have tens of thousands of subs at some point. So we're sucking him off now because we're little people.
That way we can have the Teslas later. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because when he gets to that first million, he'll be like, "Yeah, I remember that asshole Steve. He invited me to his hangout." And just
that ugly fuck by name of Red's Rhetoric. Yeah, that one douchebag that debates against.
Did you ever watch Red stuff, Paul?
I do.
Okay, so you've seen him debunk flat earther shit, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I promise though. I have no interest in feminism, so I don't know what I would do if I had 1 million subs.
You know what? I've tried to dwell into that thing because I'm an anti-feminist in some ways, right? I'm an anti-social justice warrior, but total people's rights, right? Gay marriage, absolutely, and women's rights to vote, and egalitarianism. I don't get into the nut job shit, right? Absolutely. But there's a big market on that on YouTube right now.
Wow. Sorry to just upload a video. Intelligent people have fewer friends. Here's why. That's why no one loves me.
Exactly, because you're so brilliant, Red. No, I'm trying to think. Maybe 250 by the end of the month. We'll get him to like 500 by end of January, and then he'll take off from there. Once you get your 1,000 or something like that, then I think he'll be able to get like. a couple tens of thousands of subscribers. He's got good content. I think he's going to go far.
Oh,
Farther than I'm
yeah.
going to go. I just host this shit. Right? Nobody listens to me.
Oh yeah, but by the way, Steve, when I do eventually go to California, I do have a question. How do you feel about wearing a GoPro on your forehead?
Well, I'm not very tall, so
I might have you do something.
is that so we can like document the Hawking experiment?
POV.
Hey, and this is Red's back of his head.
Yeah. So, well, honestly, it was for more personal reasons because, as we all know, I need to sometimes break out over reliable because of my hideously ugly face, and yeah.
Yeah, sure, we can work something out.
There we go.
But like I said,
I need some good wink material.
Subs by people in the live feed.
I used to live in San Francisco, and but every third person is wearing a GoPro anyway. So if that's the area,
is that really a thing, dude? Like seriously?
Yeah, well,
people walking around with GoPros.
I feel like more people need to make channels where they actually explain some of this science stuff in quick yet and also very
Vsauce.
Yeah, exactly, and quick and understandable.
Yeah, I you know what? I don't have the skills to do. I tried, for example. You might remember some of my older stuff. That I mean, I tried doing one on like the Burrell's law, and it's really low quality content. The information's sound, and I did one on Halo.
Quick, accessible, and entertaining. You can actually reach more people.
I don't have the editing skills to do something like that, and that's what sucks.
I have the editing
I'm
skills.
working on
It's just now I don't have the time. But I used to do that. But I don't think that there's some topics that are really not simple. You can explain it simply, but you're not going to get the concept unless you actually go into the nitty gritty details.
Would you think I could do one on Palladium Halos and say it bad? I mean,
no. Like for example, orbits.
Orbits are not that complicated.
No. They're complicated. No. They're not complicated if you're not a fucking idiot. But they are complicated if you're a flat earther.
Sure, but what is
basically
pi is complicated if you're a flat earther.
No. Basically, the issue is not that orbits exist. I can explain how you get into orbit in 30 seconds. It's not that difficult. The problem is that how do we know at what point or at what altitude we need to be at in order for our orbital speed to be that which is equal to the Earth's rotation, thus giving us a geostationary orbit without actually going there to check it beforehand? Because when NASA sent their first geostationary satellite, they kind of wanted it to work the first time. So how the fuck did we know that beforehand? And
mathematics?
That math is not something that you can explain simply. You have to get into the hard, raw, in my opinion, very sexy numbers.
Yeah, all it is falling at the same rate as the same rate of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's basically what an orbit is. It's just a never-ending free fall.
I just feel like if I were to do a channel that's kind of related to some of the stuff you guys talk about, I'd want to explain things in really simplistic terms so you can.
Okay, well, I'm
like I said, I might do one on Polonium Halos. That's very simplistic because people do still look into that, but I don't know what else I do.
Because otherwise, all you really attract is just people that kind of already know this stuff or are interested.
Exactly.
In it. Or people who
should we do one to explain? Wait, should we do one explaining the difference between dissolve and degrade, like for DNA? I mean, that would be actually pretty cool. Hey, this is why Ronnie's an idiot, because DNA doesn't degrade in water.
All you have to do is show the definition and job done. But the thing is that my videos are not meant to explain it in a way that people are going to learn from it. I mean, the way I make my videos is I don't make my videos to educate the person on the facts. My videos are meant to take the facts and ram it so far up their ass that they're never ever going to be that stupid ever again, just out of sheer embarrassment. And so far, it has worked multiple times. Jism is a special case in that it has only worked 3 times out of the many videos that I've made about them.
Do you want to do a mic check, Odian?
Yes.
Yeah, you work.
I'm good?
Yeah, you're good. Okay. Well, I mean, your voice is horrible, but we all know that. No, I'm just kidding. He's all jealous that I said that General has a really soothing voice. And
and Osborne
he was doing his best Barry White imitation or something.
Yeah, and also Osborne is a fucking liar, but that's okay.
Yeah, it wasn't Ozzy. Yeah, I thought it was Ozzy. But anyway,
okay.
No.
Okay.
If you're gonna do that satellite video, that orbiting video, you have to relate it to like why your cell phone works or something, because otherwise, no one gives a shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, like GPS or something too, right?
Well, they have an explanation for that. See, the reason why you have to get into the nitty-gritty is because if you oversimplify the problem can be solved by ground-based systems, or it can be solved in a way that doesn't require space to actually be a thing. And so by getting into the nitty-gritty, you expose the impossibility of the contrary. And that is something that needs to be established, and sometimes that establishment is going to be complicated. It's a very complicated road, but it is doable. You don't need to be a smart genius to understand it.
So what has been you said it worked with you a couple of times. What has been the reaction to the people when you have managed to succeed in ramming it down their throat? It being information.
No.
Seizures, convulsions, nausea, headache.
Hang on. First of all, I have to correct you. I'm not ramming it down their throat. I'm ramming it up their ass, because that's where they're spewing this shit from. But all right, like one time, Jism was wondering, why do rockets curve when going to space? Because that's how you get into orbit, you dipshit. And I exposed this. He admitted it to me personally, but never made any correction on his videos. Never made any annotation saying, by the way, this has already been solved. I still, and if you ask him privately, he's probably still going to say, I've never heard a satisfactory answer. So his basic reply is to, I guess, reluctantly acknowledge that he has been corrected, but then do absolutely nothing to tell his fan base that he has indeed been corrected, and he keeps peddling the bullshit. The second time that he admitted that I was, in the correct was with his moon landing theory, where, hey, if the Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour, why did it take 4 days for Apollo to reach it to the moon? You could just get out into space and then wait. The moon will come to you at that speed. And I'm like,
just wait. The moon will come to you.
Yeah, the moon will come to you. And I go, here's the thing. If you jump from a planet going 66,000 miles an hour, then you will also be doing 66,000 miles an hour as a result, because you started from 66,000 miles an hour. Study Newton's first law of motion, please. And so in order for you to wait for the moon to smack into your sorry ass within a 4-hour time frame, you would have to burn off that inertia, because it's also a thing in space, at the same speed. Now, the Atlas V 551 in 2006, carrying the New Horizons spacecraft with 5 solid rocket boosters, an RD-180 engine, an RS-65 Centaur engine, and another solid rocket booster on it, was only able to achieve 33,000 miles. So in order for the moon landings to make sense to Jism, we would have to build a rocket that runs off of flat Earth or ignorance, because we need an infinite amount of rocket fuel. We need to build it out of material that can withstand the forces, which, by the way, don't fucking exist, and we need to go to a speed double that of the New Horizons spacecraft. Good luck with that. And then you would have to slow down to match your velocity into the moon, unless you wanted to smack into the moon with enough force to equal 4.5 kilotons of TNT.
But then what was his reaction?
And so he acknowledged that fuck up. And guess what? The video is still on his channel. People are still agreeing with it. And if you ask him right now, do you still believe all this shit? He will say yes, even though on a Skype convo, he admitted, yes, you are right. What a fuckhead.
He's dishonest. I mean, let's be realistic here. I think I don't know why it's so conceptually hard to understand why a rocket starts off, vertical. I mean, I asked this question to you, and I already knew the answer, but you were like, yeah, this is like common sense shit. It's like you start off really, really slow because you have an initial thrust, but you have a large amount of mass that you're moving because you have a lot of fuel. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but the most efficient part of the rocket launch is near the point where the fuel is almost nothing left, right?
Exactly. And see, there is a butter zone of rocketry, and this is all based on how the tips of the engine are shaped. The actual cone of the engines are shaped.
The flare?
It's shaped to be the most efficient at a certain atmospheric pressure. And it's meant to stage so that another engine with a different nozzle shape can best work in a vacuum. When they test these engines, they're trying to test it at sea level, but at a certain efficiency point, and then they can do complex calculations to find out what it is going to be in the vacuum of space. And another thing that Jism agreed that I was right on was the moon moving. So here's what happened. SpaceX launched the OG2 satellites back in December 2015. And I was there to see that because that was the first time SpaceX ever landed their boosters. I saw the very first landing with my own 2 eyes. However, after the landing was done and the second stage was nice and comfortable in orbit, it started deploying satellites for the OG2 contract. And there was, I think, maybe 12 of these satellites or 11 of these satellites. I'm not sure of the exact number. But every time these satellites would deploy, the moon itself in the background would move in the frame and then stop. And then satellites would deploy, the moon would move again in the frame, and then stop again in frame. The satellites would deploy. And Jism looked at this and said, why is the moon moving? Is SpaceX so fucking powerful that they can move the moon at will? You want to know what this means? This means that it's CGI. And then I replied, the moon isn't moving, you fucking idiot. It's the spaceship.
Yeah, they don't know concepts of frame of reference.
Yeah, the camera is attached to the spacecraft. It is the spacecraft that is moving, which is making everything in the background move in frame. Because the camera is attached to the spacecraft is going to remain stationary in frame. And then they're like, well, how can the fucking spaceship move? Because all spacecrafts have reaction controls of some kind, whether it is RCS, which is thrusters, or gyro related. Every spacecraft has some way of redirecting its orientation, and its orientation was tailored to meet the parameters of the launch for the OG2 contract, which OG2 gives SpaceX, like, hey, when you deploy these satellites in these sequences and in this orientation for the contract. And even though Jism admitted that, yes, that makes perfect sense, his video is still up, apparently debunking me, even though I shoved it so far up his ass that now he refuses to even talk about that video, although it is still on his channel.
He feels a little too smart in order to actually believe in the whole flat earth stuff. It's almost like he's kind of just playing everybody.
I think he actually believes
he's really
Really? Are you
Yeah.
serious? Because
Yeah.
because there's people like, you look at his stuff and it almost feels like, could he just?
I know it's hard to believe that people are that stupid. I mean, I have to actually
I understand there are people that legitimately believe in the flat Earth, but him specifically.
I think he does. I think he does, but I don't think he's promoting it as much.
I've actually, don't get me wrong, I've talked to him before, like on the Truth Frequency Radio. I think I've shared that link before.
Yeah,
So,
Thaddeus. Here's the thing, though. He kind of has a giant hate boner for me, and so he has spoken to me on Skype privately many times, and I had a 2-hour conversation with him last time, and he was peddling this flat Earth conspirator nonsense, even though he wasn't playing to an audience. We were just having a conversation, and
could be living up to his part.
Oh, for 2 fucking hours? That's some dedication, especially when you don't need to do it.
Well, here's the thing: if he's making money off of it, maybe that's his job.
Yeah, he's not making enough to live
Yeah,
on.
but
He is
he's not,
making money.
he's not one of those people that are going to change their position even if he's find out that he's wrong, right? I mean, he's not going to do it because he's never going to say, oh, by the way, even if the entire time I was wrong, even if he does this experiment with us, when we do the at Big Bear, even if the experiment showed demonstrably that he was wrong, he would never change his position.
Yeah, and also on top of that,
I think that's more evidence that he's just being a Poe.
Well,
no, that's just
Cool
more
Hard
that he
Logic-
just doesn't give a shit. He's just
Well,
on the
Cool Hard
spot.
Logic made a video exposing Jism on his bullshit about Tycho Brahe. And Jism's reply to that video was not to admit defeat or wrongness or that he fucked up and that he didn't do his research, which is what he claimed he did in the video, but to not even delete the video, but just put it on private. And when asked about it, he still maintains that, what he believes is true, and that Tuco was never a person to believe in actual planets, even though he got that shit pressed in so hard that it came out of his ears, nose, and mouth. And so I don't understand how this fuckhead can play this troll so good unless he didn't actually believe it, especially when you keep in mind that he could have just as easily not had that 2-hour conversation with me and be making just as much money as he is. Globebusters is still going to be a thing. His channel is going to still be a thing, and he's still going to shit on Stephen Hawking because of his disability. And even though Stephen Hawking has done more with his life with ALS, being stuck in a wheelchair, than that fuck will ever do in his entire life.
There are flat earther pros in our community. I mean, there are pros in our community. We all know that Pillbox, 42 Pillbox, MG 42 Pillbox is a Poe, right? I don't think he believes this for a second. I know for a fact Rand Campbell doesn't believe his own bullshit. He is an atheist. He doesn't believe in this stuff. All he does is troll Christians, and he laughs behind their back saying, hey, they actually believe flat earth because I tell them it is flat. That's what he likes to do, right? I mean, any Christian that ever watches this, or theist, that loves Rand Campbell, you're being played, dude. I'm telling you right here and now. I've even talked to Rand. He doesn't care.
There's a lot of people like to do things for kicks.
That's just what he does for kicks. He likes to get Christians and theists to buy into bullshit, and then he laughs behind their back going, they actually believe me. Trust me on this. I guarantee I'm right. But
I'm not going to say it's an impossibility. However, the evidence is more leaning to the fact, or I'm going to say more leaning to the conclusion, I should say, that he really does believe this shit. So
anyway, I want to get back to Paul for a few minutes because we can talk about flat earth.
All right, I'll finish off with this.
I do actually have to jump, but
I knew you didn't have much time, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you more.
I'll finish off with this. I have to take him seriously.
Of course.
Just as a precaution. Go.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Paul, I mean, real quick before you go, I mean, who do you want to do videos about? As far as you said, you did the one on Ken Ham, Ken Hovind. Who else? I mean, who have you engaged with in the community? I mean, have you talked to Nephilim Free or any of those fuckers?
Well, I've been absorbing. I mean, I
you know who Nephilim Free is, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I've had the pleasure of meeting Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra recently, and that was they kind of pushed me to jump in and get my feet wet.
Matt owes me $20.
But no, this is kind of. I mean, I'm making these videos. What you guys are talking about? I don't really care about Eric Hovind or whether any of these guys. I don't care if they ever change their mind.
Mm-hmm. But you want your kids to.
This is for the audience. This is for basically, I want to show that they're lying, right? And there's a 9th commandment that says not to do that. And if they're lying about this, what else are they lying about? Those are really the dominoes I want to set up for people to basically say the people who are supposed to be the most honest with you are being the most dishonest. And that's all what I want to.
And that's why King Crockett had that. He had the breaking of the 9th commandment, golden crockett duck. And this year, the most important question to ask is, who are you going to vote for dumbfuck of the year?
Antonio.
Hush. No. Paul, I'll send you the link.
Who am I? Okay, all right. That's good.
Yeah, you got to vote for Ronnie. Even I don't know. Have you looked at Ronnie's stuff?
I haven't. No, so I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you just have to trust me on this one.
All right, sounds good. Well, thanks so much, guys. It was great to meet you. And,
nice to meet you too, man. We look forward to you dropping by.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved. I mean, I hate to say it, but because you're so good at what your video content. But if you want to do any kind of collab, I would be thrilled to death to do so.
I'm looking forward to that. That will happen.
Sweet.
Cool.
Peace
Thanks,
out,
guys.
Man.
Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Oh yeah, but by the way, next week, because not this week, because next week. Next week is the final week of Dumbfuck of the Year voting. So we're gonna start the next phase of Dumbfuck of the Year.
It's 2 weeks from today.
I said next week. All right, so today is Sunday. So
your time, yeah.
Yeah, my time. So today is Sunday. So not this week, as in the 18th through the 24th, but the week after that, which is the 25th through the 31st. That begins the next phase of Dumbfuck of the Year, which is I need to figure out who gets a spot on the Dumbfuck of the Year award ceremony. So basically,
what do you want me to do? Cup you for it?
Well, I accept, cash blowjobs. to a lesser extent, hand jobs.
I will shave your nuts for the video that you need to do.
As long as you can cut
as I line my
properly,
faces on camera.
As long as you can cut properly, we should be good.
Yeah, it's just my hands. I don't want my face next to your nuts on camera.
And also, I already have a few people coming in already. The first one who is guaranteed a spot is Fiona, and the other person that has been guaranteed a spot is Jism, being the current dumbfuck of the year. He has, I don't know if he jokingly said this or was serious, but he said that he'll be more than happy to hand off the award to the next person.
That'd be awesome, actually.
Yeah. So those are two people. But if Jism says no, go fuck yourself, then his spot's open.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, will the people who are on this council also have dibs for the award ceremony show? Like, couldn't we be the ones who are present to give the award?
Yeah, that's what the award ceremony is. The award ceremony has this structure going for it, and you can watch the last one. We count backwards from last place to the eventual winner, and then along the way we comment on that person as to why they're dumb fuck, and then we have a moment to basically remember their dumb fuckitude and what they have contributed to dumb fuckness over the entire year.
Well, I'm not missing this one. I'm telling you right now.
And so like if we say for number 10, it's let me pick a low baller, Pete Shea, low baller, and he's a flat earther. Let's say Pete Shea. So we'll start off with Pete Shea. We'll say, and in 10th place, it's Pete Shea, and then we spend like, I don't know, 10 minutes max talking about him. Then number 9 comes up, spend 10, 15 minutes max talking about him and why he's a dumb fuck and this kind of stuff. And we move on from person to person to person to the eventual winner. And then when we get to the winner, we do the little drum roll. And the winner of the 3rd annual Dumb Fuck of the Year award is...
Ronnie! Yay!
Fuck you, it's Antonio.
By the way, can we have a spot for this year's thing as well, or is it only for next year?
No. It's going to be for all years. This is how it's always been.
Yeah, but in the past, I know usually when we have our countdown backwards, everyone who gets a spot, it's a first come first serve basis. I'm asking in the future.
I'll be there a day early.
Yeah, no.
I'm not missing this one.
No. The last few times it was first come first serve, and a bunch of people were pissed. But so to keep this from being an absolute clusterfuck, what I'm going to do is write down people who are invited to be a part of the award ceremony. So I have already promised that Steve gets a spot also. I forgot.
Can I get a spot too if I defect and join Team Cigarettes?
Well, since you have made those 2 videos, I'll tell you what you can do. I'll tell you what you can do.
What can I do?
You know what I'm talking about.
Make you a video?
There you go.
I will make you a video too.
Okay, then you can get in. So as of right now, I got a few invited guests. Fiona is going to be joining, as well as Steve, and then as soon as I get that fucking video, you, Max. And then
we will have that fucking video.
There we go. And then we will be going down the list from last place to the eventual winner, and it's gonna be awesome. And also, Fiona, as we all know, has been dealing with some issues with her horse. But she told me a story, and it actually went into the design of the new Dumb Fuck of the Year award trophy. I did speak with Fiona tonight, and she is doing better, but she is still in pieces right now. Her words, not mine, and she said it was okay to tell you guys this, but she is doing better than she was. But she had a bit of a request. Every now and then, to get things off her chest, she would talk to her horses. And whenever she was dealing with that dumb fuck Ronnie, or that dumb fuck G-man, or that dumb fuck the other Antonio, or Veckel, or any of these fuckheads from the CCP, she would talk to her horse and say, you have no idea what fuckheads I'm talking to right now. And the horse sometimes, when she knew she was talking about dumb fucks, there would be a big pile of shit in the stable the next morning. And so what I want to do is I want to design a trophy that there is a framed picture at the top of Fiona's horse's turds. And that is going to be the trophy for Dumb Fuck of the Year. And I'm going to have that 3D printed, and we are going to actually give the option of sending that to the individual that makes it. So let's hypothetically say that Ronnie or fucking Darwin's deity or any of these fuckheads win. I'm going to need an address to send that shit to, and then it'll be at their door. I'll have it at 1-day shipping. So the design of the trophy has already been set in stone, and I'm going to start making the list next week. So yeah, by all means, I accept bribes, blowjobs, and cuppings.
I know this might be a weird thing that no one else has ever brought up, but I'm curious since we have theists in the room that apparently is going to take place in the whole award thing. So I'm wondering, do you think that God would like it if you're talking smack about people?
Yes.
Given the people, yes. I mean, in the Gospels, Jesus himself talks smack to various Pharisees. He calls them the sons of devils. He says he calls them serpents and vipers. Heck, even Paul calls out certain folks in the Bible as well. Heck, if you look at when Elijah was taking on these high priests in the Old Testament of these other gods, he would make fun of them when their god couldn't light a pile of wood on fire. He was like, "Hey, what's Baal doing? Is he sleeping? Is that why he's not answering your prayers right now? Huh? And then he just got God to strike down lightning, and the whole thing came on fire for him.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the whole Elijah thing goes, I mean, we don't know if he was doing everything perfectly as what God exactly wanted him to do. Maybe he didn't want to make fun of those people. And as far as the Jesus thing goes, though, because you did mention him, I was thinking that maybe he knew exactly what it was like in their hearts, if their hearts were not in the right place for what the Pharisees not doing what they're doing. Meanwhile, some people like this, well, true, whatever, they could be an idiot, doesn't mean that necessarily God would want you making fun of them. And again, it doesn't really matter too much for me because I'm a misotheist. So, I mean, some things like, screw it, I'm going to make fun of them whether you want me to or not.
Right.
But there's someone like you who's actually trying to follow Christianity. I don't know.
Well, the Bible does say pride goeth before the fall. And because these people have been exceptionally proudful of their stupidity, I'm just encouraging them in their fall. So it all remains.
Amen, brother.
There's
Amen.
actually nothing in the Bible that says that you can't make fun of somebody when they have a very poor character.
Mockery is a form of education.
Yeah,
people do get mocked.
And also on top of that, now I'm just speaking for myself, and I know the initial comment didn't apply to me, but yeah, I personally just don't give a fuck. I'm going to make fun of these jackasses whether they want me to or not.
I understand. You come from a different position. It's talking more along.
I know, and that's why I qualified it. I just felt the need to answer it too.
And just why people are asking how to vote. I gave the link in the live feed. Go and vote for Ronnie. I put a video out.
All right, Steve.
Why?
I'm sick of your shit. Put the actual voting video there, or at least change it to Antonio Super.
Here you go. So here's another video that explains why Ronnie. I have 2 videos in the live feed about why Ronnie should be done of the year. Watch those, like those 2, but then vote on the Ronnie video, which is
you go to the video that represents the nominee in the actual voting video, and then you click either like or dislike. The reason why you can click both is because I'm just going to add them together, and that's going to be the final number of votes. So whether you like the video or dislike the video, that counts as a vote, and then so on and so forth. Yeah. If you want to use sock accounts, use as many as you fucking want. If you want to vote for more than one, by all means, go for it. If you want to vote for all of them because reasons, be my fucking guest. The only rule in the vote is that I personally can't vote, being that I'm running the damn thing, and I also cannot, bribe people, which is something I'm not going to do anyway, so fuck it. I just can't vote myself. I can make other people vote for me. There's a lot of rules to Dumb Fuck of the Year. One of which is that you have to be a dumb fuck by choice, not disability, which is why Rob Beasley got kicked out last time.
Was he in there last time?
He was in there last time, and then I heard a live hangout, where I heard him getting taken to the happy house. Come on, Rob Beasley, it's time to go to the happy house. And he's like, no, not the happy house. No.
This is how many votes Ronnie has now, by the way.
Thing is, when he comes, how do you determine mentally ill? Because some of these people that may be on this list, I mean, who knows? Maybe the reason why they believe what they believe is there is something kind of wrong with them.
So what?
Well,
I'm just saying because you said that they're disqualified. So
if they've been diagnosed already, like for example, Lord Stephen Christ is ineligible because he's been diagnosed with dumb fuckery syndrome or whatever it is.
Yeah,
he's like paranoid schizophrenic or something.
See,
I don't know.
You see, I'm not going to say that my system is perfect, as it is completely subjective. However, it's really hard to deny when I'm actually listening to a live hangout and I'm hearing someone being taken to the fucking happy house. I really don't think that there's a second guessing going on right there.
No, I know what you mean.
That's kind of a dead giveaway.
How disabled does somebody have to be in order for them to be disqualified?
Well, they have to be such as that I'm hearing them being taken to the fucking happy house.
Yeah. Okay, fair game. I mean, these people that put shit out there
could actually testify that they do have some kind of severe mental illness.
Right. Because if they're just putting shit out there and they're just wrong, then they're up for grabs, right? I mean, they all have a learning disability of some kind. If you're a flat earther or a young earther, there's got to be something wrong with your ability to critically think.
Or how you were raised.
Well, regardless.
Well, it doesn't matter. How you're raised doesn't matter. You're still raised improperly, but you still have some kind of fundamental flaw in your reasoning skills.
Yeah, but as I was trying to say before in the side chat, my little brother is raised by parents that are basically creationists, and he's still pretty smart, despite he just doesn't believe.
I'm not saying they may not be smart, but they have a fundamental flaw in their reasoning.
The thing is that I do not believe for a second, and this is where I actually give G-man and True Empiricism some credit. They really do have the ability to educate themselves, to actually learn the topic. I mean, Ronnie does a really good job of learning the words, just not what the words mean to form it into a coherent sentence.
I'm going to quote you on that. I love that,
Ronnie.
I love that one.
I know for a fact that if he read a little bit further into the book, that he can start understanding this shit. The fact is that it is by choice that he chooses not to do that. The same thing with G-Man, and the exact same thing with any of the fuckheads like Jism and Bob from Glowbusters.
Feels like
by the way, I'm going to use that in my campaign for Ronnie. As per Reds, Ronnie knows how to learn the words. He just doesn't understand what they mean.
Form it into a coherent sentence. And so
a bit of a question for you, Red.
Okay. All right. Hang on. Hold that thought. Let me just get this out though. So when you look at how they actually carry themselves, it's really, they give off a certain vibe, and the vibe that I get from Rocket Ronnie or fucking G-Man and Jism is that it's more to do with choice than disability. There's that vibe there. I'm not saying the system is perfect, but what the fuck else do I have to go on? They're not really going to send me their medical records from birth.
Right.
Yeah.
They might.
And I think you're just kind of playing devil's advocate at this point. Are you not really? Come on. You know.
Okay. And what was the question you had for me?
Well, the question I had was, if you're reserving a spot for Juranism to hand over the award to someone else, shouldn't you also reserve 3 spots for the top 3 people to win the award, so that you can hear their acceptance speech?
No, there is.
Well, they can come in afterwards, can't they? I mean, the winner can come in, right?
No, that's not how it works. There's one winner and 9 losers.
But I mean, is the winner allowed to come in after it's been announced?
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah, there you go. I mean, Darwin's I think Darwin's wants to win this. Actually, Darwin's like, I really want to win this, and rubbing in Matt Slick's face that I won. He did say that actually.
Oh yeah, in his fucking affirming the consequent.
Yeah, did you watch that? That was awesome. He didn't even realize I was affirming the consequent. He had P there for Q. He had P there. P implies Q. Q there for a P.
And the thing is that the only reason I knew that was because I remember having the conversation with Max about that, about another flat Earth fuckhead that was making that same issue. I go, hey, I remember this.
Yeah, and that literally. I mean, and who was it? Sorry, Darwin's Greatest Hits literally showed If P, then Q. Q, therefore P.
Q, therefore P.
And Darwin's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That's perfectly fine.
Affirming the consequent fallacy.
If only he changed it a little to be like, if the laws of logic don't exist, then we couldn't know things. But we can know things, therefore the laws of logic exist.
Which is a fallacy.
No, actually, that's not. That
well,
is
the way he stated it was a fallacy.
Yeah,
yeah. What you said it was okay, but the way he stated it, his a fallacy. Because what he stated is, if we know things, the laws of logic exist. The laws of logic. So we know things, therefore laws of logic exist. Yeah, that was the way he stated it.
That was actually one of the funnier videos, and then I remember at the very end of the video it says, "I hope I win that award because I'm going to rub it in Matt Slick's face." And blah, 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 blah.
Is that how he worded it? I want to make sure.
Well, then congratulations, douchebag. If you win, then I expect you to have zero issue getting onto my channel so that we can hear your acceptance speech.
No, his was how does his word hit? He says something like it goes, "If the laws of logic exist, we can know things. We can know things, therefore the laws of logic exist." That's how he worded it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's the problem with Darwin's is that it's not that he's wrong; it's the fact that he's so arrogantly wrong, right?
Yeah. Well, you see, there's two parts to that. There is the dumb, which I would say is pretty objective, and then there's the fuck, which is the subjective portion of that. And so it depends on who has the greater fuckness in your own personal extrapolation of the shit that they do. That will most likely motivate you to vote one way or another. And I will say this, Darwin's, Vaughn, and True, holy shit, dude, all three of those have a campaign behind them. Damn. They have a really strong campaign, and we also have to give credit where credit's due. The True campaign is led by Steve.
Did you think there was going to be that heavy competition this year? I mean, I know you didn't expect Von Helton to even be in the top 5, probably.
I expected him to be like in the 9th place, to be completely honest. And all of a sudden he soared to the front because I only nominated Von Helton for one reason. That's because he was the newest member of the bullshit Flat Earther Brigade, and anyone becoming a Flat Earther, they automatically get it.
Wait, he jumped aboard that?
He jumped aboard that.
Oh, nice.
And so that's why I nominated him, because you could be fine.
Not for any of the other stuff, not for him being a Christo pagan.
Well, I understand that there was some other stuff, but the main reason I nominated him was because of him jumping on the flat Earth. It was only after I nominated him that I realized I made a pretty damn good choice, because looking back at his shit, holy fuck. And was I missing a goddamn gold mine? I made the right decision with that one. And with that, I feel no regrets about nominating him. And actually, if he is in the top 3, I'm actually happy for that, because he is a fuckhead. He is an absolute fuckhead.
Me too. I kind of wish he got a little more attention so people can see it more.
Well, now he's getting the attention he needs.
Who are you talking about?
Von Helton.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I nominated Von Helton for one main reason, and it was that he joined the bullshit Flat Earther Brigade. But I didn't really grasp just how deep his dumb fuckery goes until I started looking at a few compilations of Von Helton.
You hang around his channel enough, and you see what type of people are on there. You're going to see it eventually. So I kind of think it's a good thing. So at least people can, if they're curious, or maybe they don't even know he exists. Now they will.
Yeah, now they will. So you can kind of say this is pretty good publicity, bad publicity, but good bad publicity, if that makes sense. So yeah,
and it'd be good publicity even if you don't believe it. I mean, it's
and also I want to answer a ranty comment that I had to delete because apparently they didn't read the fucking description. Yes, there is an 11th person running. However, they're not running for Dumb Fuck of the Year. The 11th person was added in spirit. Regardless of his vote numbers, he's not going to be included. He's just getting an honorable mention. He was added so that he could run in spirit only because he's a neo-Nazi fuckhead racist.
What is this? Who's
Iron Nation?
Dionysus.
Oh, Dionysus. You know what? God, that should have been my fucking
5 votes, even if it is in spirit.
Yeah, he's a dumb fucking spirit.
I added him to the running, but he's not actually in the running. He's only there in spirit. So regardless his votes, he's not going to win Dumb Fuck of the Year. He is only there in spirit. That's as far as I can go, because once I make the top 10, it's set in stone. I'm not going to change it after the fact. So I added him in spirit only.
Like
so
the one
he will
time-
at least get an honorable mention.
The one
Okay,
time
I gotta
he was
do some
active in a
business here real
hangout,
quick.
I didn't even know he was like that. I mean, he seemed pretty chill to me. Maybe he just didn't say anything too
No,
racy.
Dio's mental.
No, he's
Dionysus
kind
is
of.
mental.
I
But
mean,
let me-
he went off the handle when I was in Tom Rabbit's hangout, and Sam was there, and he was calling Sam a fucking kike and making all these fucking Nazi
he's an anti-Semitic
references. And then on top of that, he was also saying that Hitler was a cool dude, and I had to actually explain to him how World War II went down.
Well, you got to remember, Dionysus is a bit of a troll nowadays, right? He just wants to get a rise out of people. He doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't. He may have some of those tendencies, which I fully believe he does, but he just wants to get a rise out of people. That's all he's.
I don't know,
for.
because I can remember back when he wasn't trolling and he actually wanted to have serious conversations with people.
No, he believes these things. I'm not saying otherwise,
like I joined
but he's a lot more
Nadia's
vocal
room,
about it
and the
because he
first
wants
thing
to
I hear
troll.
is Dio screaming about how black people are objectively less aesthetically pleasing than white people.
I remember those conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, now and the entire conversation was us making fun of him because of that. Because now his girlfriend that broke up, or I should say his ex-girlfriend that broke up,
Roommate that he never slept with.
Yeah, that never slept with is now getting black dick.
You know what?
But anyways, real quick, I gotta clear up some stuff. Hey, I want to know you guys' opinion.
An APM?
I want you guys' opinion on this thing. Do I have any reason whatsoever? I mean, you guys are going to be the advocates here. Do I have any reason to unblock Mark Thomas?
No.
No.
Okay. Anybody?
No.
I don't even know him that well.
Okay.
I mean,
so yeah, I don't think that I do actually. He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed one iota. He's still the most duplicitous, dishonest person. He just wants to troll. He has nothing to value to add to any conversation. So yeah, I don't really see a need to unblock him.
But,
I mean, if you at least try to stop trolling and have an honest dialogue, I wouldn't have an issue.
Well,
but
trolling
he doesn't.
online is his substitute for actually door knocking.
What's that?
Because he's a Jehovah's Witness.
Well, oh, really?
Yep.
Really? I've never known that. Seriously.
That's why
Mark
whenever
Thomas is
he
Jehovah's
pops
Witness.
up
That kind
in
of
the
explains a lot of his fuckery.
Yeah, no, if he pops up in the chat every now and then, and if I see him, I'll ask him, hey, is Jesus the Archangel Gabriel made flesh? And he will refuse to answer that question.
Well, he refused to answer all my questions. What do you think I blocked him for? He did not want to engage in a conversation. His entire...
Yes, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that, Red.
Yeah, yes, they do. I know. His entire thing was basically trying to avoid having to answer questions, and he's duplicitous.
All right, let me also ask this if I can, because there's a comment in chat. Dio is out of range. Dio is not well. Leave him out. Don't push. Whatever. Well, first of all, in my defense, he's not in the running. He's only there in spirit. I made that very clear. Regardless of his votes, he's not ever going to win Dumb Fuck of the Year, at least for this year.
Does he even have a video on him?
No, I haven't made a video of him.
Okay.
I nominated him because I had a conversation with him yesterday in Tom Rabbit's Hangout, where we were really shocked at the immensity of his dumbfuckitude. And so, if he is unwell, being that I've only spoken to this joker once, then that's something I'll have to come to find out, later on in next year, because there is a really good chance that he is going to be on my list of, I'm watching you, and we're going to see if you qualify to be nominated for Dumb Fuck of the Year, or if anyone can possibly get you out of the top 10. So he's only there in spirit. He is not going to win. I'm not screwing any of the other contestants, but he is going to at least get an honorable mention because fuck him.
He should have thought of it before he became a neo-Nazi fuckhead.
Well, actually, when it comes back, like I said in the side chat, when it comes to Dionysus and the whole black people being less aesthetically pleasing, like I said, it could be more for personal preference. Just because you find white people more.
Yeah, no, he says it objectively, right? He says it doesn't matter what your subjective opinion is.
Yeah, this is about individual preference. He just thinks black people are inferior to white people in every respect.
Yeah, that's insanity. I mean, there's a lot of hot black chicks out there.
With the exception that black
exactly,
guys
that's because
dicks.
it's down to personal preference.
Sure.
Maybe he feels.
I gotta ask at this point. Dionysus, is your entire purpose in here to just play devil's advocate?
You're talking to Thaddeus, not Dionysus.
No, Thaddeus. No, I'm not. This is coming from somebody who, if we're going to talk about sexual preferences, okay, I'm brown, okay, so it means I have white and black in me. So therefore, I think I'm pretty justified in saying that, I can see someone's point of view if they say that white people are more aesthetically pleasing.
But he claims it's objective.
If you're
that's the difference.
He's saying it goes beyond personal preference.
Right. We all agree we have our subjective
He's saying
preferences.
that it is a fact of nature. Black people are inferior to white people in terms of aesthetics, and if you press him further, in every other respect.
Okay, then yes, he's racist. I'm not just
No
here to play
shit.
devil's advocate.
Yes, that's what we've been saying the entire time.
I just happen to disagree with a few things. That's all. And
No, the thing is that there's nothing to disagree with here. If someone says that something is objective when in fact it is subjective, then he's
the only thing we can say for certain. The only thing we can say for certain is that the only thing to say for certain that's objective is Reg's ugliness.
Yes,
that's objective. There's no way you can't get around that.
By the way,
yeah, inanimate objects scream out. That
Yes, I need a
Rocks
perfect mirror.
run away from him.
Speaking of, if anyone tells you that all black women are unattractive, just say, if you are not sexually attracted to Halle Berry, if she hasn't given you a boner once, you are a fag. I'm sorry.
Wow. You know what? You're just a fag.
Wait a minute.
I think even gay men think Halle Berry is hot.
Hang on.
No, that is
I
true.
am, Max, I am a man of science, and I need to test this. What's the name one more time?
Halle Berry.
Okay, let's see.
Look at her.
You don't know who she is, Red?
Just look up Halle Berry swordfish.
No, better yet, Catwoman.
Catwoman.
Horrible movie, but she was hot in it.
Okay, let's see. And Google, help me out here.
Careful what you say. It could be fighting words.
Careful what you say. It could be fighting words. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember this movie. Yeah, the movie was fucking terrible, but my god, did I have a stiffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could cut diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know something else, Gabriel Union, she is gorgeous. Just stunningly gorgeous.
Megan Good.
I don't know who she is. I know who Gabriel Union is, though.
Google her.
What is it called?
Her name is Megan Good.
Megan Good.
She literally has good in her name.
Let's see here. I'll tell you.
Can't argue with that now.
Can't argue with that. Yep, I'm looking at her right now in a Hooters outfit.
But I like Gabriel Union better.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at her in a Hooters outfit right now. Yep, definitely.
Look at Gabriel Union.
How do you spell
Come
her
on,
name?
she is like the adorable. She's so fucking cute. It's disgusting. Look at that smile. She's just fucking amazing.
How do you spell her name?
Here, I'll post it in the group chat.
Thank
She's
you.
she's just fucking hot and cute and just smile in the eyes and you know what? I need a minute.
Well, you will be hearing a slightly sweaty fapping in the background.
Yeah, make sure that I gotta make sure my mic's muted for a minute.
Wow.
The wrong time.
She's cute, isn't she?
So
Don't worry, I'm with you.
Wait, hang on. Do you guys agree that she's adorable?
Absolutely.
Those are some nice lips she has.
I told you she is adorable.
And there you go. So for this douchebag to be saying that, oh, this is objective, yeah, bullshit. Fuck yourself.
Okay. Yeah, go fuck yourself, douche.
And so that's why he's nominated in Spirit.
Did we start talking about puppies, by the way? Because Jackie wants it. I know we were talking about pussy, but I didn't know we were talking about puppies.
Jackie wants. Oh yeah. Can I give the link to Jackie?
Oh, I already did.
I'm pretty sure she'd be willing to talk about how attractive certain women are in the black
Gabriel
community.
Union.
Oh yeah. I also have a beef with Jackie that I want to address. Yeah, Jackie fucked up recently. Then I need to call her out on.
Yeah, she didn't vote for true empiricism yet. That's my beef with her.
No. One, she didn't vote for Antonio yet. She hasn't voted for anybody yet. But
I know.
Well, I don't know. Will she join? If Max
I'm hoping that we get some more people making some videos. I know argument from.
Oh, right, that's true. I voted puppy pictures.
Okay. Broadcast.
No,
Jackie,
Mark Thomas, you're not getting a link.
Call her out on
Oh
something.
my god! I just found that that Gabriel Union has pictures of her in bikinis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I said, I'll be right back. I need about 10 minutes.
Be right back.
All right.
Told you she's fucking hot.
I'm just gonna.
Hi, Jackie. By the way, I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Why?
Okay. Because I'm still waiting for
Oh
you.
my God, she sounds so sound. So sad when she said that.
I know.
God, don't dreads. Come on.
Hang on. She fucking should feel sad because the fact is that she has yet to take back her assertion that I am somewhat attractive. Take it back, Jackie.
Oh, that's not happening.
Son of a... You saying that I am attractive is like saying a hurricane blowing through a trailer park is
We're not
attractive.
accounting for taste.
Okay, there's one dog photo. I think I owe like 2 more.
Oh yeah, you do.
Unbelievable.
Happy.
Yeah, that's it. There it is. Okay, that's 1. That's 2.
Damn, it doesn't take much to make her squeal, does it? That's not a damn dog. That's a miniature bear.
These are puppy pictures.
Hold on.
You know what? I bet that dog would rip your eyes out, though, if you had a chance. He just looks like he's just faking being cute. You know? I think if you had a chance, he'd just gouge your eyes out.
Hunter's looking around like, what has this turned into?
Okay, I'm back, right?
And the last one, here's a photo of a puppy. This one's
I don't know what it turned
See,
into.
hey, wait, hang on, one quick. You know, here's I can't even make a girl squeal like that. But anyways, you know, here's the reason why I will never let Mark Thomas back in. I don't think. I mean, I let him have a sock account in the live feed, and all he does is troll. How did you convince Hunter he's walking around in a modified fish body? Well, we did that by doing this. Block user, bye-bye, Mark Thomas. That's how we do that. I mean, it just, I don't understand the need for this guy to be fucking such a fucking duplicitous, dishonest, uneducated, ignorant piece of shit. I don't get it. What's his, oh wait, I'm sorry, he's a Jehovah's Witness. Now I understand. Okay, gotcha, okay.
I don't know.
It's only one threshold above a Scientologist.
Puppies.
Yes, we see puppies, yes. Yes, Jackie, those are puppies. Cute, adorable little.
I'm so mad at you, Jackie.
Puppies.
You saying I'm attractive is like the ultimate sin. You do realize this, right?
Can we just forget about it?
I will never
Move
forget.
on. Yeah,
I will never forget about you lying through your goddamn teeth.
She's a woman. Nobody can trust her, anyways.
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm kidding.
I'm sorry.
Love you, Jackie.
I can't call someone ugly. I'm sorry. I just can't.
So you're just calling him semi-attractive just so he doesn't have like a low self-esteem?
What about people who are ugly in heart and spirit, like Dionysus? I mean,
he is ugly, yeah.
Yeah, he is ugly in regards.
That's a difficult one.
Oh, come on.
Really?
Okay.
You know what? You need to stop being this too nice shit, okay? There's people out there that are unattractive. It doesn't even matter physically or not. Dionysus is an ugly personality.
You just have very weird standards.
It's objectively he's fucking ugly.
Hold on, let's just say this.
All right, go ahead.
Now, with the whole dumb fuck of the year thing, I personally don't like calling people dumb fucks. And, I wasn't gonna vote based on who was a dumb fuck, at first. And then, Redline made a video for Dionysus, and my vote was cast. Pretty much immediately.
Yeah, but he's not even effectively running. He's only running in spirit.
That's what I think of Dionysus, so.
But he's only running in spirit. It doesn't count.
It counts, Steve. Shut up.
No, he's only running in spirit. It doesn't count. And so, and now here's the thing. Jackie, I think the issue is that deep down, deep in that heart of yours, that's made out of solid gold and diamonds, that I am one of the most hideous creatures you have ever had the misfortune of laying eyes on. Your eyes decided at that point to temporarily blind themselves so that they could prevent you Jackie, you inside that shell of yours from experiencing any more mental trauma or allowing you to resist the urge of grabbing the nearest spoon or fork and gouging your eyes out with extreme ferocity.
Whoa, that's deep.
Yeah, oh, I can go even deep. I can go deeper than that, bro. That's just the tip of the goddamn iceberg. And so because you were able to shield yourself from ugliness, you haven't quite gotten the full grasp of it. And so really what you're experiencing is not the fact that I'm beautiful. What you actually may have experienced is your mind blinding you and replacing the horribleness that was my face with a different image that wasn't me.
Yeah, it's a weird sort of subconscious psychological thing. You don't quite grasp it.
Come up with any explanation you want and go right ahead.
I think Dionysus is going to have a leg up for 2017. I know you don't really start worrying about it like 6 months into the year, but I think he's going to come in strong. I do.
Hopefully, I don't forget that the douchebag exists. So we'll see what happens.
I kind of hope he does just for the entertainment.
The problem is that Dionysus isn't the only person who frequents that corner of our community who tends to lean alt-right racist.
Sure, but
yeah, I mean, anybody that starts is going to do the whole racist thing.
I mean, Iron Nation's the same way.
Huh?
It's interesting.
And then there's a couple other people who I can think of, but I don't want to name drop or anything.
I don't care. I say their names. We need to expose them for what they are. They're racist pieces of shit.
Yep.
I
got no qualms about that.
In the chat, and then you guys can pretend like you remember who they are.
I know. There needs to be more black people or brown people that go after them specifically. So I actually kind of want to be in the room with one of them one of these days.
You know what? I don't even like talking to Dionysus or Iron, especially Iron. I can't stand talking to Iron. He just won't even have an actual conversation. He's just just full of bullshit. It's coming out of his fucking
Wait, what
ears.
What group are we talking about?
A bunch of racist bastards that hang out over on Tom's channel. Because Tom loves this shit. He loves having these fucking racist pricks in there.
I don't even know about Tom.
Tom Rabbit.
Yeah, I was actually.
Yeah. And I'm glad that he runs those hangouts because it keeps him over there. Because I don't even want him even in my live feed. I don't want any of these fuckers in there.
Okay,
and Dio, Iron Nation Incorporated, Patriarch, all of them. I don't. Patriarch occasionally would drop by, but Patriarch has never actually stayed. He hasn't gone off yet in my hangouts on it.
But Ace, this seems like such a cool dude. I didn't know he's like that.
Patriarch is incorporated.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I didn't know that. Shit. Yeah, but I mean, Incorporated even hasn't really gone out on my channel that much. He's been in a long time ago, and he came in like for 5 minutes the other day. But Iron, when he comes in here, he always was trying to change the conversation to racism back when. Then I told him no, not going to happen, and he stopped doing it. But I don't want him in here at all. He's just not worth it to me.
Yeah, I didn't.
So I'm glad Tom has his hangouts, by the way.
I honestly didn't know Ace this was like that.
He is.
I knew about him before, and he seemed like a pretty chill person.
Well, he's subtle about it. Ace is a smart fucking guy, but his is one of those subtle racists, right?
He's really, really smart.
Very smart.
Especially in like computer software and programming and stuff. Like, he's got quite a resume, and like I've heard him talk about race, and just
but Jackie, who wants to listen to that over there? But who wants to listen to Tom? I mean, I'm not saying against Tom's hangouts. It's basically he's just a continuance of Nadia's, only to even more alt-right. But I listened for like 5 minutes to Tom's hangouts, and I'm done already. It just has no interest to me, absolutely none. And I wonder if people are just listening to it because they have nothing else to listen to when I'm not broadcasting, or if Red's not broadcasting, or Xbox isn't broadcasting.
Or maybe it's just really interesting.
Don't hang out over there all that much. I was only in there yesterday because it was I was supposed to be working yesterday, but they closed the ski resort, so I ended up not working. And then I saw Sam and Redline were in there, and I couldn't help myself. I wanted to hang out with my friends.
Mm-hmm. And also, Jackie, there's something I need to speak to you about. My travel plans have changed. After driving to New York and back, I have said to myself, fuck that. So I'm actually going to be flying instead.
Oh, okay. We can pick you up from the airport.
that's why I wanted to set up with you. So essentially, I am still gonna be heading over there, and I'm thinking somewhere in the May area, like April, May, maybe May, and have you guys pick me up at the airport. And
Are you going to be going to Ontario or LAX? You think?
The best airport for you to fly to get you would be Ontario.
Right.
Ontario.
But yeah, but if you went to LAX, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Well,
but Ontario is our nearest.
It's not that much. Yeah, it's not much difference in price usually. And Ontario is much closer to us.
Well, yeah, I'll go to whatever airport you want me to, because I started doing the math on it, and even though I drive a Spark, it's going to take me 3 days driving solid to get there. So I can stop over at 13 Heathens Place, crash there for a night, but just to get to 13 Heathens Place from where I live is a 14.5-hour drive straight. Insanity. And that's without stopping. And keep in mind, when I made my trip to Dragnot's place, I actually drove 14.5 hours, but the GPS said it would only take me 12 hours to get there. So you got to think that if the GPS is saying, 15 hours, I should add 2 to that just to be safe. And now you see the problem. I am going to be so fucking exhausted that I'll have to stay there for a couple of days.
I bet you were so happy to get home and just crash, huh?
No, I wasn't feeling well. I was vomiting there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're probably happy you were done driving and you were back home, right?
Oh yeah, I because my skeleton was starting to fuse itself in the shape of a chair and me in a driving position.
Yeah,
so,
my limit is about 2 hours driving.
So Jackie, I've decided that for my own well-being and for my own comfort, I am going to not drive to California. I am going to take a flight to California from Tampa International Airport, and have you guys pick me up once they actually get there. And then once we actually get there, I'll do either one of 2 things. I'll either take you bitches with me and pay you for gas, or I'll rent a car. So I'm going to discuss that with you when the time comes. But is the month of April or May good for you? It'll probably be May.
Yeah, May's fantastic. If we're moving off the mountain, it will be before May.
It will be before May.
Yeah, but if we end up not moving off the mountain in March, then it will be after May. So I don't really. My only concern is when are we moving? I don't want to be moving at the same time that you're here. So, probably be the best.
Yep. Now that gives me a few months at least to plan shit out, save up some coin, and then head on over there. And once I actually do head over there, I am going to be taking you up on your offers that you have been so nice in offering to me. Thank you so much for that. And I also want to meet up with Steve. I also want to meet up with Sam, Jade, and also I want to continue on the little skit with Captain Osimo where I sweep his floor.
Yes. Oh my God, you have to. We'll drive you. We'll drive you to Orange County because I have friends there, and
that is awesome.
Yeah. Oh, Joe's in Orange County. Well, he's in Long Beach.
No, he's in Long Beach. Is technically LA County.
Yeah, okay, but he's not that far from Orange.
That's essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about driving over and stopping off at a few bitches and hoes places along the way. For example, I wanted to stop at 13 Heathens' place because 13 Heathens is awesome, but I figured that I'm not going to stay over at his place if he doesn't want me to. And then I thought, well, I could stop over and hang out with Prudent, but there's a problem. It's Prudent. So I just say, I'm just going to skip both of them. I'm just going to skip both of them and just do a nonstop flight from here to there, because driving there is going to take me 20 hours. Flying there is going to take me 4.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't recommend driving.
That flight, honestly, that flight is not that bad. I've done the flight between Savannah and LA, and it'll be over in no time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's I told my first sexual encounter.
Georgia, yeah.
I told her it'd be over in no time. I was right.
Yeah, they said like 3 hours 45 minutes. So let's just round and say 4 hours straight. I can deal with that easy, and also that means I also have the opportunity to sit back, relax, and use my Theodolite app to show that the Earth is not fucking flat.
Oh, you have a Theodolite app?
Yeah. So essentially, if you're on the runway, there's a point where the jet is making its turn that you're looking down the runway. If you use your Theodolite app, the horizon is going to be at 0.01 degrees or whatever. At flight, the horizon is going to be at -3 degrees. That means that the Earth is curving down away from you in all directions.
See, I think the app is already just pre-programmed to fool you.
Yes,
because it knows the Earth is flat, so it does it just fucks
It's
fucks with the numbers,
part
so it
of the
convinces you that the Earth
Illuminati
is round.
33 programming.
Yeah. So. Oh, let's check on Ronnie's numbers still. Oh, he went up one! Yay, 319 for true.
Hey Max, how was your fun time?
Oh, no, I was actually just going upstairs to grab.
Wait. He really did jack off just a few minutes ago. Okay. Hey, no, I
How
don't
was
judge.
it? What was it? Was it an angry wink?
See, it's full. Just showing I was upstairs making tea. That's
You got black sperm? Wait, when they say cream and coffee, that's not what they mean, Max.
Oh, hang on. Jackie, let me ask you: are you by any chance subscribed to a channel by name of Tesla Nick?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna post a link in the side. It's only a minute 30 long. Watch that for me real quick.
Okay, hold on.
Let's see what her reaction to this shit is.
What are you sending her to?
Lord, I got red. Why don't you?
Oh, God, what is she all squealing about now? Wow.
Go check it out. Only way you're gonna know. Unless you
seriously. What am I going to here? Oh my goodness. Head scene.
Did anybody hear her smack the table? She's laughing so hard. I'm just playing.
That dog doesn't know how to bark.
Yeah. I just wanted to point that out because I heard it, and that's all I had to say about that.
So this dog that doesn't know how to bark, that's what we're making fun of?
I'm just wondering, how old is Jackie? Because, like, hearing her earlier say, like, I'm over here picturing, like, first time meeting her, like...
She's 46. Look at that dead silence. No, she's not 46.
About to say, I wouldn't go that far.
She's 22.
Yeah, she's legal.
I'd say.
She is definitely
I'm
legal.
23.
I'm 23.
Oh, we're close. And
You're not 23.
No,
But you said
someone said 46, you
That was
fucker.
Steve.
That was Steve.
See, look.
I said 23. I was just 1 year. I said 23.
There's a dead silence after that. That's like,
look, Jackie, I said, the only thing I said was that you were legal.
Hey,
to drink.
Maybe everybody's older than me in this room again.
Wait, how old are you?
20.
Oh, you're a baby.
20.
Hey, how come Apologia's numbers haven't gone up? It looks like
I'm
I know that
25.
I know YouTube has a shitty way of calculating subscribers. I mean, it doesn't move half the time, so I don't know if you guys have actually gone to subscribe to him or not. So
Yeah, I've subscribed.
Come on, fuckers, give him some things. We're gonna get him up to a couple hundred.
Yep, I also.
I know you did, Reds.
Yeah, I know. I also promoted his channel on my G+, and so he should be getting some traffic because of that. And also, I am 25, so I guess that puts me.
Okay.
Hey, I'm also 25.
I guess that puts me in the middle of the road.
Wow.
Kevin is 25.
Big boy moving up in the world.
Am I the oldest as usual?
Yes.
Yes.
You're always going to be the oldest.
Yeah,
I guess Father Christmas, you are the
Steve,
Why-
oldest in this room. I'm the youngest.
You know what? That makes me the most wise.
Look. That's
That's
why.
debatable.
That's why I came into this hangout saying, "Steve, you old decrepit fuck, how's it going?"
Yes, the wise one of the group.
Debatable.
hey Gramps, you having
What?
a hangout today, Gramps?
Yeah, when are you gonna shave that shit off your face?
Never. No, I don't know. I have no idea why I'm growing. I just want to, and I want to see what happens in a couple months. But if not, then I'll
Isn't
shave
it
off.
itchy? Because
Yes.
whenever I grow a beard,
Yeah.
it's itchy, and I just no.
Well, it is right now. It depends. Like, for example, like after if I have this really good conditioner, and it makes it really soft for like a couple hours. But
Oh
then
my
when I wake
goodness.
up, it's scratchy again. So
Yeah, I just shaved, so. But I used to have a beard.
you've got 3 facial hair. Fuck off.
Oh, whatever. You actually thought I was super attractive with my
He
beard.
could grow a mustache if his life depended on it.
I have
do you want me
beard.
Do you want me to bring up the gay jokes you made?
No,
Want me to go there?
Gay jokes. I make a lot of gay jokes. So what?
Yeah, I think.
You're bottom. What do you want?
yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Touche. All right, I'm out. I'm done. I quit.
Why do people listen to this shit? I don't know. We were having such a great discussion earlier about theology, and that just went to crap.
I know, like, I come in, like, I was in there for a second, we were talking about hell or something, and then next thing you know, I come in here and we're talking about puppies and girls. I'm like, what the heck?
I told you it was going to be theology in the beginning, if that was your thing.
Don't say that word.
What?
Yeah, no P word. You can't say the P word in here when Jack is around.
Puppies?
Yeah. That word, thank you. You can say pussy as much as you want. You just can't say puppies.
Fuck you, Hunter. Fuck you so much.
I'll get a lie behind Steve.
Actually, wait. You're oh, nice. Quick to the draw there. I've gone. Just one ad. I've gone through the most changes of facial hair around here. I've had a mustache. I've had a full beard. I've had a goatee.
I like you with the goatee, dude. I like you with the goatee, and I like you with a little longer hair, personally.
Yeah.
Even though
And I mean, I know homo, but you know, but I think you have that Renaissance type look going, like a Three Musketeer look.
Complete homo.
Max, complete homo here. Bring back the porn stash.
Everyone has a preference. There's a contingency that loves me when I'm clean shaven. There's one that loves me with the beard. There's one that loves me just with the stash.
Okay, but listen. I'm the only one that matters in this equation, motherfucker. So bring back the fucking porn stash.
Wow.
I've had it once
What a
before.
jerk.
Hunter, you may accuse me of being self-centered, and I want you to know you are absolutely right.
I figured I was. I kind of got that.
Whoa,
His
roboting
microphone is
really
going
bad.
Microphone's going on weird.
Hunter, you might want to F5 or
Okay.
turn off your camera.
What pushed me to shave the porn stash off was I was 25 and I was in a class of undergrads and I was feeling like everyone's dad and I couldn't have that. So I was just like, now. And then after I shaved off, I was like, now I could hit on the 18-year-olds. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I wouldn't hit on 18-year-olds.
Hey, maybe his microphone works now.
I feel very creepy doing that.
Yeah, it's better, but it's really quiet.
Someone turn up his microphone.
Oh, I was just attending to the G-plusitudes.
Someone who has the control room would have to do that.
I don't think I have controls.
Oh, what are we doing here? Sorry, what?
You were just about to give me controls, and then you walked
You
away.
have control.
The fuck I do? No, I don't.
Oh shit! How'd that not happen?
I mean, there we go. Now I have
I
controls.
thought I did.
Fear me and obey, you fucking whores.
Well, everybody's got controls too, so whatever. Fuck off.
What?
Someone let in Haunted Shore.
Who the hell's Haunted Shore? I know he's in the live feed, but I don't know where he is.
Oh, he's a friend of mine. I can vouch.
Wait, you got friends?
Hear me?
Barely, we can hear you. Yes.
Hey, Redline.
Yes,
are
I
you
do.
gonna show me the video?
Huh? What?
Are you gonna show me the subrats video or not?
Send you the Subarats video?
Yeah.
I can send it to you. You just download it off of my G drive. You want the link?
Testing.
Sure.
Testing.
Yep, we can hear you.
I can hear myself.
Then something's wrong with your audio settings.
Something's wrong with yours.
Nope, mine's just fine.
I can hear both of you. What are you complaining about?
No, the thing is that he's really, really quiet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can boost up his audio though. Here, talk now, Haunted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So why do you want the Super Rats video? Have you not seen it?
Oh no, I thought you agreed. You said you wanted me to like watch it, and like if I laugh, I have to vote for him.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so there's the link. Download that video, and remember, it's 2 girls, 1 cup rules, which means you have to watch the whole thing.
And none of this whole closing your eyes and listening to the music shit. Although
Nope.
that would still work for this video.
That
but
would still work. That would still work. But
I should point out that I've seen like the first 20 seconds of it, so I have a good idea.
And so, if you find yourself wanting to gouge your eyes out with a spoon, yeah, I think you should vote for him.
G plus Jerry Springer.
Who?
Hey, Tom Rabbit's in here.
Oh, hang on. And show. I said and show.
I heard Steve go.
There it goes. There it goes. All right, now he's broadcasted.
Wait, are there 11 people in here?
1, 2,
1,
3,
2,
4,
3,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, somebody's ghosting.
Oh, okay.
How's that happen?
It's a ghost. It means somebody's actually in here that's not actually in
Oh,
here.
so there is some sort of proof of supernatural.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god! It's internet.
There is
So what do I
actually
usually
no
do when
ghost in
somebody's
here.
ghosting? They usually drop out, but what happens is somebody leaves and it still shows them. So I'm gonna just do a quick world check. I'm just kind of curious.
I think it was
I actually know who it is, but
yeah.
Anyways, okay, we know Haunted's here. Hunter, you're here, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah, I know Jackie's here. She just spoke. Max, I can see you. I don't think multiple
Maybe
personalities.
the
here,
haunted person is the ghost.
Multiple personality. Are you ghosting? Yeah, it's
Uh-oh.
multiple.
Culprit.
So he'll drop out occasionally. It just takes a few, but it has.
Can I just
happened.
eject him?
No, because then he can't get back in.
Oh, right.
That doesn't affect us. I mean, it's just ghosting. So,
Okay.
anyways, Tom, what's up? You
What's up?
dropping by? We were just talking shit about you a few minutes ago. Here's your name.
Yeah, I heard.
Awesome.
Talking shit about how you can't play
I
the
love
piano.
Tom. I'm so happy he runs these things to keep these fucking pieces of shit away from my channel. He doesn't.
Yeah,
he's
I
like-
would have
he's
to.
not one of
I would,
them, though, right?
I would have to disagree with you there. I don't think it would. If I didn't have any hangouts going, I don't think it would have any effect on you at all. I mean,
Well, they not anymore so much because I mean Iron doesn't come around like you used
Keeping-
to. But yeah, I mean not as much anymore.
I
But you
don't
know, it
think
keeps them
that's-
busy at least, right?
I don't think it's in virtue of me having hangouts, though. I think it's just because you said I don't want your piece of shit ass in here. So they
That's
don't
true.
go
Yeah,
there.
yeah, good point.
Maybe
Yeah.
they don't. Maybe they don't have enough views or whatever. But you'd think Google would kind of be on top of them because they shut down like this pro-Nazi channel like a while ago.
I don't know how you deal with it,
No.
Tom. I really don't. God bless you, brother. I would have lost my shit on these people
Tom.
a long time ago.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an analogy. It's
Sure.
like a racist joke, right? Someone tells me a racist joke, whether it's my race or another race. I can laugh at it because I don't think that the person's actually a racist piece of shit, right?
But Dio, you
Or
know, Dio
I-
and them are.
Right, but that's the second part, right?
Oh.
Like, I don't think that stuff is true, basically, right?
Hmm.
So when Dio and Iron or stuff say stupid stuff, I don't take it seriously.
Yeah, and that's
I
the
don't
same
feel-
thing. That's the same
you know-
thing with other channels
feel-
that I look at. I disagree with.
I don't
Tom-
feel threatened by that stuff at all.
Tom,
I
do you
just
know that
think-
you actually sound a lot like Naughty even when you don't even try to sound like Naughty anymore? That goes multiple, by the way. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to be mean, but you do actually sound a lot like Naughty even when you don't even try. F417H from the live feed. Thank you for dropping by, and I appreciate your support immensely.
Oh yeah. By the way, Tom, thanks for letting me stay in that clusterfuck you had yesterday. That was actually really fun.
See, Steve? See?
No, I'm not saying that somebody can't get some perverse enjoyment out of it. I'm just not one of those people. I mean, I'll drop by every so often when they're not around. but-
Steve, listen. The clusterfuck was such that it was awesome. Okay, you have to go
every
to
so
the
often
dark
a
side
clusterfuck
every
would
now
be
and then.
awesome.
I
What
will
was even-
admit,
okay, let's
I
see.
love seeing Red Wang and Sam and them care like I love seeing them care my new one. That was awesome.
Okay.
Like this is my approach on people that are racist or whatever, right? I mean, you get them in a room with somebody like, you know, any of the Pal Talkers, you know, Sam the Scientist, you know, Red's Rhetoric, any of those people, you know, and the upshot of that is Dionysus will now be a late honorary mention for dumb fuck of the year, right? I mean, it's not like their views are gonna like are being, I mean, they just have to present them, and they do themselves a disservice for their cause.
Sure. But I mean, I agree with that. But I don't want it around my channel. It's just not interested in it. Yeah, sure. They're basically doing more harm than good because people are realizing, yeah, these people are actually fucktards. They're not recruiting people to become part of their neo-Nazi following, I don't think. But I don't want to give him a platform at all, period.
He used to be a high school teacher.
Isn't that scary?
Chemistry teacher. Yeah, and he also said that he could go all Breaking Bad any instant he wanted and make crystal meth. Dumbass.
Yeah,
I think he already does that.
I actually asked him, hey, being that I'm ignorant on it, why don't you teach me a little bit about chemistry? And the first thing he went to was crystal meth.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're definitely.
Yeah, he's probably using his own product.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, white nationalism and crystal meth kind of go hand in hand.
That's how they make their money, right?
Well, I have to get out of here. So
No, that's true, though.
The last point I wanted to make is that, like, when it comes to these channels, whether they be racist or flat earthers or any type of these weird fringe groups on the internet, like even if they make a point that might make me think or whatever, say, maybe they have a point. At the end of the day, I have to remind myself, it's just some idiot on the internet, right? I mean, it doesn't mean it necessarily affects your views as a whole. And every now and then you just kind of got to look at it and go, who are they? Okay, just some guy on the internet. How much water does what they say really have? Chances are not a whole
anything that
lot.
contradicts what you're saying right now?
I'm just saying that I think it actually might help because Steve says he can't enjoy it or whatever. So I'm just saying the fact that I know that there's not too much merit to what they're saying is actually what helps me enjoy things that are bad.
There's a bit of context that's missing from what Steve is actually saying, though. Steve has explained it to me before. He does enjoy it, but he enjoys it in a type of it's kind of like having sex with a dominatrix, you know, that kind of enjoyable pain type of thing. And so when he says it hurts, what he's really saying is, "Oh yes, give me more so I can debunk you later." That's right, you fucking bitch.
Okay. Okay.
Anyways, Thad, thanks for dropping by.
All right.
Theology is going to drop into your place here.
All right.
And by the way, Apologias did. I looked at his live subscribe count because YouTube is so slow. He's actually at 96 now, so he actually went up quite a bit. So thank you guys. Let's get over like 200 here
I'm
soon.
dropping out too.
Did you subscribe to him yet, Jackie?
Who?
Apologia.
I shared it on G Plus, Jackie.
Oh, okay. I'll look at it
He's
later.
got good content.
I'm so
Just go
tired.
sub to him.
All right. Have a good night.
Okay.
I'll find you the link.
Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Well, who's
Bye-bye,
leaving?
puppies.
Who's leaving? Wait. Jackie, you leaving?
She just left.
Oh.
And Thaddeus left too. So there's
Well, I know
not
Thaddeus-
going to be anyone
Thaddeus-
playing.
all right.
So there's not going to be anyone playing Devil's Advocate.
I mean, seriously, it's okay to play devil's advocate, but my God.
Yeah.
Well, that just killed the conversation.
Yeah, it really did.
See, urology gets here and look at everything.
But,
goes
but,
to shit.
but no, in my opinion, though, Tom should keep doing what he does. I say.
I'm the ultimate comeback.
What?
I think Tom should keep doing what he's doing. I find his,
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm all pro
I find
for
his
that.
hangouts remarkably enjoy. Maybe that's because I'm just a sick fuck that likes clusterfucks. But my God, it was fun.
Why was it fun?
What was what? Hunter, you said something and then you broke up. Repeat yourself.
He said what was fun.
I said, why was it fun? Sorry.
Oh, because it was a clusterfuck. I just said that.
I know, but like, what do you mean about that?
Really hard to describe. You'll have to watch it.
Send me a link.
It's really hard to describe the level of clusterfuckitude that was in there that made it so enjoyable.
Wait, who were you talking to during that convo?
I was talking to a guy by name of Dionysus, or they just call him Dio for short. And he is a racist fucking piece of shit asshole that we had a lot of fun talking shit to and debunking live on Tom's Hangout.
Send me the link.
You got it. I'll find it.
I mean that happens to Dio like every 3 days though. So.
Oh, well then that's gonna be difficult to find then. any hangout will work then. Just find a hangout where Dio isn't there, and you'll see exactly what I mean.
It sounds right, just like you.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw the end of the last hangout, but somehow it was really slow, and then someone offered Chris some money because he mentioned that he had a butt plug-in, and then someone mentioned him like if they
Who's Chris?
Chris Stewart.
Oh, you mean the pansexual?
Yeah.
Oh, that's who they're talking about. Because Godless could come in. We're having this deep philosophical, theological discussion with General and Max and Floyd, and Godless comes here and goes, "I just want to interject real quick. Chris has a butt plug up his ass. You guys want to go see?" We're like, what the fuck?
What? Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah. One thing led to another, and then we started a Skype call with about a dozen people in there. We were watching Chris totally naked with a wig, jerking off, and with a butt plug in.
And Hunter basically just said, "I want to see."
No. Oh my.
That's what it says. I want to see right there.
No, I was talking to Doctor.
I'm reading it off the group chat.
Yep, total depravity is a thing.
I'm so
No, he's not referring. He's talking about something completely different. So I don't want to throw Hunter under the bus. But it did say that. But he's not thinking about that.
You already did, so it's too late, and it's live.
Yeah, I can throw you under the bus, but I can pull you back.
We were really trying to get Nevin because he was saying that would be optimal, but he was having a real hard time getting there. We were watching for about 40 minutes. But rest assured, he did eventually orgasm and went
on
ahead
Skype
and ate his own cum.
Why would you guys watch that?
Why? Yeah, I mean, okay, you get Nevin dance around naked, and I'm there, dude. I'm ending this broadcast, and I'm there.
See,
you know?
told you. Steve?
Yeah, well, Nevin's hot. I mean, everybody knows I think Nevin's hot.
Well, I would have loved to see what she would say to Chris. You know, would have been.
You she going to give him a rating or something? That was like a 3 show or a 5, you know.
She's just going to hold up a card that says 8.
Noise. So you actually were watching this in the entire time, Tom? Like, seriously?
I mean, I wasn't glued to the screen, but I did have it on, yeah.
Why would Chris do something like? I mean, I don't know. Whatever. To float, right? You know what? To each his own. To float your
completely uninhibited.
I don't judge. Whatever. You know.
The kid. Yeah, this is just not the kind of thing you should do over the internet, though. That shit can be recorded. It can be distributed, and that's the kind of thing that could fuck up your life if it ever gets out.
Oh, he says there's already stuff out there.
Or it could start a career
didn't really
in
care.
the cam show business. One of the two.
Yeah, unless you have a future in the cam show business.
Yeah, I mean, I got videos of the doctor, and it hasn't really changed his life.
You joke about that, but there is a video of me out there.
I don't want to know.
I could send you the link if you wanted.
No, I really don't.
The main point is though, even if you want to be in the cam business, that's another thing. That's something people give thought and reflection to before they jump into it. At least I would hope they give thought and reflection to. There are people I know who I like that are in the cam business. Jennifer is.
I lived with one.
Steve lives with one.
Yeah, no, I lived with one at one time.
He lived with one. Chris is like what, 18?
It's like 22.
Oh, he's
22. No, he's not that old, is he?
No, I thought he was like in high
Who's this Chris dude? I don't even know who the fuck you're
The
guys are talking about.
pansexual, Chris. He has his avatar is a cartoon that has this little brown mark on his nose. Looks like a booger. I keep bugging about.
I'm just saying.
Still not ringing about. What's his Chris? What?
How old is he, Tom?
He's like early 20s.
Yeah, I mean that's still a little too young to just jump right into it. I think.
Chris, what? What was the last name?
Oh my God, Reds, are you trying to find this Skype call?
No, I'm not trying to find the fucking Skype call. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck you guys
So
are talking
uploaded
about.
on Pornhub already?
Probably. It'll probably be on Pornhub. So no one knows the last. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, I had to make the video private because it actually a little bit of a thumbnail actually.
Wait, can you put dirty movies on YouTube if they're private? You can't. I think they still. You can't do that, right?
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
if it's private, who's gonna be able to report it?
Making it private basically just takes it off of makes it inaccessible.
I don't know how that would work. I don't know if they've got like things that scour for like even private though. They can look at. I don't know.
They can look at it, but why the hell?
But I wonder if they I don't know how that works. Why you think there's porn? And you think people upload porn to YouTube and just make it private?
It's actually kind of funny that YouTube would have that rule against it, considering that it actually started as a hookup site.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh wow, did not know that.
What happened was, you would basically upload videos of short introductions of yourself, was the idea, but they didn't have enough users, so they hired people from Craigslist, and for some reason, the people from Craigslist basically uploaded a bunch of cat videos.
And that's why
that's
why they have 50 million views on cat videos.
I thought the first ever video on YouTube was one of the founders at the zoo.
It was something like that. But yeah, no, it was like originally intended as like a dating or hookup website.
So what was the very first video on oh my god, now I forget what it was. MTV was the very first video. What do you know? Trivia. Nobody knows the very first video played on MTV?
No, because right now, since MTV is broadcasting absolute bullshit, I'm trying to forget their existence.
It was Radio Kill the Video Kill the Radio Star by the Buggles?
No.
Yeah. You guys are too young to remember MTV and VJs and VTV and all that.
I bet you don't know what the second video they released was on MTV.
No, actually I don't.
You Better Run by Pat Benatar.
Oh. And then eventually they got to the Vapors. I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. Do 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 do.
You know the lead singer of the Vapors went on to become a music lawyer?
Yeah, hey Steve, who sings those songs?
That was the Vapors.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just don't hate because I got the rhyme down. No sex, no drugs, no wine, no women, no fun, no sin, no you, no wonder it's dark.
We're not here to hear.
Don't hate, 'cause I got that shit memorized, man. I could also do Boys to Men too. So
look, yeah, but listen, we've all memorized. Like for example, I memorized the entire song of "The Time My Wife Met My Girlfriend."
Is that a country western song?
Yeah, it is a country song.
That's what I thought.
Yep, The Time My Wife Met My Girlfriend.
Grandma got ran over by a reindeer?
Wait, no, it's nothing like that. It's absolutely nothing like that. But
grandma did get run over by a reindeer coming home from my house Christmas Eve.
The Time My Wife Met My Girlfriend. Very song. It's very, very close to me. It speaks to me.
What are we talking about right now? Like
random bullshit.
Well, I guess we just found out that Red's has been married one time, and his girlfriend and wife actually met. I think that's where we're going.
I can't believe he found two women to marry that ugly mug of his.
I think it was just one blind woman with schizophrenia.
So what is Hannah then?
What? What?
Well, so what is Hannah then in this equation? Where is she in this equation?
She's not.
No, Hannah has what we would call in the business taste.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're going.
A minimum level of standard. Yeah.
No.
What is the title of the video? What is that? What was the explanation for that again?
The explanation for what?
Why there's no theological discussion, or why they're avoided?
Oh, that was dealing with a hangout I had with Evangelist Ken, G-man's brother, yesterday.
And Antonio and G-man.
And how Antonio and G-man came in and basically fucked it up royally. We were having a great discussion. It was me, Scott, probably from Positively Godless, talking to Ken, and we were just chilling, having a great discussion for quite some time. And of course, G-man and Antonio can't have that because they're hangout killers. And they came in and tried to troll and fuck it up. Ken wouldn't have it, and they left. And then we continued on the conversation, and you know.
The best part of that hangout was G-man insisting that you screen share your
That was
information.
awesome.
And you screen shared it eventually. And then G-man said, "Somebody tell me what he's screen sharing because I can't see it on my phone."
Yeah. Okay. So you were listening, Doc.
Why did you ask him to screen share it?
Yeah. Basically, what and Hogtie made a comment on this. Basically, what happened, Tom. I had found something on BibleInfo.com that he didn't like, and I kept reading it over and over again. And he's like, "Where does it say that?" I'm like, "Here's the link." He's like, "Well, why don't you just screen share?" I'm like, "Oh, come on, really?" So I said, "Fine." I screen share it, and then he goes, "Can somebody read off what it says because I'm on my phone? I can't see him just screen share." I'm like, "Then what the fuck did you ask me for?"
Did this hangout happen yesterday?
Yes.
It is, because I'm looking for it right now, and I just want to watch this happen go down.
Oh my god, it was
About an hour and 25
stupidly
minutes
insane. Yeah, I know. We didn't have any watchers. We had like 5 people watching most of the time. I think it got up to like 7 or 10, but
Is it the Alex Rubenstahl joins the GDC community to discuss something?
no, it's on. It's not even on my channel. It was on. Evangelist Ken's channel.
Oh gosh, I thought you said it was his cousin, not his brother.
Is it his? Ken is G-man's cousin.
Yeah, you said brother earlier. That's why I was confused.
No, I didn't. It's a cousin.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Shut up.
You did.
We're all brothers in Christ. Stop it.
Oh,
no, I'm pretty sure.
G-man
I know
has
he's
said
his cousin.
before that he is his brother.
I've
Yeah.
reached.
Are people
And
still
not in a
calling his
biblical,
work?
not in like the spiritual sense either.
Well, no, they're his cousin, is it? Not his brother, is he?
Is it?
He may be both. Who knows?
Is it Ken?
What kind of family is that?
Kind of
Yeah, I think
reminds
they're
me
cousins.
of the time my wife met my girlfriend.
But anyways, I mean, talking to Ken's fine. We had a great conversation, but yeah, oh my god.
Is it Ken Jones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Evangelist Ken Jones. Yeah, I've known Ken for a long time. Matter of fact, one of the first hangouts I ever was in was actually one of G-man's hangouts with Ken in it and Paul's Ego from
But Ken
Drunken
just
Peasants.
rambles. Oh, I mean, he doesn't ever get to a
He preaches.
point.
Yeah, he preaches. I know,
No,
and it's
no,
it's
that's
hard.
not-
I don't want to
that's
interrupt
not
him, but
preaching.
eventually you're just like 5 minutes into his preaching. It's like, dude, can we move on to a point or something?
No, that's not preaching. Get your head out your ass. That is rambling.
Yeah, I know.
He's pulling a fucking Ronnie. Honestly, we should do the transcript thing to Jones for one of these times, and we should just read the absolute clusterfuck that it is, and be like,
Yeah,
okay,
he's just
do
one
any of you
theological
understand
jargon
where he's
thing.
going with this?
No, I don't think I could. I don't really follow his trains of thoughts when he starts talking about.
He doesn't have
his
a train of
theology.
thought. It's a train wreck.
Yeah, it's just throwing together words about theology. Because our Christ brother has said that we need to be repentful of our theological imperative of our cognitive functions because our rationality has not surprised us in the very least that God was going to condemn us to the eternal hellfire. I'm like,
If you're
what?
gonna do a Ken Jones voice, what you gotta do is Bill
Hold your nuts
Cosby
out.
on helium.
That would be
Steve, how do I clip like the ending off of a video from within YouTube? Didn't they used to have a little app that
easy.
you could do it?
What you do is you go to CC Clip Downloader, and you put the URL into the very top box, and then I usually put standard. It'll actually give you a couple different options.
You
And
don't even have to do that.
What?
If the video is already uploaded on your channel, then all you have to do is go to your go to your if you go
which
to your
doesn't
channel,
work. Which
no,
doesn't
it
work.
does because I actually did it.
It's so
you go
fickle.
you go to your channel, and then at the very top you have your video manager. Go to your video manager, and then go to the video in question and click edit. And then once you actually hit edit, you'll see a bunch of options at the top. Now, one of the options at the top will be you'll have like info settings, end screen, and so forth and so on, and doing bullshit like that. But you'll also have like on the side, you'll see a tab that says edit on there, or trim and stuff like that.
I actually don't see that. I don't know why it's not coming up.
You know what? Just trust me on this. Is it for your video or somebody else's?
I'll have to screenshot it.
Is it for your video or somebody else's, Tom?
Yeah, mine.
Okay. Do you want to just edit out something from it, or do you want to like, re-upload it or something?
I need to like remove like the last hour.
Okay, and it's already uploaded.
Yeah.
Okay, then the only way you can do it is where Red's saying. But it's so fucking fickle. But you have to go to your creative studio and you go down to the very bottom on the left hand side. It'll talk about video editing.
I don't even
And you can
see
just
that,
move that.
though.
You can
That's-
just edit
that's
it,
the weird thing.
and then you can take off the last part.
Okay. Let me
Oh,
go ahead.
all right, video editor. I found it. Okay.
Right.
All right, there you
But
go.
it is temperamental. Sometimes I just can't get it to work very well.
Yeah, but don't I have to like download it and then re-put it into
No,
the
no,
video?
no. YouTube does it on its own. So the video is going to stay uploaded, and when the edits take place, I do know that they're irreversible because the edits take place on the server itself, but the URL is going to be exactly the same. So if you wanted to save the entire Hangout for future reference for whatever reason, then I would recommend downloading it off of YouTube, editing it in an external program, and then re-uploading it. But if you don't care for the last hour and don't care that if you never see it again, then just do it on YouTube. It's a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Mm-hmm. Why? What's in the last part you don't want us to see? What's the one incriminating?
Is Chris jerking off. Somehow. Yeah.
Oh.
And
You know what I would do? I mean, seriously, what I would do is I would actually just download. You have it privatized, I assume, right? Download it offline through CC Clip Converter, and then just clip
Converter?
it. Yeah, I'll just get you the site.
Or is it C Clip Converter?
Yeah, CC Clip Download is called. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, we have. At the top, it says info settings, enhancements, audio, end screen and annotation, cards and subtitles, and CC. If you go to the enhancements tab, that's the one you want to click on, and that will allow you to edit this video and trim it and shit like that. And so that's what I did for one of my videos, for one of my Hangouts, and it worked just fine. I do save, though. In my case, I don't know if this is the case for all, but it took fucking forever for it to actually process the edits. It took fucking forever. It almost took a whole day.
Well, Tom, let me know if that works for you. If you do it through there's a little part where it says annotations and edits and things like that. That's how you move the timeline over. Let me know if that works for you. If not, like I said, you can use CC Clip Downloader, and I like Clip. You could change the thing to standard too. You don't need high resolution for Hangouts. It's not on high res anyways. So you can actually save it in standard, or rather than like the highest amount. And then you could actually either do just cut off the finish, right? Download it just the section time you want ending, or you can download the whole thing, put it in a movie maker, and cut it. That's time consuming though. What I would do is I just trust the end time that you want to download, right? Find out on the actual video because it corresponds. If it said 10 minutes on the video on YouTube, it's going to 10 minutes on the video that you're going to download, and just cut it off there and just re-upload that. But
do you mean clipconverter.cc instead of CC Okay.
It's www.clipconverter.cc.
You put it in there, and then it outputs like something you can actually edit. What do you convert it to? AVI?
No, it goes to a MPG format. I mean, it depends. You can actually change it. I mean, it has AVI, MPG. If you change the time, you have to actually hit MPG actually. But you could change it anything else, but you at least got to put something in if you change the time.
What do you usually use? Because AVIs are so big, right?
MPG.
MP4 or something like that?
Yeah, MP4. I'm sorry, not MPG.
MP4 is usually the best.
Right.
I upload all of my videos in MP4.
And how do you trim it? What do you trim? I used to use
I just use the internal clip trimmer thingy in YouTube. I did it, and it doesn't happen instantly. It takes some time to process, but YouTube will do it by itself on the server.
I tried that, and it said it was too long. So.
Okay, so what you do is, like I said, you put the URL in, and hit continue. You hit the conversion format you want, because you want to select the times you have to convert it to something. And you hit MP4, and then it'll come up auto mode, convert from start a video, convert to end a video. Leave the start video as the same, but then unclick end a video and put in the timestamp that you want it to end.
I trimmed out a whole 30 minutes. How long are you trying to trim out?
Like an hour.
Maybe there is a time limit. I'm not sure.
Will you say that last part of what you said one more time, Steve?
Okay, so you put the URL in, and you're going to hit MP4, right?
Right.
And it's going to come up with a start and finish, right? Start from video time with two little checkbox. Just unclick the second checkbox, and it'll come up with a little timer thing. And then you go to the video that you have, where you want the actual time to end. You just put that time in the clip converter thing. That's all, and you hit download.
Gotcha. All right,
It's really simple, actually, but you gotta be careful because sometimes you may not be paying attention. That little time thing is really hard to put the actual time in. I've noticed it's not really, I don't know, very friendly, but because I've actually put the wrong times in, and I'll come up with a download of like 250K, which is obviously way less than what it should be. It should be at least 50, a couple hundred meg, not even a gig.
I found what you were
in the
talking
format.
about.
So
Yeah.
yeah. But anyways.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Second question, Steve. Do you know truth?
Do I know truth? I don't know any truth. No, I have all lies. Why?
What is truth?
Well, I know what's love.
Who is truth?
Who is true?
It's a Roy Montero bullshit.
Oh, it's a Roy Montero. Oh, it's one of his precept things. Yeah, no.
Oh, God.
I don't deal with Roy. Sorry.
There's a better formulation of that argument in St. Augustine's on freedom of choice. I'm not saying that Roy Montero is saying that argument. I'm just saying that Roy Montero is never going to give that argument.
Max, or I'm sorry, Rabbit. What is, in his opinion, what is his answer to that question? God.
All right. Well, do you know truth? You have to say yes, and then you can talk to him. Otherwise, if you say no, then it's over. And then he says, what? I think it's what is truth? I don't know the answer to that. And then the third question is who is truth? And we've never gotten that far, so I don't.
Who is truth? Truth is not a person.
I don't know, man.
Truth is at most maybe a concept. And truth also, the word truth has different definitions depending on how it's applied.
You could always just give the fun answer and say there is no truth, and just see him respond to it.
Just see his brain absolutely melt. Like to go back to that. In one sense, truth can be that which comports with reality, but in another sense, truth can mean something that's totally subjective just to myself. And that's how some pre-suppers do it, because by their presuppositions that God exists is therefore truth by definition. So in that case, truth means fuck your reality. We're going with my way, bitches.
They need to read Max Stirner.
That is a spook.
There could be true propositions. That doesn't mean, like truth is someone or a thing or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, he has to argue for it a little better than that. You could always say, well, either truth is greater than the mind, it comes from the mind, or it's created by the mind.
Yeah, I would say, well, what do you mean by truth? What exactly are you asking me? And then I would answer the question.
What do you mean by love, though?
If he's going to give me an incoherent answer or no answer whatsoever, I'm going to say, well, until you answer that question, I won't be able to answer.
All you got to say is truth is what comports with reality. If you want to go that route, or you can say, hey, truth is something that has what we call assignment of a truth value of a proposition. That's okay. I mean, it's true or not true, right? So if something is true, it comports to reality, and not true, it doesn't. There you go. I mean, I don't know what else to break it down to.
Yeah,
if a proposition is true, that means its value is
Steve,
yes.
That's the answer I would give. But if he's coming at this from a presuppositional standpoint, then all of a sudden our definition of truth is essentially meaningless.
All right. I guess rather than starting from a definition, you could always just start with an experience. Like we all have experience. Like we all have an experience of what a computer is. And if someone was to point at a door and say that's a computer, you'd say you're either using the term computer really improperly here, or you're just fucking with me. Now, of course, if someone was to say truth is a book, you're like, what? Or truth is a stereo system. That's also really stupid, given the way we've come to understand the term.
What is truth? It's a word that starts with the letter T.
Yeah, that's the term. When we utilize the term truth, what we usually mean is that it's a value we assign to a proposition to indicate that that proposition is the case rather than not. But this value, is it something which actually exists, or is this just a construct we make up in our heads? And from there, you can just start reflecting upon the nature of the entity.
Well, I don't think we'll even get that far, because the way Tom described it, it's like, unless you automatically accept his definition, he's not going to even bother talking with you.
Yeah, he stops talking to you. You know,
yeah,
like,
so
we can't have this conversation. Okay, bye-bye.
I'll just say, how about this? You give me your definition of truth. I'll see if I agree with you, and then we'll see if it's even worth having this fucking conversation, because you're an intellectually dishonest piece of shit.
Are you talking about Roy?
Yeah. Roy.
You're not going to be able to get a definition out of him. He's just going to ask you questions and say yes or no.
Okay, then I'll just tell him to go fuck himself.
No, then that works just as well. I got pretty far with him. I entered the end of his round robin, and he was like, okay, well, I can have a conversation with you. But then we never had the conversation, because then everybody else decided to hijack the conversation and started lambasting Roy.
What is truth? That Antonio Subras is the dumbest dumb fuck in all of dumb fuckitude.
I don't know if that's an acceptable answer. It's not yes or no.
Yeah. So I would then.
What is true?
Well, actually, Ronnie being a dumb fuck comports with reality, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Steve!
Get out of my house.
I guess in response to Roy, you could also say truth is an abstract platonic entity, and see what that does to him. Because that's also a position you could take up as well. You know, truth doesn't necessarily have to be God.
I'm so glad I've never had to deal directly with Roy.
I dealt with Roy. There is a.
I've dealt with Roy several times.
Yeah, there's a video on my channel with Roy, and basically I expose the circular reasoning. The Bible is true because the Bible says the Bible is true. And
well, yeah, but they know that. Eric Hovind actually says that.
Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Eric Hovind is fine with that. He's like, yes, the Bible being circular is fine. God says the Bible's true. Bible says God's true, and that's awesome, because when it comes down to it, God is the ultimate authority. So we can have circular reasoning because God is the ultimate authority. That's the argument.
Broadcast Ocean here,
and he's full of shit. This too. Oops, I'm sorry. Oops.
Yeah, he is full of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, it's so funny because his argument was so, and actually, Paul Gia had pointed this out as well. When Eric says, "Well, you know, when I tell my kids to clean their room, I am the ultimate authority." So when they say, "Ask why," I'm like, "Because it needs to be clean." Well, why? Because your room is dirty. Well, why? Because I'm your father and go do it, and I'm the ultimate authority. So Paul G was like, so by using that reasoning, Kim Jong-un, who says he has, gets 12 holes in one when he goes play golf, must be telling the truth because he's the ultimate authority of North Korea. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much the way that Eric Hovind thinks.
Did you hear?
He is aware.
I'm just going to point out that Ken Hovind got divorced this year, and then he got remarried to some anti-vaxxer chick.
Yeah, Marie Toko.
Oh my God, the video where he was announcing this was so delicious. He was like, "Well, I know some people will point to the good book and say that their divorce is forbidden, but I gathered together with 12 good and holy people, and we prayed over it, and apparently I can get married now and get my dick hard with the new girl."
It's so absurd. And you know what's funny is, I go back and listen to some old hangouts of mine. I saw that one coming. I saw the very first video I saw with them two together. I'm like, there's something going on between them. You could tell by the body language. And he's known her before he went to prison. So he was messing around long before the time he got divorced.
The Hovind family must be so fucking crazy. That's just so fucking dysfunctional. Having your own son, kick you out of your own home.
Yeah, because it's greed. These people are greedy because they want sheeples to say, "Oh, look at you. The earth is young. Let me send you some money for your ministry."
I feel bad for their fucking kids. Eric's kids.
Wait, Eric kicked his dad out of the house? Why?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he charged him rent. He kicked him out, then he brought him back and charged him rent. Seriously.
Thanks.
Do you know their other kid? Do you know Chad Hovind?
No.
He has something called Godonomics. Have you ever heard of that? I am not making this up.
Let me guess.
Jesus loves trickle down economics.
It is worse. It is the go look up Godonomics. It is the position that God wants you to be wealthy, and by sending him money, they will make sure that you're basically you're saying to them, I'm going to give you money to show that yes, I'm obeying God's will, because God wants you to be out of debt and he wants you to be wealthy by showing you how much you love God by sending Chad Hovind money. That's how it works.
Oh, wow.
And I am not making this shit up. Go read it.
So he has, Mike Huckabee, Glenn Beck, Josh McDowell. These are people who are encouraging him?
Yes.
What the fuck, America?
People, I'm telling you, man, this is a fucking just. Young Earth Creationism is a scam. I've been saying this for how long? Godonomics. He couldn't get into the Young Earth Creationist bullshit. He couldn't get on the fucking B-17 Laetrell scam, so he started Godonomics.
So seriously, the whole thing is just give him money, and that counts as an investment. He pays you back, or
no? He doesn't pay you back. He basically
it's like lifestyle stuff.
It's okay. Are you familiar with Peter Popoff, Miracle Spring Water?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Same principle. Peter Popoff says, "Look, okay, there's a legal thing. You cannot say something's going to cure something. So he doesn't say the Miracle Spring Water cures anything, right? He just says, look, you send us money, we'll send you this miracle water that we're not saying does anything, but you're showing God that you're willing to give up some of your money to have faith in Him that the waters may do something. That's how he gets around it. So what you do is you send him $20. He sends you a little vial of Miracle Spring Water, and then you look like an idiot."
So
that's how it works.
Wow, I have the sudden urge to become a Marxist after hearing that.
Godonomics is being sold on Answers in Genesis page.
Well,
which makes sense.
Again, I'll put it in the live feed. You guys, I'm not making this stuff up. When I say Young Earth Creation is a scam, I am not being hyperbolic. I am dead serious.
Well, goodbye Catholicism, and hello to the immoral sciences of Marxist-Leninism.
Hand over your toothbrush.
Real quick,
give me all of your stuff.
Let me read this. Can I read this, guys? Okay. This is what it says, right? Godonomics is a fun, engaging, and fact-filled journey into God's wisdom on work and money. Throughout Godonomics, Chad Hovind explores God's principles, his teachings, and his directions for living a life of liberty, prosperity, and generosity. Chad presents a biblical case for free market enterprise and offers God's perspective for the economic decisions of an individual, a family, and even a nation. Godonomics explains that God wants you to live a life free for freedom to serve Him, to provide ourselves, and to bless others. So he's actually saying he wants you to send him money so God will bless you, so you can be rich, so you can send more money and serve him by being able to have enough money to go preach. That's how it works. That's the whole fucking gist of it. This is such utter bullshit, people. Come on. Oh my God. You never heard of this before. This is the first time you've heard of Chad Hovind.
This is the first time, and I wish it would have been no time, Steve. Damn it.
Oh, I'm so glad I could corrupt you on something, Max.
I saw Eric Hovind live like 8 years ago. That was pretty crazy.
Oh, I've talked to him. We've had hangouts with him, and he's just a cock.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was like 12 at the time, so
he was telling me he's like, well, hey, let me ask you, have you heard of epigenetics? And I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm familiar with it. I mean, I don't understand much of it because it's a very complicated field, but I get the gist of it. And he's like, well, do you know that epigenetics is is actually showing that our understanding of what they say evolutionary biology is wrong? And I'm like, no, that's not what it's saying. In fact, epigenetics has been around for a while. I mean, it's a very important field in biology, but it certainly doesn't disprove evolutionary biology. It's not Lamarckianism, as he's trying to claim it to be. So he doesn't even know what the fuck it is.
Oh, that's the Tommy Hall thing.
Yeah.
Where he thinks, because even if Lamarckianism is true, I don't really think that all that says is that evolution is passes by individuals, not by it doesn't say that the Earth is 6,000 years old.
Well, there's something to be
obvious.
said for neo-Lamarckianism. I mean, I got a problem with that. There is some neo-Lamarckianism shit going on. That's like phenotypical plasticity and shit like that. But that doesn't make it Lamarckian. Lamarck had said that that the body parts for use and disuse will be heritable to the offspring, right? But we know that's not true. Just because something phenotypical can be passed on through epigenetics, through like epigenetic modification or methylation, does not mean that that is Lamarckian. It may be Lamarckian-like, but it's not the same thing.
Here too, I saw a nation of lost souls, far more where above they strained their chests against enormous weight, with mad howls, rolled them at one another, then in haste they rolled them back. One party shouted out, "Why do they hoard?" and the other, "Why do they waste?" After reading up on this Chadhoven stuff, I was reading a bit of Dante's Fourth Circle of Hell, where the greedy people are sent. So I thought that was very fitting for the discussion. I really hope that there is a hell for people like this.
I'd have no problem with the concept of hell for very evil people, but not burning forever. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst bed. I mean, so.
You can remember does anyone remember the Ninth Circle of Hell?
That's where Satan is frozen because he's always trying to escape, and so he's frozen in a block of ice in Dante's Inferno. Was that the Ninth Circle, or is it?
Yeah, I think Judas is being chewed by one of his mouths.
What?
Wolf, your mic is like really shit.
Yeah, really bad.
Wolf,
oh, it was treachery. That's what it was. Yeah, treachery was a Ninth Circle.
Yep, that it was. And Wolf, by the way, why don't you stop praying to Lord Satan and go to a god who will provide you with a better internet connection and a better microphone.
Wow.
Yeah, here I had to look it up. I didn't remember. I read Inferno so long ago. But anyways, the first alert is limbo, lust, gluttony, greed, wrath, heresy, violence, fraud, and treachery.
Sounds a lot like Full Metal Alchemist shit.
But the description of these things when he talks about these different levels are just visual. You really feel like there's people really suffering down there and shit,
Yep. So.
Yeah, also, in the central, the most vicious mouth of Judas Issachar, the apostle who betrayed Christ, Judas is receiving the most horrifying torture of the three traitors. His head is not inside Lucifer's mouth, while his back is forever filleted and shredded by Lucifer's claws.
Yeah.
Okay, it's done. Thank you.
Oh, what are we doing?
Like, what the fuck?
What?
What?
No, just I was asking Max for confirmation about Judas being tortured in hell.
He was, and he's tortured because he's put in the mouth of Satan, and Satan is just chewing him alive. And his claws are scratching, tearing off his back.
So why can't Jesus forgive Judas? I mean, when he was alive, he was like, hey, one of you guys is going to betray me, but he didn't say, it wasn't like, I'm going to damn you forever because of it. What?
Well, Judas could have been, like the Apostle Peter, Judas could have went out and sucked and found him.
So you said Jesus was going to go out and suck? What?
Judas was saying. I meant he could have gone out and looked for forgiveness in the same way Peter did.
But if Judas didn't do what he did, there would have been no crucifixion. So that's what I hate the stuff when it comes to like predestination and that kind of crap, because then it starts getting mind fucked.
Yeah. Speaking of being mind fucked, I've been mind fucked enough at least for today, and tomorrow is a very sad day for me. Tomorrow, my 2-week vacation is over. I have to go back to that shithole that I actually work at to make money. So I'm gonna go to bed and cry myself.
All right, Reds, our prayers will be with you, even from the atheists.
So good night, everybody, and wish me luck tomorrow, because believe me, I'm going to need it to not punch a bitch.
Good luck. Don't punch a bitch.
Punch a bitch.
Punch a bitch. Yeah, punch a bitch. So eulogy, you're reading about Godonomics. Am I in any way exaggerating the bullshittery that this Godonomics is?
God apparently is now into free market capitalism.
Yeah. Laws of fair, baby. Laws of fair.
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand how. Yeah, I don't know how people can look at this and go, "Wow, this seems like an awesome thing to send my money to."
Do you think these people actually believe any of that? Or
Yes.
is this
Okay, Peter Popoff has been around how long now, and he's still back on TV selling this Miracle Spring water bullshit to people to get out of debt as debt consolidation? Yeah. Okay.
Wait, if he's been doing this for however long he's been doing it, how the fuck is he still in debt?
Well, he's not in debt. He wants to get other people out of debt. He says, "Send me money," and basically you're showing God your faithfulness to him, and God will get you out of debt. That's how the Miracle Spring Water program works.
That's his dad. He won't pay his taxes and shit. That's why he got locked up in the first place.
I'm telling you, they got this racket down to an art form because there's suckers all over the place, right?
Yeah, didn't Ken actually Kent actually endorse his son's cancer pills, saying they
Eventually, early on, yeah, and then they stopped because they had a falling out. But now Creations of Today still sells the pills, but they don't have anything to do with the Kent anymore. Because Kent's on his new anti-vaccine. He went from the amygdalin to anti-vaccine. That's his new thing. Because he found there's a whole plethora of people that are willing to donate to him for anti-vaccine. Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Kent.
You're a fucktard, Mr. Kent.
There should be a place in hell for that guy too.
I just don't know how people can buy into his bullshit. I mean, like Wyatt Minkus, great kid. He's partying with him and shit. It's like, Wyatt, my God, you're a smart kid. How do you not see this fucking con man for what he is?
Yeah, I don't know. Stuff is fucked.
I'm just at a loss. I mean, for fuck's sake.
I don't know what to make of that crap. Personally, I'm just really happy he's far more obscure than he was. I'm just happy about that much.
Oh yeah, well he's lost a lot of people because of his whole one divorce thing and two the jail thing. So between the two of them, he's lost a lot of his ministry. And the fact he advocated for homosexuals to be killed. That didn't help his fucking congregation either.
Oh wow, a guy whose dick gets him into all kinds of trouble wants to kill off people whose dicks get them into all kinds of trouble. Damn it.
The irony is not lost upon us, right?
I think
that's unfair. Gays, their dicks don't get them into trouble as much.
He actually doesn't even. He's at odds with even Steve Anderson nowadays.
Oh, why?
They had a falling out over. Oh, what was it? I have to get back on that. They had a falling out, but I don't remember it was over.
Who would suck whose dick, basically?
Yeah, it was a bottom.
No, but
Ken thought they were both arguing who would be the bottom. Ken thought he should do it. Steve thought he should do it.
Well, yeah, I think Kent's actually just a control freak. That's what I think. I mean, if you listen to the history of him and his wife and the kids, I mean, he just comes off as a total narcissistic control freak.
Yeah.
I think he said the angry things about the gay people because he's mad at Bubba.
Gay people.
The way he naturally selected his ass in prison.
Yeah.
The gay people. Anyways, okay. Oh my God, it's almost getting 9 o'clock. It's almost getting midnight here.
It's 3:30 for me.
Somebody's like, Steve can't get more than 30 people to watch him for free on YouTube. Well, yeah, at this late at night, I'm happy to get 30 people. That's actually pretty damn good.
Dude, 30 people at 2 in the morning is pretty solid.
Yeah, I got 27 people. I'm quite happy with that. That's pretty solid. Because, I mean, the daytime is usually like 60 or 70 on a good feed. So, yeah, I don't got no problem with that.
Isn't it Saturday, Sunday over there?
But anyways, that's Mark Thomas. So let's say bye-bye, Mark Thomas. So every time Mark Thomas comes on, we can block him. And he can come back on an alt and we can block that one. It's a game we play. It's like,
what's wrong with Mark
waste your time making alts, say a comment so I can delete you again. I don't mind. By the way, anytime I got all these people are spanners, guys. You guys can't recognize Mark Thomas. I know I can recognize Mark Thomas on any account he comes in on.
This is the first discovery that I have that he's banned.
Who the hell is Mark Thomas?
Well, actually, it's funny. I'll tell you in a second. He actually came back earlier and he said something like, "Steve, can you unban me?" And I'm like, well, first of all, who are you? And don't say Mark Thomas. It was Mark Thomas. I just knew it. Mark Thomas is a fucking Jehovah's Witness who basically is one of the most duplicitous, dishonest people I've run across. I had, and he's dangerous because I asked him one time, theology. I said, look at, if you weren't a Christian, a young Earth creationist Christian, Jehovah's Witness, whatever. I didn't know he was Jehovah's Witness at the time, but if you didn't have that, you didn't have the Bible for your morality, would you be going out raping, killing, and pillaging people? And he's like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, really? You really need the Bible to tell you that raping, killing, and pillaging is not good. And he basically he's basically one Bible passage away from becoming a rapist, a murderer, and a sociopath. So yeah, I don't want him around.
Well, I mean, we all kind of go through. So there are usually two types of people. There are people who do the moral thing because it is the moral thing to do, and there are people who who do the moral thing purely for practical reason. So, for example, if such and such a thing wasn't against the law and it didn't provide terrible consequences for me to do, then I wouldn't do it. Then I would do it.
You're overanalyzing a little bit. Yeah, but I mean, sure. But Mark is just a dick. I mean, he just doesn't want to answer questions. All he does is come to troll. He puts something in live feed. Oh, how did you convince Hunter Bailey that he's still a fish? It's like, dude, he's so stupid. He doesn't understand the difference between a monophyletic and a paraphyletic clade. And I'm tired of explaining it to him. So he's done. He's just done. Well, monophyletically, yeah, we're all fish. Paraphyletically, we're not. It's not that complicated.
No, I'm saying you said he's stupid.
He's saying that you're stupid for accepting the fact that evolution is a fact. He thinks you're an idiot.
He's basically just like throwing out a straw man there.
Wait.
Oh yeah,
Hunter,
yeah.
aren't you? Are you a young Earth creationist or are you old Earth?
No, I'm theistic evolutionist.
Oh, okay.
He almost was a young Earth creationist. He started going down that path. We had to pull him back in.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Literally, I was on the fence, and I was, no joke, really about to become a younger creationist. But before I made any solid conclusions, I did more research, and I turned into old Earth, and then further on doing more experimenting and researching and everything, I became a believer in evolution. So.
And who pulled you back? Who was it that pulled you? Wait, who was it that pulled you back from the precipice?
Me, myself, and I.
And who helped? Who helped? Who put the fish hook in the back of your collar and said, "No, Hunter, no, bad Hunter"?
A lot of things all at once.
You know what? That's true. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things.
I personally could never go young Earth creationist.
No shit.
I believe in.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I accept pretty much all of what science says on evolution. And at most, I would go old Earth creationist.
I'm basically an old Earth creationist.
Yeah. So you don't believe? So what do you mean, basically?
Wait, Ocean, you don't believe in evolution?
No, I believe in evolution. I believe in the Kalam. That makes me a creationist.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I'm technically an older creationist too, but a theistic evolutionist is along that as well. So you'd be a theistic evolutionist.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so yeah.
But I'm a theistic evolutionist, but I don't believe in intelligent design.
Right. Well, I mean, but still, you believe that there's a God that through evolution created us and life and everything on it.
I believe that. Well, no, not really.
Ocean's a bit hard to describe, actually.
He's a pantheist. He accepts Odin.
Yeah. Get out of my house! I'm not a pantheist. I'm a polytheist. So, I'll just lay it out. I believe that
he's a Viking. That's what he is.
I believe that chaos is where the gods came from, and possibly where the universe came from. If the universe didn't come from chaos, then the gods created it. I don't know which one. I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. Beyond that, it's the universe kind of went on its own. I don't think that we were created through evolution. I think evolution happened.
So by chance.
Mostly, yes.
Okay.
I think the universe is mostly by chance, and so are the gods, because chaos is by definition chance.
So the pantheonic type gods, or the Norse gods, they're the result of just the fact chaos is the way it is, so they came out from that?
They followed from chaos, yes.
Followed from chaos, okay.
There's this really nice medieval text you should check out. The name is skipping my mind, but we did go over it. It was written, I think, by Pseudo-Dionysus, or... in any case, the whole point of the book was it argues that chance within the universe actually functions just like any other mechanism. And there's a famous illustration. Chance kind of works like a wheel. So you have people at the bottom, then you kind of see them come up middle way, and then you kind of see them come up, and then you kind of see them come back down again. Because chance doesn't really work in a random fashion. It works in a very circular fashion. It works to bring people up to a certain place given circumstances, but because it's only circumstantial, it's very easy for them just to slip right back down. So
I see that.
Yeah. And the book was arguing that chance was something that works like any other part of nature. It works for the sake of God, because it was trying to reconcile how, chance could exist in a world with a God who has foreknowledge. And that was kind of the account they gave to it. And I really wish I could remember the author.
Well, if you find it, send it to me. But yeah, that's how I would be a creationist. If you were, I don't know if you would define what I just said as a creationist or not, Hunter or Max, but that's, I would say that I would define it as creationism to an extent.
A loose sense of creation is the universe was created by some intelligent agent.
That's
I don't think it was an
Butterfoot
intelligent
definition.
agent. I don't define chaos as an intelligent agent.
Oh yeah, then I don't think you fall under creationism. I think you just have a very what's the word? I think you have a very metaphysical understanding of the nature of the universe, but I don't think you're a creationist, because creation, I think, it requires some intent.
I see. No, well, I mean, I guess I could be open to it, because in what I described, I think that the universe could have either come from chaos, or the gods came from chaos and then they created the universe. Either is possible.
Yeah, because I mean, with creation, it's kind of tied in with the sense of a creator. That's why you hear creation.
I would be poly-creationist, I guess, then, because I think that if the universe was created by the gods, it would have been more than one involved. It doesn't make sense to me that there would have been just one.
Why is that? I'm just curious.
It's a multifaceted universe. I don't see it as being something that has one entity responsible for it. There's too much going on in here.
Well, I mean, if it's like a very intelligent being, though, wouldn't that kind of make more sense, though?
I think all the gods are intelligent beings. I don't think that.
Well, I'm saying, if they're say me as a Christian, I believe there's one very intelligent being that could do all of that. So
no, sure. I mean, if you wanted to, I think that the Christians kind of cheat a little bit when it comes to their God being this weird, all powerful thing. The real issue that I have with it, as far as the universe coming from one entity, is that this universe is very much at conflict with itself on a number of different levels, with heat and cold and energy and non-energy, and even the vacuum of space seems to be at odds with material matter.
I guess a Christian could say that was. I guess a Christian could.
That's part of the design. You just whatever it is, you just say that's part of the design.
Oh no, yeah, I was also going to say a Christian could say that God himself doesn't only create the universe, but delegates it to angels and other beings he creates as well. So
but they're all on the same side of things. I mean, you have Abad on.
Yeah, I would actually
sort of an angel of discord, but.
I would actually go with the first part that you said, Ocean. How that's just a part of God's creation as well. The absolute
you can
heat is cold. Yeah, I mean that's just how I look at it.
And especially, I think that it also helps for the Christian if you look at the things that are at conflict with each other as the same thing on a gradient. That can be helpful, but even then, I still am of the belief/opinion that. There would have been more than one force involved with the making of the universe if it didn't just come out of chaos.
By the way, Ocean, the book I remember the title of the book and the author. It's called The Consolation of Philosophy, and it's by Boethius. It's a medieval text, but it's really good. And
can you write that down in the side chat for me?
Yeah, sure. What's really cool is the author uses a lot of symbols and words stemming from the Greek pagan tradition.
I'll probably wind up getting a copy.
It's funny, Ocean, that you talk about Ocean coming from, or excuse me, coming the universe from chaos, and yet that's kind of what the QM model actually is, right? I mean, you know as well as I do that the universe had come from instabilities and quantum fluctuations, which is chaos theory. I mean,
you can say that the Bible is the most scientific book in the world, but then you have the ancient pagans saying that the universe came out of chaos, and look at what science is doing. It doesn't confirm necessarily anything for me, though. Because science could easily make another discovery later that says that the creation of the universe was much more ordered, at which point you would then say that's the product of the gods. But who knows? I don't know.
Right. So, cool. In the group chat, you should see the author, Boethius, and the title of the book. It also has some great poetry in there as well.
Cool. Let's see if I can find a copy of it.
Yeah, you could find one online pretty easy. Although there's a great publication from Oxford World Class. They have a nice formatting that I really like.
Oh, I see that Penguins put it out as well. Let's see.
It also references the trial of Socrates too, to a good extent.
It's on Amazon for $13. It's got a black cover. What's the cover to the Oxford one look like that you're recommending?
Oh, the Oxford one, it just has a red cover, and on the lower third there's a white space with the title in red Boethius, in black the Consolation of Philosophy, and you have Boethius' name right on top of it.
I see it. It's significantly more expensive.
Yeah, okay, get the Penguin then. It's
Penguin is pretty good, but on the other hand, this one has a forward, and it's highly rated. I'll grab this one.
A lot of the book also works at reconciling how God has foreknowledge with free will as well.
Boethius was a senator, right?
Yeah.
Roman senator, not like American senator.
Of course, I think that goes without saying. I don't remember what his position is. All I know is within the book he was sentenced to death, and most of the book takes place while he's in prison.
Just FYI, guys, we've probably got about 90 minutes left on this feed, maybe a little less. I'm going to be taking off. I'm going to leave it open, so it's just going to go off by itself. And then
I came on to bug you, Steve.
About what?
About the why you don't accept the Bible or biblical criticism, or why don't you go into that battlefield? I mean, if you're focusing on science, I guess it makes sense.
Oh, you mean why do I? Oh, no. Okay. Real quick. One thing. I mean, I've read the New Testament. I've read most of the Old Testament. I hated the big gods forgot, but I get the general gist what's in there. Right. I don't speak passages, right? I don't say, oh, well, Romans this and that. I mean, I generally know the main ones people know, but I don't want to scripture chase. But I find that the Bible, any two people can argue one position or another from the Bible, because the Bible, I think a lot of it shows indications for either position, right? I mean, I think you could pick a position and say, I want to argue this, or I want to argue opposite. There's just no winning. Let me say this real quick, because he asked me.
I did.
You know, when we were talking to Evangelist Ken, we were talking about hell, because he had said, well, people are burning in hell right now. And I said, well, I don't think that I read it that way. And I could point out biblical sites that say, are people burning in hell now? And they say, no, hell is something afterwards, after the judgments. So my argument was, basically, who do I believe? All these papers, or excuse me, all these biblical sites that are pretty big, BibleInfo.com and Christianity News Today and some other things. I'm like, who do I believe? Their biblical version or yours? And then you know, and then what I read into it, and what I read is that say that Ken's incorrect. I don't read it that people are burning in hell right now. So that's why I don't think there's anything to having theological discussions, because you can argue just about anything and nobody fucking knows.
In response, a lot of history is like that, though. You have multiple people who...
History bores me, too.
Well, I'm not saying it...
And that's why you suck, Steve.
That's why you... Well, it's
you're the historian, Asian.
It's
well,
not about being
but
bored.
I agree with Max, ultimately, that you can... and I'm not a historian, but I have a degree. But it, like... I agree with Max that you can do that with history, but with history... there's a little bit more of a grounded nature to the conversation that's being had, and there's rules to history. Like you have to go with explanations that you can understand rather than explanations that you can't, which is the reason why you don't have supernatural events as part of historical record.
Sure.
Contemporarily, anyway, they've been there, but not under our current standards. Sure. And with theology, having a biblical discussion you're entering into a domain where nothing is verifiable, especially when you're talking about the nature of God or who's burning in hell or what hell is or whether or not hell exists. There's no way to verify any of that information.
Right, that's why it's not productive to me.
So
It's
basically mental masturbation
in history. So there's a line that can be drawn at the same time. It's like, well, you won't be able to know whether or not Caesar actually said to Varus, "Give me back my legions." But
a lot of people, not too many people, are arguing that one way or another. I mean, sure, historians argue history, but you don't see that as prevalent as you do on G+, right? People argue the Bible. And I don't care whether the Bible says that people are in hell now or they're going to be in hell later. My point is that either side can make an argument for it, and I have no idea, and I don't care. But how can somebody tell me, oh, Steve, this is how you're supposed to read it for certainty?
The conversation in history is a little bit more.
In response, so here's a couple of things to keep in mind. The first thing to keep in mind, at least over hell, is what has the tradition long established, and the tradition is look at how theologians who have worked,
that's appeal to popularity.
In terms of any kind of, it's not an appeal to popularity, and I'll explain why.
The tradition of no hell is longer than the tradition of hell.
In Christianity,
no, not in Christianity. I'm talking about generally as far as the way people believe about the afterlife.
No, but I'm speaking in terms of how people have understood the Christian tradition.
Right, but who cares about that?
In terms of how people have understood the Christian. In terms of how people in Christianity have understood the Christian tradition, have looked at the scripture, and have looked at, and in terms of the councils that have been had, everyone has been on the hell is a thing side.
Right, but that's if you want to go with, do Christians believe in hell? That's different than whether or not hell exists.
Wait, I'm addressing Steve's point about this unceasing conflict. There hasn't been an unceasing conflict. There's been uniformity, in fact. That's the exact opposite claim.
Wait, what's the uniformity? What's the uniformity?
Within Christianity, he's right.
Wait, no, but what's the current position, though? Hell is now, or hell's later?
The current position, I don't have a consensus of theologians on hand, but hell would be now.
You said that's the Catholic position.
That's the position of Protestants as well, generally.
Is it? Okay.
Generally, yeah. So,
yeah.
I mean, the doctrines such as soul sleep, doctrines such as annihilationism and universalism have a very recent pedigree. It's something. If you look at the history of the church, it's a fairly modern invention. Not saying that determines it to be the case.
I agree with that. Annihilationism is newer. Sure.
Okay, so here's the argument that I would make. This is not an argument that Jehovah's Witnesses are going to make, but if I were a Jehovah's Witness and I believed in annihilationism, I could say that outside of Christianity, there hasn't been this talk of hell as a place. And these are the people that would know because they're the ones that were not Christians that would die and go there, all of them. So any post-life experience that any of them would have that would make their way back to reality would be of hell, and it's not. It's about something else.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would address that argument. I guess I would start by asking the Jehovah's Witnesses, look, if you don't trust non-Christian sources for all these other things, then why trust them for this particular thing?
But what about Christian sources? BibleInfo.com is a Christian source, and they say no, hell isn't right now, hell is later.
Oh, so why are they going to know? I mean, for theology, especially in the Christian context, you want Christian sources.
BibleInfo.com is a Christian source.
Oh, no, I'm addressing Ocean's argument. What's your point?
Oh,
my point?
Or
your point, Steve, was that, well, I cited this Christian source. Yes, but again, this would be a minority.
That's an outlier. Right.
It's an outlier, exactly.
Oh, okay.
But the outlier is right.
So every source that I found dealing with Christianity basically said the same thing. Though I think I found one or two that didn't, but for the most part,
I don't know.
I tried looking for Carm. If you guys can find out what Carm says on it, let me know.
Oh, yeah, I don't care what Matt Slick has to say.
I don't either, but I want to know what he said. I still want to know what they say.
Says, but you want to know
because he's so popular. Well, I mean, I don't personally care, right? I'm not saying that I'm going to make a decision based on what they're saying.
Would believe that hell exists now.
No, I actually think he's
popular.
Well, it's not about popularity. It's not about popularity.
I get that, but people love Matt Slick, and if he says, "Oh, well, look it, you guys are theologically wrong on it," then at least it's somebody else other than me saying, "Hey, look, I don't read it that way in the Bible." Sorry.
All right. I guess I just have a bit of bad blood with Matt Slick, especially because he openly takes out of context Catholic sources.
Well, he's pretty duplicitous. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calvinists are heretics.
Yeah.
Oh, Hunter, look at that fighting words.
So
Go get him.
I said that.
A zinger that I could make back to you for why I'm taking things from Christian sources would be, or from non-Christian sources would be, why don't the Catholics have the same opinion? Because they seem to take non-Christian sources for everything fucking else.
Oh no, I'm actually just. That's actually a good point. I'm only saying this in terms of the Jehovah's Witness. Catholics do believe in appealing to natural theology and stuff as well. Although the Catholic position is we can still argue and defend our doctrines on the basis of reason as well. And
Right.
there's nothing wrong with appealing to someone like Aristotle or Plato, as long as you can argue, as long as they're compatible with Christianity, and as long as you could argue for them using natural reason. I think if Thomas Aquinas was alive today, he would be citing Charles Darwin as much as he would have cited Aristotle back in the medieval era.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I think that there's Christian thinkers today that do use Charles Darwin, don't they?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah. So it wouldn't. I mean, I think that Thomas Aquinas would be somebody who would be in line with the more liberal side of the contemporaries, probably fairly well in line with the Catholic Church.
Oh, actually, he was. After he died, a lot of his works were suppressed because people thought they were too rationalistic, in the sense that he appealed to reason far too much, and
yes,
and people
I'm aware of that
after him, people like Scotus pushed the church to become more voluntaristic and to treat God not as someone who's susceptible to reason, but rather someone who is sovereign over reason. So that's kind of where Thomists lost a lot of popularity with the church earlier on. They gained popularity back during the 20th century, though. So say that for what it's worth. Oh, and by the way, that was Haunted Shore that called Calvinist heretics. He's an atheist, but for some reason he loves using Catholic apologetics to attack Protestants. Well,
it's just for trolling, honestly, because I'm surrounded by them.
I know.
I've noticed that they hate basically like anybody who isn't like a Calvinist more than they hate atheists. So that's what I pissed them off with.
I know you're just doing it to troll, but I don't know. There's just something that makes that warm and fuzzy in my heart.
There's something that makes your mom warm and fuzzy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's called a bath.
I wasn't talking about that.
What are you talking about?
It's too graphic to talk about on air.
I think this is
what
the
I missed? I
typical
come back
tactic-
and you guys
this
are talking
is
about
the
something too
typical
graphic.
tactic that
Ocean was saying.
scientist Sam.
Ocean was saying that his dick was like pixelated or
I
something.
wasn't talking about my penis.
No, that's okay. We can have small talk.
Yeah, something to keep the mum warm at night.
Well, better than what we were talking about with Chris.
Oh, thank God! Thank you so much for bringing that into my mind. It's going to be etched.
Yeah, that's a visual that I'm just gonna have a hard time getting over, I guess.
I'm glad.
Steve, did you watch?
Fuck no. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I do not want.
No.
You said that was a visual. You're gonna have a hard time getting out of your head.
I mean,
figured that you watched
hypothetically a
and enjoyed it.
visual. I mean, it's not a visual actually seen.
Did you get in the front seat?
Some people.
Yeah, I got it downloaded. I'm playing it. I have it on loop right now, baby.
Oh, that's what I thought. All right, cool.
Yeah. Movie player.
I found
for win.
I went to see Rogue One and I came back to this drama and I was just like,
I heard he was wearing a wig too. Is that true?
That's what I heard as well, but I didn't see it.
I've done worse.
I don't want to hear.
No,
Late night Saturday college, it happens. People like, what did Chris do? You guys don't want to know. Just don't.
Nope, I don't.
Does anybody know why he did it?
Because he's Chris.
I don't know who this is, but I already like him.
I guess
he likes
he's
you.
Like, he's like an amazing atheist. I guess he just figures, hey, why not? You know.
Somebody's got a recording. I swear it.
Yeah, you know.
It'll be
Hey,
fun.
every so often you just got to stick some shit
Beckel
up there,
wasn't
I guess.
invited.
You know,
to view. I'm not sure if he.
I bet Tommy Hall was
he's in
there.
the chat.
did you think you tipped him?
I'm sure he does that all the time. Can't blame him.
I think that Tommy Hall would find it too recognizable. It might bring his own fetishes into reality too much for him.
Darwin's deity has to be the most depraved, though. How many times has he admitted to like having sex with his dogs?
Oh my gosh! Every time I'm in a hangout, no, listen.
Wait, hang on, what?
Every time I'm in a hangout, I hear this every single time I'm in a hangout. I've heard this for the past 2 months now, about Darwin's deity, and they made a soundtrack, and you can like actually find Wyatt has it, where it actually has all the recordings of all the sayings that he's ever said that's crazy, and one of them is about him having sex with his dog, and this is his
sexual relations with his dog's mouth
You
and
talking
jerking
about
off into
the
his dog's
soundboard? The soundboard,
Yes.
you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
soundboard.
the soundboard. It's not that Wyatt has it; like everybody has it. It's posted on the. It's posted on Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what was the context of him saying that, or did he just straight out say that?
Oh,
Either
the
way,
context doesn't matter.
Either way, he said it. That's the thing. Who is typing like 30,000 words? Good lord, child, calm down with that.
No, you can mute me real quick. Goddamn fucking young earthers.
Yeah, let me mute you.
Who's the
Fucking
younger?
Steve over here is mad.
It's younger. I mean,
yeah, you don't know him. It's on Facebook. I'm responding to somebody on Facebook.
Are you posting in that creationism group again?
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Why do you do that?
What's
Dude, let
that?
me get in on that.
You need to get back into that shit, Ocean.
I don't care about creationism.
He just loves it. He just loves it.
I literally do not care. I just don't give a shit.
A masochist.
We all have to have our little vices, I guess, right?
Like I have bigger problems with Christians, and there's more fish to fry as a pagan.
That's true. Yeah, you're hated by everybody.
There was a guy in one of those apologetics groups who posted this one poem talking about thanking God for the harvest and shit, and I was like, "Are you kidding me right now?" It's like this poem is pagan as fuck, and you're making a monotheist out of it. And someone got mad at me saying that this wasn't up for debate. I said, "You posted it in a group called Apologetics Defending the Faith. It's up for debate."
Shouldn't that be for shouldn't he be praying to Aphrodite? I'm pretty sure she was.
The harvest? It's a
Yeah.
number of gods.
Saturn?
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing the Greek pantheon. Pretty sure
I
she
can't
was.
remember those. I think there's a number of harvests, and I think Ceres would actually be the god. But I'm not sure.
Oh, so wait, Saturn's Roman.
Yes, Saturn's equivalent is
what's the
Kronos.
Greek- what's-
It's Kronos. He's not a harvest god.
Cronus.
He's a Titan.
The Titan?
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, what was that creation thing you're on or whatever?
That's on Facebook creationism forum. You were in there. You're invited to the group, I think, aren't you?
Nope.
Give me a
If I
minute,
did,
okay?
I would. All right.
Yeah,
Count
it's just
down a
called
second.
creationism. And Steve
Well, I
posts
mean-
in there a lot.
Well, because I'm Wayne Fillmore. He made this Facebook page about reason. No, not reason to believe. Crap, I'm trying to remember the own website. I'm a administrator on it, and I don't forget my own website or whatever it is. Like reasons. Reason of religion. I can't remember for some reason. I don't know, but he posts a lot of evolution stuff on it and everything, and I get a lot of a lot of younger Earth creationists getting on there, and they just go crazy and tell us how we need to stop pretending to be Christians and all that. I'm like, dude, come on. And so that's why I was
If you're not a young earther, you're not a real Christian.
pretty much that's what I get a lot. So, but then again, it's not about how old the Earth is. It's what makes you a Christian. It's what you believe about Christ. The following of teachings of Christ is what makes you a Christian.
When I was a Christian, my argument was that I have serious doubts that God's going to give you a science test when you get upstairs. I think that he's going to be more interested in other things.
Yeah, I mean, so that's why, like, I don't understand when people tell me I'm not saved, or tell me I need to stop, like, I'm not a real Christian. I'm like, what makes you? I ask them. The first thing I ask is, what makes you a Christian? And they say, follow the Bible. I go, no, it's actually not following the Bible. It's Jesus Christ who our faith is in, not like, you know, on the Bible or anything.
But there's got to
like,
be submission to Christ.
right? Exactly.
Like that's the big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
think
what I'm saying.
really
Like,
the thing that makes it right is that you're submitting to Christ.
yeah.
as
Well,
much as possible.
Even Paul said that if the gospel message is about Jesus' life, death, burial, and resurrection. So if you don't believe that, you know, then, and along with a few other little tinkers there, but like when it comes to like evolution and, you know, how old the earth is, that has nothing to do with you being a Christian or anything. That's
I
just
added
a little.
you to the group. It
Oh,
just has
cool.
to be pending. Somebody has to approve you. But that usually
Ah.
happens pretty quick.
Let me see if I can get him.
Oh, well, look at y'all go. This is on Facebook?
It won't let me approve people, unfortunately.
Oh, but this is on Facebook.
Yeah, you'll get approved quickly. I'm in it. Steve's in it. Hannah's
Jade
in it.
West, Ozzy.
Bert Pool's in there.
Bert, yep. Alex, the guy we had on the other day.
Will it let me
Dr.
know?
Mayers. Yeah.
Because I could talk, you know, Bible scripture all day with young earth creationists or just anybody in that manner. So that's why I like, you know, I don't mind.
I just don't. I don't know. I mean, I get why you guys are on it because you got the scientific perspective, and then you're trying to clean house.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
But as I've gotten to the point now where I'm pagan, I just don't care. I just like as long as they're not fucking with my textbooks, I don't give a shit.
Well, see, it's like with me, it's almost like, you know, I have to care, you know, because like I just have a zeal for truth kind of thing. So it's
Right.
like when somebody is wrong, or say even if I'm wrong, I want to know what the heck is true, you know. So that's just me.
Right.
So.
And you know, at least like I don't know, because if you and I get into an argument, I think that we'll be fighting about what makes the things that you actually believe as a Christian that kind of come with the package of all Christians. Like I don't like the submission to Christ thing. I think it's stupid, and then we could probably have an argument about that. But it's not going to be. I think that's a more interesting conversation than creationism. It's like no, there's more problems from my perspective than just that.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of all interesting to talk about. I just have a passion against the younger creations because I like the science.
The thing is that I find it uninteresting at this point because it's been so played out for so long, and it's
there's always new fuckers coming in. There's always new, always younger creations.
Yeah,
oh look, I just saw this Ken Hovind video. Let me go try to show everybody how everybody's wrong. It's like,
but it's whack-a-mole. How fun is whack-a-mole?
It is
It's not
whack-a-mole,
very fun.
sure.
It's this because you have the same conversation over and over again with new faces, and
Sometimes you get through to people. I don't know, very rarely.
that's
But it is whack-a-mole, sure. Right? I'm not going to deny that.
But it's like when you win the big jackpot lottery and you actually get somebody to realize, hey, okay, you know, maybe there's something more to this. That's where it's worth it at to me.
Wayne,
So.
AV 4.0, even Hunter. So it happens. Because even AV 4.0, she used to be a big fan of Hovind, and she realized after a while that he's full of shit. That's a big thing.
There was a young girl who used to come on here, Steve.
AV
Did she
4.0.
come back? I'm sorry?
That was her, AV 4.0.
I turned over an ex of mine. She's not a young earther anymore.
Well, who are you referring to, Max?
No, that was the one I was thinking.
She had a little blue icon that said AV and like 4.0 on it.
Yeah, I couldn't remember her name.
Yeah,
so is she still around or?
Yeah, she's going through school. I mean, she'll say hi so often. I haven't heard from her in a while, but yeah, she. I think she still is a young earther, but she really is questioning a lot. And she definitely thinks Hovind's a con man. So
I see.
That's good. Let me know if they approve you there.
Well,
Hunter, by the way.
I don't even know how I could tell. Would it be in my notifications?
You'll get notified.
Yeah, I ain't getting nothing.
I can tag you in it, but I don't know if you can actually read anything. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it shows you in gray if I do. Yeah, because you're not a member of the group.
You'll get in. You'll get in tomorrow.
Well, I want to get it right now.
Well,
you want to get up in there.
Hold on a second. Let me just read to you a few posts. It's the thing with it.
Can you screen share? Maybe if you screen share it, that might help.
Yeah, I can screen share it for you. Steve's post is at the top. Let me pull up Sparkle.
I have a post at the top. What?
Yeah, your post is crawled up to the top.
Wait, no, I thought they do it in order.
No, it's from
recent,
it's from recent posts. Anyway, this is post from friends. Never mind.
Oh. Because Paul Humber, the guy I had the other day, he asked something about Steve or James. Give me an image of an invertebrate involving two invertebrate, and what's his name? Alex got all over that shit.
Let me move this over here so that I can see it, and this over here as well. Then go to creationism. And then I need to see if there's something that happens real quick. Okay. I'm hurrying. You fuck off.
That was actually me.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. All right, let me show you what it says. Golly. Holy crap.
Oh, that's the anti-trolling guidelines. Here's the thing that Steve has been posting on.
It's really zoomed in, so...
Hold on a second.
Steve and or James.
Give me one image of an invertebrate evolving into a vertebrate.
What? Did you do that?
Does this guy want an actual picture of an animal evolving? Is this...
Paul, we talked about this. Alex Rubenstahl.
Ignorance. You figure that. Gosh, I really need to get in this.
Oh, there's 87 replies. So see, the reason why I don't talk on here, another way, is that it is just Roth with fucking.
Reading.
What are we looking at here? Sorry.
Looking at the thing that got posted.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Alex said
Alex
basically. I didn't even see this till later, and Alex already just. Humber is so fucking dishonest anymore.
Who is that?
Paul Humber. He came on here not too long ago. Both these guys have been on my channel.
Huh. You didn't invite me?
No.
Oh, jerk.
Oh, this doesn't change the fucking.
I did invite you to the Alex one. It's just the other day. You didn't show.
Oh, that's
pretty sure I did.
Well, cool enough.
Did we verify at the end that Paul was actually decent at maths?
I have no idea. Who knows? I mean, the guy like Jay Hall said he was decent at math, and then he tried to come up with some kind of strange model for Homo neanderthalis, saying that according to his calculations, there'd be 12 trillion of them or something. It's like what? He didn't account for the fact that they died. He had Neanderthals breeding. Yeah, he had Neanderthals breeding according to his model because he used an exponential model, and he had them breeding from basically time of birth to time of, and not even time of death, basically time of birth compounded. He didn't account for the fact that they died and they only have, children during certain years. So his model was like, well, according to my model, if it was true, there'd be trillions of these things. And I'm like, are you what? You're a mathematician?
So essentially,
Fiona Daimler lost your shit.
This is even worse than was it Ronnie or was it G-man who said that that recurring meme now that Sam and Drag always puts forward that blacks don't die. So now every Neanderthal doesn't die? What?
Black don't crack and black don't die.
So there's 80-something replies, guys. And then some of these replies have replies. Like you see this shit where they break off into fucking threads.
I don't like the way Facebook does that now.
I like it actually because it gets fucking organized. So you can pay attention to one little spot.
I guess so,
but
you should be able to allow
even then,
it
it's just like there's all this fucking. There's 30,000 people. This has 11,000 people in this group. There are 11,000 people, Steve.
And there's only there's only 40 that are active.
There's 11,000.
There's only 40 that are active.
59 members.
Right, but there's only 40 that are active.
Your mom is active.
Yes, she is sexually with
Oh
you.
my gosh.
Scroll down a little bit. I just saw my show what I was talking to
You
Paul.
got to know
Yeah,
that this
Paul.
is Ocean's normal method of talking. So
Anyway.
yeah, he's going to throw those mum jokes out every few minutes.
Just like I threw your mom out last night.
Oh, I know you did.
I'm done with you. I got one dislike in this video. Who the fuck was that?
That was me.
Go fuck yourself.
That wasn't me, actually.
Always one dislike. Always.
Here we go. Here's some.
Someone's
Steve
got to be a
McRae.
dick every time.
Steve McRae. Actually, this is how you know you got a Steve post. That's the word actually.
Yeah, I use actually a lot.
Actually, you do.
Actually, yeah.
Actually,
The guy wasn't
isotron
understanding me. I was looking.
dating methods
But all I was
are
trying to
most
explain to
reliable.
him. Yeah, I was trying to explain to him that the rate studies they said that isochron dating, the math and the physics, does work out to the Earth being 4.5 billion years old. The young Earth creationist rate studies don't deny that. They're like isochron dating, the geochronometric dating is sound. The methodology is sound. What they say is that the assumption that goes into it, one of the assumptions, that decay rates don't change. Well, that's fine. If you want to attack the assumption that decay rates don't change, show that they do change. They can't do that. So they're just basically hypothesizing, oh, well, if the decay rates change, this will be all fucked up. Well, yeah, so what? You have to demonstrate that they can even change to the degree that you're talking about, which couldn't happen because then you have to account for all this extra energy that would basically enough to liquefy the crust of the Earth. But what kind of argument's that? Oh, well, here you have this radiometric decay of something. Oh, well, you don't even know if the decay rate hasn't changed. Well, we do actually, but if you want to try to disprove that, go for it. And they can't do that. And then they were like, oh, why don't we carbon date him? Because it has no fucking carbon in it after 64 million years. Well, I don't know why they have a hard time understanding that. You're going to get incorrect measurements. And Herman Mays has a doctorate in fucking evolutionary biology. Oh, Paul, he just mentioned me again. What did he have to say now? And by the way, see, I do use my real name. Steve McRae, you're really lost in this discussion, which is why I asked you to read the Dino C14 report I supplied. It's from ICR. I know that, Paul. I'm not a fucking idiot.
Hey, real quick, can I ask something?
That's funny.
Hey, real quick, can somebody define to me what scientism is?
Scientism is the view that science is the only methodology of coming to true propositions and knowledge. So,
okay, is that in philosophy? Is that in philosophy? Is that in philosophy, or is that a general definition?
That's the general definition for science.
They're one and the same. Scientism is a term that comes out of philosophy, and it was
comes out of your mom's philosophy, if you know what I mean.
It's basically a philosophical position that's against philosophy.
Okay, so it's philosophical.
It's not against philosophy. It's just against theology.
Well, no, it's
against
some of them
scientific ways of knowledge.
Steve, should I do a dramatic reading of this debate from here on out?
Go nuts.
Wait, real quick though, because I'm actually messaging a guy named Ryan Lowe. He's a part of the Great Debate community, and he's over here saying that. Oh, hang on. Sorry, my laptop's about to die. He gave the definition, which is non-rare thought or expression regarded as characteristic of sciences. That's the definition he gave for scientism. Y'all can check it out. I just made a post.
What is your definition of scientism?
Can you repeat that?
His definition, the one he looked up, scientism, non-rare thought or expression regarded as characteristic of sciences. Y'all can check this out on the post yourself. It's on the Great Debate community.
No, what was it?
That is
Max, what was your definition of scientism? I'm curious.
What is mine?
No, what was Max's?
No, his name is Ryan. Oh, sorry, Max, go ahead.
He was asking my position, and I said the definition I gave was scientism is the view that science is the only way of coming to knowledge.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that. Sure.
Okay, then can somebody, or Steve, if you want to, while you're doing your thing on here, go onto this post and kind of correct, because I don't know if I'm just reading this wrong or something, but I feel like he's arguing with me that of what scientism is, because I mean my post, all it is it's talking about what I posted and just in the discussion part, which one is more plausible of being correct and why. just to make excuse me.
Was this your
discussion.
post where it says scientism,
Yep.
theistic evolution, intelligent design, creationism?
Yeah.
I
just wanted
to
to
saw
see
it somewhere, but I don't know where I saw
Hunter,
it.
what group is this in?
Great Debate Community.
Yeah. Oh, that's where I saw
In-
that. I
on,
did read it.
Brian
Sort of.
Lowe is his name.
Link me, Hunter, if you would.
Okay.
It's just this is the Great Debate Community page.
Yeah, it's
On Facebook or on
no, on my community.
Oh.
On Google Plus.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
did it
but-
just to see what what a lot of people thought on here. But then Ryan Lowe, he is a major troll. He trolled me before I even invited him. I invited him to the Great Debate Community, and he was still trolling me, and he still does it today.
Okay, so let's see here. Which one is more plausible? That one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does somebody want to here? I'll give you the link if you want to show it. Ocean.
I think I've got it.
Because maybe I'm just saying something wrong. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
I'll read it in a second. I want to.
Oh, here we go. I opened it up.
Are you still screen sharing?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not screen sharing that though. I have 2 monitors.
Oh, look at you.
I have a fucking rig, motherfucker.
Yeah, I hate it when like I post something like this and I never get like a straight answer. I just get like something like the very first one, Rusty Walker. Where's the option that describes that science hasn't found any necessity for a creator rather than the strongly worded there is no divine creator? Like, can you not just choose one and just go along with it instead of being all difficult?
Oh boy, this is why I'm no longer on G+.
Oh my gosh. Yo, I think General Han Solo has a secret crush for me. Just saying.
I mean, who doesn't want to bang you?
I know, right?
Oh my gosh. Let's just start a new hangout talking about how everybody thinks I'm just the most gorgeous thing on the planet.
Perfect discussion.
Hey,
So, okay.
Yeah, I found an alt account I didn't remember I made. It's called Tommy Stalls.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Tommy what?
Tommy Stalls, as opposed to Tommy Hall.
Stall, Stall.
As yeah, we were thinking of doing. We were planning on doing a hangout where we made alt accounts of people around here, and mine was Tommy Hall. Like I would just sound rude. So I would come as Tommy Hall. Everyone. I remember Dragnot said he would come as G-man, or True Empiricism, one of them. It was supposed to be really planned out, but I guess never came to fruition.
There's something like that happened a year or two ago. People like did a fake hangout where somebody pretended to be Kent Hovind. And like I think somebody did like a Rand Campbell voice. Like the guy who did Kent Hovind like looked a lot like him, and he was like, "Oh, I'm Kent Hovind.
What?
Prisoner number 005769."
Oh, I got that one beat though.
Who are we looking at here, by the way, honey? Sorry.
What?
Who are we looking at, by the way, on here? This thread.
Ryan
Lau?
Lowe? Yeah, Lau, I guess.
He says, "Please link." The last thing, please link me because that's the exact meaning of philosophical naturalism, as you can plainly see. I may be wrong, but I think creationists dislike the term naturalism because it suggests that God is not part of nature. I put in philosophical scientism. No definition appeared. So, what is the argument here? You say scientism is a philosophy that the idea is the only thing capable of answering anything, and that if it does not have scientific evidence for it, then it does not exist. Basically, I could agree with that. I mean, scientism is the only way you can build an epistemological framework according to scientism, is by science.
Well, I'm just like, so what's the difference between naturalism and scientism? What's the difference?
Okay, there's different types of naturalism, right? In science, methodological naturalism means that they have to go by a process that does not allow for a supernatural causation. Okay? They always will look for the naturalistic explanation. That's what science does. That's the tool to find a naturalistic explanation.
Right.
Science is not a tool that can find a supernatural explanation. It's not the tool for it. So we don't eliminate supernaturalism. It's just that you can't use it for that. Okay, so that's methodological naturalism. Now, philosophical or or ontological or metaphysical, it's all the same thing, basically mean that there is no supernatural, that science assumes that supernaturalism doesn't exist. And that's not what science does, because science has no say whether it can say whether it exists or not. It just has no way to evaluate something as being a supernatural causation. It can disprove one, but it cannot demonstrate one, right? It can never say, okay, this is the explanation is because angels did it. Right?
Okay.
But it can't find a naturalistic explanation that's to show, okay, this is what people thought was angelic, but it wasn't. It was just bacteria that was causing, red coloration on the the statue kind of thing, for like blood red ear or eyes or something.
So pretty much what he's saying is that my definition of scientism is exactly the same as his philosophical naturalism. That's what he's saying.
Well,
scientism is basically philosophical naturalism.
Yeah, but if he's saying that philosophical naturalism is the only... No, see, that's not, because philosophical naturalism is not saying that science is the only possible way to acquire knowledge. Scientism is, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I mean, I personally believe there's many different ways to acquiring knowledge. That's why I'm not a full empiricist. I'm actually kind of a quasi, empiricist rationalist. Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle there. They call it... what do they call it? Quasi what? I don't know what the hell I am anymore.
So in my epistemology class, I was taught that there are really three levels. So there's rationalism. Rationalists believe that there are some forms of knowledge that are true a priori. It's the position that there are some forms of knowledge about the world you can come to a priori. So there
without sensory input, right?
Exactly. Well, it wouldn't. Yes, but there's a distinction to be had though, because modern empiricists also believe that. A rationalist believes that these are truths about the world itself. So if I was to say, for example, I know that no object can be green all over and blue all over at the same time, that would be a fact about the world. That's not something I think I could come to. That's something I could come to without having any empirical thought and experimentation. Something I know just by knowing the nature of greenness and blueness. And it's not like greenness is just not blueness, because anything which is just not blue falls into that category. Like matter, there are plenty of material things that are green all over, and yet being material is not green as well. But in any case, that's just one example of a synthetic a priori people like to use in the rationalist camp. Empiricists believe that the only empirical truths, the only a priori truths you can come to are things like the laws of logic or the rules of geometry. These are things you know in virtue of the definition of the object itself. So you might... fallacies of logic are another thing, but these are just by thinking and reflecting on concepts. These are not telling you about the world. And lastly, there's radical empiricism, which claims that every bit of information you have comes from your sensory input. Everything. This isn't a foundationalist viewpoint. This is what's called a coherentist viewpoint. So you have like this web of beliefs, and basically you verify new beliefs by seeing if they hold up to the background beliefs you have. And some things can be kicked out of the web, some things can be brought in. Like quantum mechanics might overrule the law of the excluded middle in logic.
Right, and so, that's like diatheism as well, right? I mean, in diatheism, you can have violations of the law of excluded middle.
Right, but it would always come down to some kind of empirical input. And people who have this viewpoint are like the former Harvard professor W.B.O. Klein. So those are the three kinds of viewpoints in this.
Well, I know it's rationalism, empiricism, and quasi-empiricism. And I think I fall into quasi-empiricism.
So what's a quasi-empiricism?
That is kind of like in between. Like I think that we experience. Okay, maybe you could refine it for me. I think that we the only way we really have an interaction with reality is through our senses. Okay. However, there might be something that is a priori that we accept instinctively, intuitively, whatever it is. I think Kant had called it like a soul, but not really like the soul, but a cognitive system that we have that can do to a way of understanding things a priori, a mechanism by which to do so without having sensory input. That might exist somewhere to us. So I can't just say that we're fully empiricist, and I can't say we're fully a realist. I mean, I think there's kind of a middle ground to be had there.
All right, so I think you're just being an agnostic between a moderate empiricist and
have you met me? That's generally my thing.
that is generally your thing. But do you think that there's any proposition out there that's a synthetic a priori? Do you think that there's some claim about the world you know? Just by
if I say this, if I say I know, I mean, if even as a child, even as an infant, right? I think they accept.
Yes, Hunter.
They accept reality exists a priori because they haven't even been able to have any cognitive functions to observe anything, right? They or to interpret their observations. It's something that's a priori that they know how to say, okay, this is my surroundings. They don't know what the hell's going on, right? But they are getting a sensory input that their brain is able to interpret somehow. That ability to interpret is not given by the sensory input, right? We don't learn how to interpret things because of our sensory input. That's something that seems a little more internalized, don't you think?
All right.
Is it making sense?
Okay, I'm getting what you're saying, but I think it just might be have a little conceptual confusion here. When that child is interacting with reality and calling it reality, that's knowledge through their senses. Like, I'm not sure of any other way to understand that.
But the way they're interpreting it is not through their senses.
From what I know, they have all this sense data that's coming to mind, all this sensory input, and then they're just labeling it with definitions, and these definitions are how they sort out and define things. So this strikes me as just being empiricism.
Hunter. Yeah. Why have you been avoiding me, my love?
Oh my gosh, okay.
I keep pursuing you.
This is getting weird.
You just keep running away.
What is up with everybody having these crushes on me? Like, everybody on here has a man. Like,
Don't you know that I have the most amazingly huge crush on you?
Oh my gosh. Well, get in line behind.
I didn't think you were gonna say crush. I thought you were gonna say something else.
That's what.
All right, sexual lust.
Oh, okay.
Wow, this hangout took a turn for the worse.
I have immense sexual lust for Hunter.
What is up with everybody having this crush?
Because you're a pretty boy. You got a pretty mouth.
I think we're at the point where people should probably stop watching this.
Hunter, you have what we in the
I'm gonna have to
refer
edit this
to
shit
as
out.
DSL.
Oh.
I need you in another hangout, my love. You should come back.
Oh, are you going to need to edit that out, Steve? What I played?
I'm sorry, what? You know what? No, actually, Max, the way it works is, most of the time I edit out anytime you're in a hangout. If you go back and look at any of my old hangouts, you're never in them. Go look.
There hasn't been a post since then.
I just had another post.
Wait, I'm so lost. What are we talking about?
Talking about Hunter coming back.
Ocean's getting into the fray on the
I didn't really get into the fray. I just said he was a little shit.
Yeah.
Did you do it, dude?
Sorry, Steve. Sorry for. It's an inner joke. It's nothing else.
Beat you to it.
What does WO mean? He just said WO. What does that mean?
That was awesome.
Hey, what's the discussion? What's going on here?
Oh, these dumbass younger creationists think that dating fossils, dinofossils with carbon dating is going to supersede the isometric dating or isochron dating that they use to actually detect, to show the strata that they're found in. So isochron dating is the most reliable dating methods we have. So carbon dating cannot be used to date something that old. You're going to get erroneous results, and they don't grasp this.
It's just so stupid.
They don't understand it. A child can understand why you can't carbon date something that old. You're going to get it's going to be all over the place. You're going to have instrument error. You just have to have measurement error. It doesn't work. The system doesn't like it when you have nothing in there to detect. It goes nuts. You can get all kinds of weird shit.
Why? I don't. The thing is, why do they immediately jump to carbon dating? It's not just carbon dating. Like they think carbon dating is the
so
only.
Steve,
dating.
I asked the question really simply for you. Maybe, like, just read my post. I think that summarizes.
Oh, okay. 1 second. 1 second.
Hey, Ocean, by the way, was that post for me or was that post for Ryan?
I don't know anymore. It seems that Ryan thinks that it helps him.
Yeah, I know. What then? Can you tag his name in it? Because I don't because he may not answer if you don't tag him in it. Steve, you're going ham on that keyboard, dude.
I type fast.
But he typed to me and he said, "I'm looking for a dictionary definition of the word that matches naturalism." Why are you looking for that?
Oh wait. Oh.
Ocean commented on your page.
I didn't even see you. I didn't even see that comment. Okay, so never mind. Okay, that makes sense.
He says I'm looking for a dictionary definition of the word that matches definition of naturalism. Doesn't that seem like he's assuming the premise?
Yeah, I mean,
like, why is he? Is he admitting that he's looking for self-confirming? He's looking for confirmation bias.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and he's really bad about doing that. I'll say that live right here, right now. Like he's bad about doing that. Even before he was on the GDC. I think he's got a very prejudiced look on things. Like anything that goes against what he believes, it's like it's just a bunch of bullcrap. I mean, he hasn't said that word for word, but I mean that's just the kind of message I get.
I mean, what's he actually mainly arguing about, though?
I don't even know, honestly. He's trying to
Wait,
get.
He says that you're claiming that.
I don't know. He's in my circles, but I'm trying to remember who Ryan is. I don't know.
He's saying that you're claiming that it's the same definition.
Hunter, can you post the Facebook link to me?
It's on Google Plus. Hang on.
A dictionary definition that matches the word naturalism.
No, I never said they were the same. I just said that scientism and naturalism is different.
Yes.
I said that.
They're two different things.
I said philosophical naturalism says there is more than just science to answer questions. Scientism says here there's not. Only science can answer anything, and that's it. There is a difference. That's what I just said 9 minutes ago. So he's not making any sense whatsoever.
So why did we get here? What's the point of the conversation? Because it didn't start out as a debate against that.
No, because I was asking what the definition of scientism was just to make sure I was correct, and I was, and now he's totally changing his side, saying that I'm the one saying the stuff when I just read.
I'll say that scientism is not what's being described on the little image macro that you put up. People that are in favor of scientism do not say that science has shown there is no divine creator.
Well, I mean, scientism it's like a brief explanation summary. Like like how Steve said.
But they don't say that.
Well, how Steve said that science can't prove the supernatural. So if science doesn't have
that's accurate. Saying
right.
that science has proven something that science hasn't proven is not something that somebody believes in scientism would say. So the little blurb that's supposed to be a simplification isn't a simplification. It's just a redirect and a straw man.
Okay, well that's what he said too in the beginning. But I mean, what I'm looking at.
Well, then I agree with him on that. It is a redirect and a straw man.
But the way that I'm seeing it though is that science cannot using the scientific method can't prove supernatural outside of the universe and everything, like a being of such. So if you only believe in scientism, then by that definition, there will never be any evidence for God or anything like that.
No, there shouldn't be. Like if you're a part of scientism, you're going to say that there's no reason to believe in God simply because there's going to be no evidence, and because there's no evidence, God can't really affect you. Therefore, it's not really a meaningful conversation to have about God. It doesn't say that there isn't a God. It just says that science can't discover it. Therefore, there's no meaningful conversation.
Now I'm just trying to figure out what I can say now. I don't even know anymore. Yeah, I'm trying to copy.
A lot of people that believe in scientism are atheists because of the lack of belief rule, or the lack of evidence rule. So to speak. They'll hold the position God does not exist, or at least, but they won't say science has proven it. I don't know of any atheist that has ever said science has proven that there is no God.
Right. That would be silly.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, show me.
Well,
actually, Graham Oppie claims that.
Who said that?
I believe Graham Oppie makes certain claims to that. He says that. And
Never heard of that person, so my comment stands.
Fair enough. You know what? Actually, I take that back. His viewpoint is modern science is insights into causality show us that if there is a God, he could not create the universe or could not cause the universe to come into being. So he would be causally isolated from the universe itself if he were to exist. So one could believe that there is a God out there, but he has no role in creating the universe at all, and he's just like distant from it. So even that isn't really. Yeah, so he wouldn't count. Never mind, I take that back.
So what's he saying that scientism is the same thing as methodological naturalism?
I think it's philosophical naturalism. At least.
It might be the same as methodological naturalism.
Maybe that's where he's getting confused, because I specifically said scientism and philosophy. So I'm talking about philosophical natural. Oh, I'm sorry. Philosophical naturalism is what I said.
I'm trying to go back now.
I'm lost now. Maybe I should just delete the post because I'm lost.
Well, the post is misrepresenting scientism.
What about the other three?
Let me see.
Can I have the link?
Yeah, I posted it in the.
It's in the Great Debate Community group, Steve's group.
Yeah, I posted it in the.
Science has shown theistic evolution. God created diversity of life, and we can find today through the process of evolution, intelligent design, and scientific investigation, has tested and scientifically verified that the input of external intelligence is required. Wow, that's also false. Fuck off.
Which one?
Intelligent design.
Let me see where it's at. Hang on.
It says scientific investigation has tested and scientifically verified that the input of external intelligence is required to explain the diversity of life. No one's done that.
Well, no, that's the belief.
The belief can't be that because that's a statement about scientific investigation that hasn't taken place.
Well, no, you can't scientifically verify that kind of belief.
Well, no, the point of the post is what do people believe, and that's where the four come into play.
But people of intelligent design still don't say that.
Well, people who believe intelligent design, some people who believe that do believe the description.
Well, that's the same kind of problem as the scientism blurb, where the scientism blurb says that science has shown that there is no divine creator. That's not what anybody in scientism is saying. I think that the similar is true for intelligent design. If your scientism would say that there is no reason to believe in a divine creator because it's not something that science can observe. The theistic evolutionist would say that God guided evolution. It's much easier than what the overly complex thing that it put forward. Intelligent design would say that, well, essentially the same thing. God guided evolution. Theistic evolution, I guess, would be there's a God and evolution at the same time. Intelligent design is that there's a God guided evolution, and then creationism is God created everything. The creation story of the Old Testament is a historically accurate depiction. Yeah, that's fine. That's a position. It's not trying to make a statement about scientific inquiry or something like that.
Yeah, but the point of the post though is like if that's what you believe, post it down below and let's talk about it.
But if it strawmans them, then it's a pointless personal first post because you're going to get into what the meaning behind each position is. And it's like, I'm sort of scientism, but this is misrepresenting me. It sets up a conversation about strawman. It doesn't set up a conversation about the positions.
Man, how come every time I try to look up these things, I always get the strawman definition? Why can't any of this stuff just be legit? That happens every time I try to post something.
Because people are dishonest.
Gosh.
Because it's much easier to destroy a straw man than it is in a real actual argument.
Well, then what's the point of even posting a straw man?
Because then you get the reputation of this position being unreasonable.
Well, that just makes me look like a freaking idiot.
Well, yeah.
Shut your mouth, Ocean. I don't even like you. I'm just playing.
Oh, that's too bad. I like you, though.
Well, so does everybody else apparently out here.
I kind of want to bone you.
Well, then... It's getting awkward.
I'm just kidding.
No, you're not.
Do not let Ocean.
I'm straight as an arrow.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Really?
Nah, not one bit.
Oh. Oh well. What are you saying, Max?
I was gonna say, with that beard, how is any girl letting you between her thighs? Nah, just messing.
No, my beard is actually a fucking pussy magnet.
There was that. Reminds me of this hilarious.
Wait, didn't you crop it recently?
Say what?
Didn't you crop it recently?
I've
trimmed it down a few times.
Yeah, that's not the same as shaving and stuff.
No, I haven't shaved it off in about a year, maybe.
I remember this one news article that went by years ago, where it was saying guys with beards tend to have fecal matter within them, so there's little particles of poop all
Right.
over. And someone responded by saying,
That's
"Yeah,
because
but
we're always in someone's pussy, and the anal cavity is really close.
exactly." I was a bearded man at the time too, so I was pretty taken. I had an excuse.
What the heck?
Ocean, your vocabulary is so consistently beautiful at the moment.
What?
Well, that just destroyed that kind of vibe he was trying to give.
Ocean, did you see what he said?
Just returning the favor, that's all.
It's consistently beautiful. A vocabulary.
Yeah.
Oh.
Take what you mean. How you want to interpret that, it's not wrong.
What have I got myself into?
This is wonderful.
Like, this has all been this past week. Oh, do you see what he last said? Where?
I don't understand what his contention is. At this
I
point.
don't understand either. Do you see where I'm confused? Where he says, "I agree." I'm saying that they don't mean what he says they mean. But I gave. Wait, what? What? Does that? I don't mean no sense. They don't mean. He agrees.
Who are you talking
How
about?
about this Ryan Lowe guy on this post? I don't know. Ocean obviously showed like how they're like straw manning, but now the conversation turned to.
No, you're right in the conversation that's currently being had at the bottom there. Where if it started with him saying that there's a straw man of scientism, he's correct.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. So confusing.
Steve, is that you typing away?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry about that. One sec.
He's aggressively searching for pornography.
Who's typing away aggressively?
Steve, of course.
Wait, if he's aggressively searching for pornography, shouldn't his hand be doing something else?
No, he's searching for it. He's not
That was-
masturbating currently.
That was one hand. That was all one hand. That's how aggressive it was. I should not be talking.
You know what that is? That's just air sex. That's all.
That's what?
Air sex.
Oh gosh. I don't even know how to. I don't know. Never mind. All right, change the subject.
Hunter, you walk into the best.
I don't even understand how this keeps happening to me. Like I come in the conversation.
Sorry about that. I found the porn I was looking for. I'm
Oh
back.
my god.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something called, it was like Chris and a butt plug. I don't know what the hell I was looking at.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
You're bringing that back up, huh?
Does anybody have the video for that?
Yeah. Anyways, I think
Why
the
the
thing
fuck
that's
would
over
you
here
want to
soon.
get yourself exposed to that?
Hey, right then.
Yeah,
I've
we
seen
only got a
worse.
few minutes left.
He's still arguing with you. Holy shit.
Oh, Wyatt's back. I was going to ask him
With
something.
me?
I totally forgot. Whatever.
With me?
No. Fucking Paul
Ryan?
What was I going to ask Wyatt?
Oh.
Oh, I don't remember.
You should
Hey,
ask
Wyatt,
Wayne- you should ask Wayne why
disowned
he's a
Kent yet,
scam
by the
artist.
way? I got to ask you that before we go off there. Have you disowned Kent yet?
Wait, did I do what?
Have you disowned the con man Kent Hovind yet?
Have I disowned him?
Yes. Have you publicly announced that he's a fraudulent piece of
Wyatt,
shit?
it's like there's two things that you need to do. First, you need to disown Kent Hovind, and the other is you need to stop using presuppositional apologetics.
Yeah, I've told him that too.
I will settle for one myself, but two would be a nice addition.
Yeah, I don't know which one I would say more. By the way, hi, Tatiana. I
By
don't
the
know
way,
who I would. What?
Max over here is a Christian, so you can be a Christian and still hold those two positions.
Well, which way? Okay, but if we have to pick one for Wyatt, what would we say first?
Let him address both first. What
Go
can
ahead.
you do both, Wyatt?
So what am I? Okay.
You're in the spotlight. Answer now.
Yeah.
Well, we came here for Hunter.
Do.
Oh, hey, Tatiana.
Is that your friend, Hunter?
That's all of our friends.
That's his level.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Wyatt,
please answer the question.
I will mute you off of here if you keep talking like that.
There's actually
back off. Hunter's mine.
Wait a minute.
I don't even know how this keeps happening.
Good God, no.
Hunter,
okay, but anyway, Wyatt, answer the question.
This woman is not good enough for you.
I'm saying that I'm single and I'm not looking into anything like that. So, and then making up all this stuff.
What's wrong with you?
In other words, Tatiana, you're not up to his standards.
Wow.
What's wrong with you?
I mean,
How did this conversation even get started?
I don't know.
It's G+. Well, that's what happens. Welcome to our community. I'm still waiting for Wyatt to answer the question. I don't know.
Nobody will shut up and let him answer the question.
Go ahead, Wyatt. Answer the question.
Let him answer the question.
Okay.
We've got about 20 minutes before I go off air.
Can you stop being stupid, Wyatt?
Okay, why do you think I need to disown people? And yes, we'll have yet another debate on precept.
No.
But you'll lose again.
And there's no winning and losing. And
I've destroyed you 3 times now.
No, you
Fourth is
haven't.
not going to make a difference.
No, you have not.
Anally.
Oh my gosh.
Are you sure you're?
Shut up.
What do you? Okay, would you rather have Wyatt give up young Earth creationism or presuppositional argumentation?
I want him to give up both, and I'm not accepting.
Well, I do too, but I mean, let's one at a time. Baby steps, Ocean.
There's
Baby
nothing-
steps.
No baby steps. Dive in. Go to the deep end. Go in. It's cold.
Just jump.
You'll get used to it.
Oh my god.
The cold embrace of reality will happen.
I'm not gonna lie.
If I throw him in, he'll learn to swim.
Tatiana, you're not. Wait, Tatiana, you're not a young Earther, flat Earther, or otherwise conspiratorial nut job, right?
No.
Okay. And I'm a believer. She might be. How do I know? She's only lying to me at this.
She doesn't want to be the receiving end of this fucking vitriol.
Everybody in this hangout. Everybody in this
folks.
I want Wyatt to speak.
Hey, real quick though.
Why won't you turn down Ken?
I have a dream.
Federal. Wyatt, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, just introduce yourself and just like say, "Hey, Tatiana, just
answer the question."
No. You don't get to White Knight.
No.
Answer the question.
What?
Put your armor back in the closet. We're talking about you.
We both said that at the same time.
Why won't you disown Kent Hovind?
Disown people. He's a brother in Christ. I'm not going to disown him.
He's a con man, brother in Christ.
Hold on. Okay, let's put it like this. His view. Disown his view.
God, Hunter, you are sexy.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm done.
If I was gay, which I'm not, but if I was,
oh my god.
You look like this.
What?
Hunter's getting owned in every sentence here.
What?
Damn it, how can you be so sexy and distract us?
Oh my god. I gotta.
Blows my mind, this guy.
I'm sorry, Hunter, for pausing this.
No, it was already it already happened before you even came on.
See, Hunter is the kind of man that attracts straight men. It's just something.
Hey. The thing is, the first hangout I ever was in with Hunter. Hunter's first comment to me was, "Oh, bud, you got a really calming voice."
I did say that.
That's a little disturbing.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hey Ocean, I just tagged you. Will you respond on the Facebook feed?
Oh God, why are you trying to bring me into this shit?
You jumped into this. Hello.
Explain how that.
Hey, does Tatiana want to join the Great Debate community? By the way, officially, I don't know if she is, but
you can't beat my abs, though, Hunter.
Shut! Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Get that crap out of here.
What the hell was that? Dude, seriously? Dude, I mean, Photoshop is great, but you could go overboard.
That is not Photoshop.
There we go.
Dude, where's your humbleness right now? Get that crap off. Nobody wants to see that.
That is humble.
Yeah. Hey, totally got off subject. Wyatt.
He has bared himself before you, Hunter.
Okay, we've got.
This is getting kind of creepy even for me.
Yeah.
Steve, you started this crap.
I did not. How did I start it?
Because you tried to proposition Hunter for sex first.
Yeah.
I was young and needed the money, man.
Just look at that Zeus body right.
And this is why atheists are never going to get anywhere, because they keep getting distracted by Hunter's sexy good looks.
So, Wyatt,
I'm not even on this thing right now. That's all in general.
Yeah.
Wyatt, I want you to answer the question.
This is the gayest hangout I've
What
ever
is-
been in.
What is wrong? Your
And I've been in
mom is the
hangouts with
gayest hangout I've ever
Stinky.
been in.
You know,
No.
Oh my
Look.
gosh.
All right. I'm a completely straight man, and Hunter's mom can attest. So, Wyatt.
What?
All right.
What's going on?
Wyatt?
Hey,
By the way, is Tatiana in your school, Hunter? I think she is, right?
No.
No.
Oh, I was going to say, because she's going to drop out from a Christian school after this hangout.
She's going to start telling all her friends the kind of people you hang out with.
I'm so glad nobody from my school actually watches these hangouts because I'd be kicked out probably.
Wait, is she are you a theist?
Yeah, she is. She's.
What kind of theist?
Oh gosh,
She's a
why?
Christian.
Well, okay, that narrows it down to nothing. What kind of
All right,
theist?
well, I guess nobody's going to let Wyatt talk. Tatiana, introduce yourself. What kind of theist are you? You're a theist?
Yes.
Okay. What kind? What flavor?
Okay, she's a Christian.
God damn it, Wyatt. I don't want to hear your shit.
You just told Wyatt you wanted him to talk, and now you're telling me to shut up.
I gave him his opportunity. You fucking saw it. I asked him the same question probably about 6 times.
But then-
and he said, shut the fuck up. I want to hear Tatiana speak now.
But no, this is what happened. Then General had to show off his pictures and everything. And
Well, General's a sexy man.
And then
So we went from Wyatt to abs to Tatiana's Christianity.
You
Okay.
turned him down. I don't want to hear your shit. So Tatiana.
If literally, I wish that we were all like playing Modern Warfare right now because we would all be going complete chaos right now. Like,
I don't give a shit about your video game. I want to hear what flavor theist Tatiana is. We are talking to Tatiana today. Tatiana, Wyatt, shut up. You had your chance. You squandered it. Tatiana, what kind of theist are you?
Can I do this? No,
Do what?
no, nothing. I was gonna mute him, but
Shut up, Hunter.
Are we playing 20 questions? we have
Look,
to
if
guess
your
what
name
kind
is
of theist she
Tatiana, I want you to shut up, right? If your name is not Tatiana.
Tatiana talk.
Wait, is she Calvinist? I'm going to say Calvinist. Are you Calvinist?
Every time that I'm
She's looking at me like I'm inquisitive.
somebody
No.
who is not
Okay, no
Tatiana
Calvinist.
speaks. I'm trying to get them to be quiet. Steve,
Ocean, shut up.
No.
Oh, Hunter, do you want some fat yak?
Okay. Everybody. Tatiana, you have
Tatiana.
Tatiana, you have 5 seconds to say what kind of theist you are. Go ahead, go. She's confused.
He's gone.
She doesn't know what kind of theist she is.
All right. We can go with that.
Non-denominational.
If it's it is. Maybe she's charismatic.
Mormon.
She doesn't know.
She's a Mormon. Yes.
No. Hell no.
All right.
Well, I got one
If you-
negative, so.
All right, Tatiana, if you don't answer the question, we're going to go with Mormon. Please
No.
answer the question.
I
Oh,
go to a Nazarene church.
Nazarene.
Nazarene.
Okay. Church of the Nazarene.
Where's Jimmy when you? Oh, guys, no joke though. We
So
played
you go to a Nazarene church. Does that mean that you are a Nazarene?
No.
Or,
Yes.
Because that technically doesn't answer the question. Okay, cool. You
I'm
are
a Nazarene.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but it does tell you. But she's you're Protestant. You're evangelical Protestant, right?
Dude, I was a pagan when I was going to a Pentecostal church, so don't play.
Eject him from the room.
Well, I mean, both Pagans and Pentecostalists recite gibberish nonsense, so it's fitting.
As long as she's not a young earther, it's cool. She can stay.
She was there for a second.
I mean, the reason why I was going to a Pentecostal church at the time was because I was dating one. It had nothing to do with whether or not I was
Flirt to
participating.
convert. You're flirting to convert, or flirt to convert. That's what it's called.
No. I mean, maybe he was.
What?
Did you ever?
He was.
Did
He
you ever
was trying to
say
convert me. I wasn't interested. I told her I wasn't interested, but she took me to church anyway.
I kept on thinking you were saying he. I was like, oh, so it's true.
No. This was quite a beautiful lady, actually.
I actually heard he as well. I heard the he as well.
Yeah. Okay. So see, I'm not the only one. So
weird.
Ocean, you're busted. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's
And on
quite
that
Freudian.
Did we just get gong?
In general.
So have you turned into a Buddhist with this fucking gong?
I
What's going
am
on?
your James Bond.
Oh my gosh.
General, what is this? You're like
He's modeling.
showing off your manliness for some
Anyway,
reason.
Hunter, it's what, 4 a.m. and you're getting me for dropping a letter?
Yeah, I've got 2 people watching. No, actually,
Yeah,
I've got
pretty
quite
much.
a few people watching. But
Okay.
really,
Well,
do they really want to see General's abs? I don't know, man. I'm
We
losing
want to see.
subscribers as we
We want to
speak.
see general genitals.
Just look at that. Just look at that face.
Baby smooth.
And this is why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have like people new people come in because stuff like this happens.
Yeah, we never get new people. Well, actually, no, we had new people today. I had Apologia come in. He's new. I got him into the community. He's gonna be big. He's gonna be a big YouTuber. I guarantee it.
Jeff Durbin?
No, Apologia, not
Apologia. No, he's a new kid on the block that's making videos and they're really high production value.
I will give Jeff Durbin this. I don't like his apologetic, but he comes across as a very cool and chill guy.
He knows karate really good. I know that. He's a mixed martial artist.
He has tattoos, a beard. He's like a cooler version of James White, and younger, and more.
James White is awesome. Okay.
I'm not saying he's not awesome, but I'm just saying. On one hand, you have a guy who looks like he'd be in a biker gang, who's a priest, and another guy who rides a bicycle. I'm just saying, one comes across as cooler than another.
Shouldn't it be called Apologia, not Apologia?
No, I asked him.
Yes,
I asked him. He said Apologia.
So,
Well, then-
Wyatt, let's go back to you for a second. Why
Dude,
won't
it's
you
not gonna
drop
happen.
presuppositionalism?
It's not gonna happen.
Not going to happen.
Why? That's not an answer to the question of why.
To our debate, we'll discuss it there.
You want to debate me?
Sure. To our
Let's
debate.
do
First,
Right now.
no, you don't. Second, you want to do it right now?
Right now.
No,
Okay.
moderated debate, separate.
No.
We'll do it there.
Separate
right now.
hangout. Fuck off.
I'll actually
Right
take wait, if that invite is, if Ocean isn't taking you up on that invite,
No,
I
I am taking him up on it.
Oh,
Do it right now.
So we're talking about doing it right now. I'm totally in for it.
Wyatt, you totally tried to do it.
Not right now. Okay. All right. You want to issue a challenge and then bitch out. That's what you want to do.
Well, we got a challenge. We got a gauntlet thrown. I'll
Playing.
moderate. Who wants to have a debate?
Straight up, no
I'm
joke
saying
though. Just
hangout.
the other day.
I'll
this-
be the timer. Dibs on
Oh, my God.
timing.
I'll be the comedy relief. Comedic relief. I don't know.
So you're the
Whatever.
I think that
mascot,
Wyatt
great.
will be the comedy relief.
Nah, you're debating. You get out of this.
Hey, but does anybody happen to remember Pothole's video where he says there's no fucking carbon in it? Which one was that one?
But anyways,
No,
Wyatt,
not anyways. I asked a
Mac,
question.
Are you saying that you would take him up on a debate that's in another room or something like that, where it's like a
Yeah,
moderated
remember?
thing?
No,
Okay.
I would take you up on whether or not presuppositionalism is a good
Is it a good apologetic?
It's
No,
that
it's
one.
horrible.
I would-
But
Is it an effective apologetic? Because it's a really shit apologetic. It's like
I don't think
bad.
it is.
It's really bad.
I
it's really
know.
bad. Yeah.
It's
Like
it's,
Wyatt, what I thought? Why are you still a presuppositionalist after our Odin conversation? Like that was a bitch slap.
like you could easily wait. Was it like you could easily presuppose Odin too and defend him just as much?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean, you
I
could
thought you weren't atheist.
Oh my God, Annabelle's right. We have 7 theists in here. What the hell happened to my hangouts?
Oh, that is.
They're
I'm
taking
trying
over,
to get
man.
answers out of Wyatt. Wyatt, you first please answer faster and
So
please
do you
answer.
believe? So you believe in Odin?
Yes.
He does. He literally does. He's a
Literally
pagan.
does.
really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
This is we're not pulling your we're not
too?
pulling your chain. He
I'm a
literally
goddamn
does.
pagan. Wait,
Yeah.
when did you not? How did you not get this memo, Hunter? I thought you would figured that out.
No, I know that, but I didn't know there's a lot of pagans out there. Like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
what-
No, I'm Norse pagan.
oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah. It's why I look like a Viking. You know, I actually
I
sail
said he
around
was
on a
a
longboat to work.
I said he was a Viking.
So,
that's
what-
his profile's off.
I will throw your cat out the window.
Throw my chat out the window.
What?
Throw my cat?
Yeah.
No, don't throw my cat out the window. This cat is adorable. You fuck off.
Dude, is that a leash on to a bone? Is it leashed to a bone?
No,
What is it?
no, that's its collar. It just has a lot of tail in the collar.
Oh, okay. It looks like it's. Never
That
mind.
is
Go ahead.
that is a chicken bone in front of him though, or in front of
Is
her
that-
rather.
Is that your cat? Like, is that a?
No, it's my friend's cat. Her name is Neilbog.
Wait, how do you respond? Ocean, I'm actually kind of curious about something. How do you respond to the objection that Odin, because he's made of matter and he exists in time and has to
He's not made of matter.
Oh, so he's an immaterial
Right.
god.
Well, he's ethereal, so to speak. He's made out of non-universe stuff.
He's
So
a theory.
you can run with that.
So
if you want to. I don't make any claims about what Odin is made of. I can just say that he's of stuff that is not the universe. But the contention that I usually get is that Odin is not all-knowing, and my response to that is no, Odin is honest about it. whereas your God is not honest about it.
No, my God is honest about it.
How do you know that?
Titus 1:9, God cannot lie.
Uh-huh. Do you think he was honest about that?
That's his nature.
Well, what if he lied about not being able to lie? Is that possible? Do you think that that's logically possible?
That's not possible.
Oh.
Why not?
Why not?
It says Titus 1:9, God cannot lie.
All right, so your Bible says God cannot lie. I'm saying that's a lie.
Number 19, God cannot lie.
Uh-huh.
Wait, but
so you're going to cite the lie. If I lie to you.
Well, you're rejecting my first axiomatic principle. So how do you know?
That's not an axiomatic principle.
How do you know your senses about
That's fucking stupid.
About it? No, how do you know your senses about?
Presuppositionalist, right here. Here we go.
Right, there you go. How do I know my senses are valid? That doesn't have anything to do with the question about whether or not your God is actually an honest God.
You're rejecting the axiom that I start off with.
So if we're gonna, the first premise that we got to start off with is that God's can exist, right?
No, the first premise we got to start off with is the Bible is the Word of God.
No, you can't start off with the Bible as the Word of God if gods don't exist. You got to start off with God's existing, right? It's possible for them to exist.
No.
So, Clayton, the ocean, damn it.
Steve, I'm muting you because.
I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
No, you're not. You'll start up again.
No, I'm done.
John, just to clear something up here, he's not arguing as a Ventilian. He's saying that the Bible is his axiom of revelation. That's his first precept. That's his first and only.
Right. That's a shit axiom.
Okay, and now the burden is for you to provide your own starting axiom and point out
which
where.
I did.
Hey, do you want me to set you up with a new
start
hangout?
off with that gods can exist or that reality exists or any of those things? What?
Ocean, do you want me to set you up with a new hangout? Max can moderate, and I'm going to be taking off. This is going off air in like any minute.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
So
let's
if I
do
set up
that.
a new
Yeah,
hangout,
sure, we can do that.
I'll give it over to Max. He can moderate and then run it for
Max,
me.
I'm coming in.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll join
anybody
for a
can
few
come
minutes,
in.
but I
It's
gotta
going
go
to be
ahead.
me and Wyatt bitching at each other for a little while.
Stop. I don't have. It would take me a while to start up a hangout. I suggest someone else's channel.
No,
I'll start
Steve
it
is
up.
going to start it up.
Oh,
Pay
okay
attention.
then. Yeah, sure.
He's going to post the link, and
I'm just going to give you mods, and you run it for me.
Gotcha.
Just don't screw up my channel.
Cool.
Oh, so it's still going to be on here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be
I
on
mean,
this
you
channel,
guys,
but
but like I
not
said,
in
this
the
is going to go off air really soon.
Okay,
so-
my prediction is that Wyatt is going to kick ass.
Ooh. Really?
Why do you say that, General?
Yeah.
Ocean.
You
we
saying
just have
Ocean's
no-
not competent
Just
enough to take on Wyatt?
Spice,
Really?
Just some
Ocean.
spice into the spice and controversy.
We just have no hope in the ocean. It's no hope.
Wow, ye of little
Yes.
faith. Okay, it's going to be 5 minutes to make this, so go ahead. I'll mute. So
You mean you have faith in Jesus and not me? Fuck.
Yeah, big time.
Wow.
Ocean, you know I love you.
Uh-huh.
You actually going
And
on a date?
Hunter,
Oh gosh, okay.
and Steve, and Tatiana, and Wyatt.
Okay, so how
And
many
all bad.
minutes do we have to present our opening statements?
We're not going with time. I think we just have a discussion. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, I would just go back and forth, talk about it, and then.
Yeah, I think this
Matt-
is just going to be a discussion. It's not going to be like a structured debate. Fuck that. If you want to have,
Okay.
I'm not going to have a structured debate with you. I'll just be honest with you. But we can have a conversation about it because you've said you wanted to have this conversation with me several times already, so we can have a conversation.
In 5 words or less, what's the topic?
Is presuppositionalism a good apologetic?
All right.
Or we could just debate on our worldviews.
We can do that too. Paganism versus Christianity.
Okay, paganism versus Christianity, which is more rational?
Oh, you're going to lose that one. Sorry.
Okay, you're a pagan. Okay.
Yeah.
Hit it over here.
All right. All right. And next, any atheists in the room?
Here's my description. Title says it all. Read it. Yeah, I'm calling it, but it's 5 minutes till the end of the broadcast. Ocean versus Wyatt, moderated by Max. Paganism versus Christianity.
Cool. All right, I'll get over there in a second.
sweet.
Post the link in the side chat. I'm going to go to the restroom.
I'm going to head over there now because this has 5 minutes to it ends anyway, so I don't have to be here. I'm going to put the link in the in this particular hangout.
All right,
and then
shotgun that I'm going first.
I'll put the
all right
the watch link in the outside, so like Frank can join us and Annabelle can watch and stuff like that. Tatiana, are you coming over too?
Yeah.
Right. Because, I mean, we don't want to run you off already. I mean, you're just, new. But if you want to actually keep track of the Great Debate community, I put it in the group chat there. It actually is a G+ group. Just click on that, hit ask to join, and then you're brought in. It's just a bunch of idiots who think they're smart talking about shit. Pretty much.
Sounds good.
Well,
I think I've seen that icon of hers before. That looks familiar. Has she been here before? Because that looks very familiar.
No, this is the first time she's here.
Where is
Yeah, I've never seen her before. So,
maybe it was on Facebook. I have no idea.
Why?
Chicks always look alike. Whatever.
Wait, quick question. Are we just running out the clock on this hangout before we post the link?
Well, I think so because I'm trying to go live on it. It's not going to let me until this one ends, I think.
Now we just play the waiting game.
All right, waiting.
Oh, the waiting game sucks. Let's play Hungry Hungry Hippos.
Hungry Hippos.
Oh, it did let me go into it. Okay, so this is the new hangout. You can start heading over there now if you want. I'm going to put in the live feed.
All right,
Hunter. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot your crickets, and then I'm going to have
It said I'll listen in. I doubt if I'll participate at all, though, because I'm going to take my headphones and listen to something else.
All right, I'm heading over.
All right, everybody, head over. See you guys there.
Deuces.
I'm putting the watch link in the outside chat right now for you fine people, which is pretty much Annabelle and Frank. Even though we had like 20 people watching, so.
No, they're getting tired. That's why.
Oh, don't forget to like the video before you head over.
No, I've done that already.
All right, I'm ending this one. So, anyways, this was fun. They had a theological discussion about the Bible and Evangelist Ken. We got to talk to Apologia for a little while. Probably have him as a guest next week. So, like I said, I'm predicting right now this channel is going to be pretty huge. He just had a lot of good content. Anyways, end this one actually because it's going to end in about probably a minute. Tatiana, do you know how to go to the new Hangout?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm ending this one, and you can join us over there. Okay.